Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to our central staff employees who do exceptional work behind the scenes. Truth be told, they are really the backbone of this institution. In this season of Thanksgiving, I'd like to express my gratitude to every employee in this institution. Those who work for media and journal, a legal division, Capitol Police, maintenance, post audit, court reporters, every single division to include, of course, our respective senatorial staffs. Thank you for all that you do to make things happen in the first branch of government. Happy Thanksgiving, and a special good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The legislative session of Tuesday, November 18, 2025 is hereby called to order. I'll ask you to please rise as we ask our legislative chaplain, the Reverend Charles Brown, to lead us in the invocation, followed by the national anthem and the Virgin Islands March. Reverend Brown.
Let every heart pray. God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, we rise to acknowledge you as Alpha and Omega at the outset of this regular session, because you woke us up this morning and gave us this purpose to do the people's work today. Thank you, Lord, for the daughters of the soil who have been nominated by Governor Bryant and vetted by this legislature to assume leadership roles in our territory. Anoint them with gifts to succeed and the character to model excellence in every way for our community. We bless your name, Lord, for Cruz and Stefan Wilson, who teach us that even in times like these, our youth are watching us, learning from us, inspired by us, and as recorded in Isaiah 11, chapter 6, willing to lead us in embodying the essence of being Virgin Islanders. Help each of our elected leaders here today to put people over party, over political power, and over personal agenda. Remind them that no one senator can pass legislation by themselves, that there is no I in teamwork. Equip them with every resource they need to make informed decisions. Help them to befriend reason and your still small voice over emotionalism and strife. However, when tensions rise and opposing perspectives clash, remind them of their calling to be respectful toward each other, to find common ground even across the aisle whenever possible, to desire wisdom, and to remember that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. For just as each of our individual bodies are one, yet having many members, all the members of the body, though many, are one body. So it is here in the first branch of government. In the one election, under the authority of the Spirit, each of these elected leaders were baptized into one body. Democrats, independents, minority, majority, bless the body of leaders, Lord, to be made to drink of one Spirit today. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much, Reverend Brown. Colleagues, the decisions that we make today will significantly impact the lives of our people. We will consider nominations for key judicial and executive positions, as well as resolutions honoring outstanding Virgin Islanders for their heroic actions and contributions to the cultural enrichment of our territory. Deliberations will focus on bills amending local codes, expedited permits, electronic payment systems for taxi services, and appropriations for vital capital projects. Additionally, we will be considering an act to transfer specific parcels of real property in subbase to the Virgin Islands Port Authority in support of the Crown Bay District Redevelopment Project and the evaluation of a critical CZM permit for solar farm projects aimed at stabilizing local electrical rates and strengthening grid resilience for the Water and Power Authority. Prior to moving today's session agenda forward, we will be dissolving into Committee of the Whole to take testimony from government officials and other stakeholders with regards to 4 of the aforementioned initiatives before we rise back into session to vote on these matters. Mr. Secretary, can we please have a roll call?
Yes, Mr. President. Good morning. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Present. Senator Bolkes Jr. present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Here. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Here. Senator Fonseca present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Present. Senator Francis Heiliger present. Senator Hubert L. Fredericks. Present. Senator Frederick present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Here. Senator Gittins present. Senator Maurice C. James. I am here. Senator James present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Here. Senator Johnson present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Present. Senator Joseph Carla Joseph is present. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Here. Senator Joseph Sr. is present. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Here. Present. Senator Lewis present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter present. Senator Kurt A. Valley. Here. Senator Valley present. Mr. President, you have 15 members present for today's regular session, September 17, 2025. 8 September 18.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Colleagues, we have a quorum.
See who listening, man, November.
And we are therefore prepared to proceed. Before we proceed any further, I'd like to recognize 2 very special individuals who are here with us today. Our guests for the day, our legislative pages, Redania Molyneux and Renia Danistorg. Ladies, can you please come forward? First, I'll start with Redania Molyneux. Apologize, Miss Molyneux. She is a senior at the St. Peter's and Paul Catholic School. School activities, she is the student council President. Wow. That's a huge responsibility, Miss Molyneux. Her favorite subject is English. Her hobbies is playing volleyball. Extracurricular activities, volleyball, first runner-up, Carnival Queen, first Miss Essence of the Caribbean, wow. FBLA Vice President, and Interact Public Relations Officer. So this is a very engaged student. Brains, beauty, smarts, everything. That's good. Career goal is to be a diagnostic stenographer. On the side, I'm going to let you explain to me what that entails. You claim anybody here doing something good, you claim for Zavan, Mr. Mayor. Next, I'm going to introduce you to Renia Donistorg. Renaya, I will never get it wrong again. Renaya Donistorg. Renaya is also a student at St. Peter's and Paul High School. She's a senior. School activities, student council, a public relations officer. Her favorite subject, financial literacy. I'm going to stay close to you. Her hobbies, volleyball and drawing. Extracurricular activities, volleyball, FBLA, Interact. Her career goal is to be an attorney. So I want to thank you ladies for spending the day with us. This is a paid gig. You don't get paid a lot, you get paid a little something. But the best thing about the job is we give you a very good meal. So you get a very, very good meal. That's the best part of it. So I want to thank you for being here with us, ask questions. We look forward to having a very positive and productive day. Thank you very much, ladies. Let's give them a round of applause for that. Thank you, ladies. Okay, we're going to transition to our committee of the whole. So our sergeant at arms will escort the first group of individuals forward. We're going to take a brief recess, maybe a 5-minute recess, while we get our first set of testifiers situated. Session stands in recess for 5 minutes. Good morning, everyone. Once again, we've now switched over to the Committee of the Whole. As president of the institution, I did it twice. As Senate President, I chair the Committee of the Whole. I remind everyone that there are no votes taken in the Committee of the Whole. Instead, the committee will receive important testimony from pertinent Government of the Virgin Islands representatives, as well as other interested stakeholders. My colleagues and I will have an opportunity to vote on the measures rising out of this meeting when we proceed back to our official session. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda for the Committee of the Whole into the record?
Consideration of floor agenda. Bill request number 25-0914, an act approving major coastal zone management application number CZM-JL0018-25 pertaining to a solar farm at parcel numbers 3B and 2 Estate Fortuna on St. Thomas. Invited testifiers, Honorable John Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, VI Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Mr. Carl Knight, Chief Executive Officer, VI Water and Power Authority, Mr. Christian Loranger, Manager, STB Solar, LLC, Mr. Merwin Potter, Member, St. Thomas West End Alliance, Mrs. Yolanda Titus, Resident, St. Thomas West End Alliance. Bill request number 25-0915, an act approving major coastal zone management application number CZM-JL0017-25 pertaining to a solar farm at Remainder 17, Estate Bovoni, and numbers 1 and 2 Frenchman's Bay Quarter on St. Thomas. Invited testifiers, Honorable John Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, VI Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Mr. Carl Knight, Chief Executive Officer, VI Water and Power Authority, Mr. Christian Loranger, Manager, STB Solar, LLC. Block 2, Bill number 36-0138, an act to transfer certain parcels of real property in subbase to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for the Crown Bay District Redevelopment Project. Invited testifiers, Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, VI Department of Property and Procurement, Mr. Carlton Dow, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Port Authority, Mr. Kevin Goldstein, Head of Development, Cruise Terminals International, Mrs. Melissa Morales, Senior Director of Destination Development, Americas and Caribbean, Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines. Block 3, Bill request number 25-0894, an act amending the Hotel Development Act. Invited testifiers, Honorable Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner, VI Department of Finance, Mr. Nathan Simmons, Director of Administration and Finance, VI Public Finance Authority. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And before we proceed with the testimony, when I just do a mic check, when I ask the testifiers, beginning from my right, just to tell us your name and just who you are, who you represent. And that'll be a mic check.
Okay. Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Yolanda Titus. Excuse me. Good morning, everyone. My name is Yolanda Titus, and I'm representing Bordeaux down at Fortuna with the solar farm.
Welcome, Ms. Titus.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Merwin Potter. I'm a resident of the Estate Fortuna Bordeaux area for more than 20 years, and I'm representing the organization from Western Alliance.
Welcome, Mr. Potter.
Good morning. Carl Knight, the Executive Director, CEO of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority.
Welcome, Executive Director Knight.
I guess I'll get it right. Good afternoon, Senator. Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Welcome, Commissioner Oriol.
Good afternoon, Senator. Marlon Hibbert, Director of Coastal Zone Management Division, Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Welcome, Director Hebert.
Good afternoon, Senator. My name is Christian Loranger. I'm the manager of Vilectron LLC and CBLVI LLC and a resident of St. John USVI.
Welcome, Mr. Loanger.
Thank you, sir.
What I'm going to ask you to do, you all to do now, just collectively, is just rise and raise your right hand just for a brief swearing in. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. We're going to start with a testimony, beginning with Commissioner Oriole.
Thank you, Senator. Good day, Senate President Potter, other members of the 36th legislature present, legislative staff, and members of the viewing and listening public. My name is Jean-Pierre Oriole, Commissioner for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. I am here today in support of the request for the 36th legislature to waive the requirements of the Coastal Zone Management Act and approve major CZM permit numbers CZM-JL 0017-25 and CZM-JL 0018-25 for the development of solar farms, for the development of solar farms in Estate Fortuna and Estate Bovoni, respectively. Over the last 12 months, the government of the Virgin Islands has celebrated the development of 2 solar farms on the island of St. Croix, producing 45 megawatts of clean, renewable, reliable, and low-cost power to the grid. The department received applications for each site, approved the developments, provided significant oversight into the land clearing activities and the installation of the infrastructure to include all rails, panels, electrical conduits, and connections, and the pull test, which is a geotechnical test that measures the anchoring system's holding capacity in the ground. Today, these solar farms have significantly improved the quality of life for the residents on St. Croix, as there have been minimal power disruptions since these developments began producing power. The solar farms have allowed the VI Water and Power Authority to conduct routine maintenance on their equipment by switching the grid to battery storage from the solar farms, thereby extending the reliability of the equipment. In this same 12-month span, the residents of St. Thomas and St. John have experienced many power outages, rotational power schedules, and unfortunately, several island-wide blackouts. Quality of life in this district with respect to reliable power is significantly impacted. Significant investment by the developer, VI Electron, on these solar farms providing low-cost power is made possible through the investment tax credit, which was introduced under the Biden administration. The investment tax credit program, as approved, was to be a 10-year program where developers would have the time to find investors and install the developments. As we all know, the Trump administration does not share the same views as the Biden administration as it relates to green energy development. Please recall that earlier this year, the administration canceled discretionary funds that would provide subsidies and tax breaks for individual solar projects, costing the Virgin Islands $70 million in funding that it was previously awarded. On July 7th, 2025, 3 days after the passage of the One Big Beautiful Act, President Donald J. Trump issued Executive Order number 14315, titled Ending Market Distorting Subsidies for Unreliable Foreign-Controlled Energy Sources. In this order, the President directs the Secretary of the Treasury to, quote, strictly enforce the termination of the clean energy production and investment tax credits under Sections 45Y and 48E of the Internal Revenue Code for wind and solar facilities, unless substantial portions of a subject facility has been built. On August 25th, 2025, the Secretary of the Treasury introduced guidance that defined substantial construction and put a date of December 31st, 2025 to achieve benchmarks in the guidelines. In an instant, the developer's 10-year time frame was now reduced to 4 months. We are here today, Senators, because based on the standard procedures for the submission and review of major CZM permit applications as prescribed in Title 12 Virgin Islands Code Section 910, it is impossible to meet the substantial construction benchmark set forth by the Treasury going through the formal process. The major permit process is at best 130 days, giving time for completeness review, public comment, public hearings, additional comments following the public hearing, and the decision meeting. To put this into perspective, 130 days from December 31st, 2025 is August 23rd, 2025, 2 days prior to the Treasury issuing guidance with this determination date. Thus, there was no circumstance in which the proposed developments could go through the full CZM review process and the project qualify for the investment tax credit. Although we are here seeking a waiver of the process, please be advised that this project has been thoroughly reviewed by the department. We received a preliminary submission of the details on October 23rd, 2025, and provided comments to the developer. The details were updated and submitted officially on November 2nd, 2025. The St. Thomas Committee of the Coastal Zone Management Commission met with the developer and toured both sites on November 7th, 2025. They asked technical questions on methods of land clearing, stormwater management, and the anchoring systems for both sites. For the Portuna site in particular, they asked about potential impacts to incoming flights and protections for residents neighboring the solar farms. The committee met twice during the week of November 10th and on November 13th, 2025, voted unanimously to issue their consent to the 36th legislature to approve the major CZM permits, subject to special conditions as provided in the permit documents. The department followed the processes outlined in CZM to the maximum extent practicable, made findings with respect to each of the developments, and presented these findings to the St. Thomas CZM Committee for them to make a determination. On Sunday, November 16th, I had the opportunity to participate in a town hall meeting hosted by Senator Carla Joseph with residents of the Fortuna area. The residents spoke passionately about their concerns with the project, and I can say that the department anticipated many of these concerns as they are addressed by the permits. The major concern by all residents was potential damage that could be caused to residents' properties by the panels as a result of a storm. One of the requirements the developer must comply with during the installation is to have complete pull tests that simulate conditions equivalent to 185-mile-an-hour storms. There is also a special condition requiring the developer to obtain and maintain insurance coverage that will pay for damages that may arise from the panels causing damage to property during the passage of a major storm. We recognize that the developer presently maintains this type of insurance for both solar farms in the St. Croix district. Residents expressed concern about stormwater runoff, and the conditions implemented require reinforced berms and buffers to control stormwater flow. There is also a condition that requires marine monitoring for a period of 3 years to ensure no increased turbidity or degradation of water quality is taking place. Also, with respect to stormwater runoff, we are requesting that the developer use vetiver grass to seed the low ground cover, as it has a deeper root system for better soil retention and excellent water filtration characteristics. Lastly, residents expressed concern if a fire were to happen from the battery systems. The developer expressed that these installations come with built-in fire suppression systems and automatic shutoff sensors, such that if a fire were to happen, the system would begin to suppress any fire prior to the arrival of our fire and emergency services personnel. There was one concern that we could not address, that the property should not be used for a solar farm. The only thing that I can offer in this instance is that A, the characteristics of the property, southern facing for maximum exposure, adequate acreage to produce enough power to make a meaningful difference to the grid, and within reasonable radius of WAFA infrastructure to transmit power back to, and that B, pursuant to Title 29 of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 228, the generation of solar power is a use permitted as a matter of right in the R1 zoning district. We are here today, Senators, in support of a better quality of life for all Virgin Islands. These projects represent more reliable power for the residents in the St. Thomas, St. John district. These projects represent the opportunity for lower power rates to all electrical customers. These projects allow for a more reliable WAPA, allowing them to complete long overdue maintenance on systems at the Randolph-Holly Power Plant. The territory has found a proven partner who has demonstrated the ability to deliver clean, reliable, low-cost power to WAPA at no additional cost to the people of the Virgin Islands. We have the opportunity to increase the green energy and grid reliability benefits for all residents of the territory, which begins with giving the developer the opportunity to meet the deadlines imposed by the federal administration on the investment tax credit program. Members of my team and I have used our expertise to consider all reasonable impacts that could result from the development and have included special conditions to minimize impacts to the surrounding area. We ask that the 36th legislature approve BR number 25-0914 and BR 25-0915, waiving the requirements of Title 12, Section 910, and approving major CZM permit numbers CZM JL 0017-25 and CZM JL 0018-25 for the development of solar farms in Estate Fortuna and Estate Bavoni, respectfully. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this matter, and I am here to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Oriol, for your testimony. Executive Director Knight, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good day, Honorable Milton E. Potter, President of the 36th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, other honorable senators, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Carl Knight, Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, hereafter referred to as WAPA or the Authority. I'm here at your invitation to provide testimony on BR 25-0914, an act approving major CZM application number CZM JL 0018-25, pertaining to a solar farm at parcels number 3B and 2 Estate Fortuna, and BR 25-0915, an act approving major coastal zone management application number CZM JL 0017-25, pertaining to a solar farm at Remainder 17 Estate Bavoni, and numbers 1 and 2 Frenchman's Bay Quarter on St. Thomas. While WAPA is not the owner of these projects, the authority and our customers are certainly the benefactor. These projects are positioned to provide substantial operational, financial, and environmental benefits to our customers, and the authority stands in full support of both measures. The operational benefits. The interconnection of Estate Fortuna and Estate Bavoni solar farms will have an immediate positive impact on the reliability of the St. Thomas St. John electrical grid. Combined, they'll provide an additional 35 megawatts of daytime capacity. This is more than half of the daytime power needs of the district. Unlike the solar farm at Estate Dunu, the associated battery energy storage systems allows for the smoothing out of power fluctuations caused by passing clouds, by haze, or Sahara dust. This allows the solar farms to perform almost as reliably as our base load generators. This additional daytime capacity allows for units to be taken offline during the day for routine and preventative maintenance. On most days, any repair that requires less than 8 hours of downtime can be completed on any one of our generators in the Randolph-Holly plant without compromising capacity and reliability. We have seen this approach work with great effect at the Richmond Power Plant on St. Croix. One portion of the Estate Fortuna Solar Farm will be connected to the transmission system that feeds the whole island. But the other portion of the solar farm will be connected directly to feeder 6A, which serves the western end of St. Thomas. This means that should the power plant experience a shortage of capacity during daytime hours, feeder 6A would not be one of the feeders taken offline because its power needs would be supplied by the solar farm. This promises significant improvement in the reliability for that portion of the island. A similar scenario is contemplated for feeders 9C and 10B with the interconnection of the Bavoni Solar Farm to those distribution feeders. Residents on feeders 2A, 3A, and 8B on St. Croix currently enjoy this benefit. These projects represent a solution with the fastest deployment time for improving system reliability on St. Thomas and St. John. Due to the air permitting process, the installation of a temporary generator may take up to 2 years. The FEMA-funded disaster recovery project for additional generation in the Harley plant is likely to take at least 3 years to completion. By contrast, these projects could be constructed and interconnected to the power grid by the end of next summer. Financial benefits. These projects will provide a tangible financial benefit to the authority and our customers over the next 5 years. The PV and battery systems at the Fortuna Solar Farm are expected to deliver savings of approximately $8 million a year to the authority. The Bavoni Solar Farm is expected to add an additional $2.5 to $3 million in annual savings. The combined impact would close the operating deficit of the authority and allow WAPA to generate positive cash flow for the first time in over 10 years. These projects provide a straightforward pathway back to fiscal solvency for the authority and allow for realistic discussions on sustainable rate reductions. The savings are driven primarily by reduced fuel consumption and the avoided costs of operating our least efficient units during those daytime hours. The cost savings may be even greater as the estimates that we have used are very conservative. These numbers assume only a 90% system efficiency with the possibility of vegetation or dust affecting the efficiency of the panels. It assumes a 4% annual degradation in the capacity of the batteries and a 0.5% annual degradation in the efficiency of the panels. The savings model also does not include the expected reduction in running hours by the generators in the Harley plant and the resulting decrease in the maintenance expenses. WAPA remains vulnerable to potential volatility of fuel prices. The structure of these projects provides a hedge against rising fuel costs. While global events like the Russian invasion of Ukraine or the COVID pandemic or OPEC decisions can disrupt fuel commodity markets, these power purchase agreements provide stable pricing throughout their duration. It becomes a consistent and predictable component of the authority's budget. Finally, the projects have a tremendously positive environmental impact. The power produced by these panels displaces power that would have otherwise been produced using fossil fuels at the Harley plant. That creates a significant reduction in airborne pollutants. They reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and help bring the territory to its 2025 goal of a 60% reduction in fossil fuel consumption for power generation. That goal was established all the way back in 2010. Additionally, it reduces our dependence on imported fuels arriving by ship. This removes the risk associated with oil transport, including oil spills and maritime accidents. The authority's support of these projects is not based on some hopeful prediction of what is to come. We are fully informed by the experience that we have had on St. Croix with this developer and the solar farms that it has constructed on that island. The Petronella Solar Farm has been online for almost a full year now and has provided us with real-world data on operational benefits and savings. The Hoggensburg Solar Farm came online this past May and has also delivered as promised. The Fortuna and Bovoni projects have the potential to bring similar benefits to the St. Thomas St. John district. I should also point out, based on the Commissioner's testimony, that we are also informed by the Spanish Town Solar Farm that was constructed, that is owned by BMR Energy. It was constructed by Toshiba. And that farm bore the full brunt of Hurricanes Irma and Hurricanes Maria on the south shore of St. Croix without losing a single panel. The changes imposed by the Trump White House has placed these projects on an expedited schedule, but that is to the benefit of us Virgin Islanders. The sooner these projects are built, the sooner we can realize the benefits. I thank Christian Loranger, VI Electron, VI Rapsi, and the rest of the development team for being such wonderful partners to the authority. We look forward to our continued partnership in transforming WAPA into a utility that is well positioned for the future. Senators, I hope this testimony has been useful as you make an informed decision on the measures before you. And I thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and we look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, WAPA CEO Carl Knight. Next testifier, Mr. Christian Loranger. You may proceed with your testimony, sir.
Good day, Senate President Potter and other members of the 36th legislative staff, and members of the viewing and listening public. My name is Christian Loranger. I'm the manager of Vilectron LLC and CBLVI LLC. I am here today in support of the request for the 36th legislative to waive the requirements of the Coastal Zone Management Act and approve major CZM permit numbers CZM JL 0017-25 and CZM JL 0018-25 for the development of solar farms in Estate Fortuna and Estate Bovoni, respectively. Please note that Commissioner Oriole and CEO Knight's presentations explain the necessity for the accelerated schedule we are seeking today due to the Trump administration, the One Big Beautiful Bill, and the changes that the head of the Treasury made to reduce the benefits of solar investment tax credits and the timeframes associated with the benefits. In the interest of time, I will not repeat those facts and instead concentrate on the projects themselves and the benefit to the USVI. When I moved my family to the Virgin Islands 6 years ago, it was not to develop solar projects on the islands. I had no idea what the electrical costs were in the Virgin Islands until I received my first WAPA bill at my home in St. John. Being a developer of large-scale energy projects in the United States, I began to investigate if the federal benefits from the Inflation Reduction Act passed under the Biden administration could be used in the United States Virgin Islands. Other than the U.S. Treasury direct pay option, which was removed from the territory, they could be used in all U.S. territories. After studying the numbers that I could get from access to WAPA and seeing the bond rating, and that approximately 70% of the budget went to the purchase of propane and diesel, the only solution to attacking the financial issues at WAPA was to reduce the cost of that 70% plus fuel purchase and raise the bond rating to allow WAPA to be bankable. I researched land on the three islands and that met the characteristics of not being used as farmland, available for sale, and in close proximity to electrical infrastructure that could take the power with low upgrade costs, etc. I entered into 6 land agreements on the three islands to achieve the goal of power price reduction and reliability. It's critical to note that these St. Thomas parcels are the only suitable parcels on St. Thomas for the utility scale solar of the size required to solve the issues stated in this testimony. Being the only company with land and the ability to not ask for any financial assistance from the territory, I was able to sign 5 power purchase agreements with WAPA for the 3 islands. My intention of entering into these agreements was to work in parallel with WAPA to harmoniously solve WAPA's electricity challenges from both a financial and reliability standpoint. I am pleased to report that with the addition of the new management team, we are achieving this relationship and results. Last year, we synchronized the Petronella and Hogansburg BESS sites to the WAPA grid for a total of 38 megawatts solar and 30 megawatts of battery with no financial assistance from the United States Virgin Islands. This power is sold to the authority at 10.9 cents plus the battery service agreement. And it should be noted, the way the power purchase agreements were negotiated with the previous WAPA management team, they wanted full responsibility for interconnection costs to connect the projects to the grid. However, with the limited financial capabilities at WAPA, Vilectron took on the role of paying for the interconnection costs of those facilities, and we will continue to do so with the remainder of the facilities. Not only are these projects providing a significant amount of sustainable and renewable energy to the WAPA grid, but the infrastructure of these projects have been engineered to withstand 185-mile-an-hour wind speeds, ensuring no harmonic vibration during significant wind events. Lessons have been learned after the Dano project, and the engineering that has been invested into these projects will help prevent the past from repeating itself. Insurance is also in place to help safeguard these levels of structural integrity. I do not want to discount the concerns of those in the community I met with in July and this past Sunday, and I understand there will be disruption during construction over the next 10 months, and I will use every tool at my disposal to minimize those impacts. But the gain for the whole of the community will last for decades. In addition to helping solve the WAPA pricing and reliability, we've also been tackling the bond rating, which is currently at a C++. This is not bankable and increases the cost of borrowing for both Vilectron and WAPA. I am pleased to report that with the addition of the Petronella and Hogansburg BESS projects, the bond trade publications have taken note. We are told by our consultants that after the Fortuna and Bavoni projects are interconnected, the bond rating review can take place and WAPA's credit rating can possibly be raised. Again, this credit rating is just as important to Vilectron as it is to WAPA, because our borrowing costs are based on WAPA's credit rating, as they are responsible for payment. I think the most impressive of all is the fact that the connection of the Fortuna and Bavoni projects, the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, will be profitable on a monthly operating basis for the first time in a decade. This is directly related to the current WAPA management, employees, and the cost savings from the large-scale solar and BESS sites being constructed by Vilectron and CBLVI LLC. The creation of the 501c3, the nonprofit, the Virgin Islands and Renewable Affordable Power Company, was created for 3 reasons. It is the entity that holds these assets. The nonprofit currently owns the St. Croix projects. I do not own them any longer. It was my belief that one man should not control all of the low-cost power generation in the Virgin Islands in case something were to happen to me. Number 2, the Treasury rules for the investment tax credit state that a sale or transfer of ownership cannot take place within 5 years of the project interconnection. There is no owner of a nonprofit. It only has a board of directors. Therefore, whoever takes over the board of directors has control of these projects without a sale or transfer being taken place. This allows for the control of the projects to be taken over by the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority or a special government entity to be decided later once all the projects are completed and placed into the nonprofit. It should be noted that the first 2 projects are already owned by the nonprofit, and the Fortuna and Bavoni projects we are discussing today will be placed into the nonprofit just before interconnection to the WAPA grid. The nonprofit is run by Virgin Islanders. Because the United States Virgin Island was one of the only areas in the United States that was not allowed to take place in the Inflation Reduction Act direct pay solar investment tax credit program with the United States Treasury, the nonprofit was formed in Delaware to allow the direct pay transaction with the U.S. Treasury investment tax credit program from the Fortuna and Bavoni project. In closing, I am a resident of the USVI. I entered in good faith into these project contracts to help the entirety of the USVI population. As energy costs and reliability create economic inequality, making it harder for those that pay a large percentage of their salary towards the electric bill, those who do not have backup generation, and let's not forget that higher electric rates must be recaptured in every grocery item and every good purchased in the Virgin Islands, And that starts again every month, creating an amplified effect of inflation. I have purchased $10 million in land between the Fortuna and Bavoni sites alone and invested an additional $3 million in civil and solar engineering for those locations, as well as tens of millions of dollars in equipment purchases for those sites. It has not been easy. I've already lost the ability to build the Frederickstead-Hesslenburg property, which I purchased for $1 million, invested another $1 million into for solar and civil engineering. I originally had 10 years to complete all of these projects, but due to the changes in the U.S. presidency, the House and Senate, in 2024, the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill and the outcome of Treasury Secretary Scott Bessette's changes related to the FEOC rules, we now have a month and a half. Those two projects will receive approximately $200 million from the federal government in the manner that I use the solar investment tax credits, and I ask that you allow me to fulfill my mission to bring affordable and reliability to the residents of the United States Virgin Islands, using these federal funds while they are still available. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Loranger. I'll go to Ms. Titus. You may proceed with your testimony, and we'll end with Mr. Maureen Potter.
Good afternoon, members of the 36th Legislature. My name is Yolanda Titus. I am a prime example of why solar farms placed smack dab in our neighborhoods are not a sound idea, but rather a recipe for unrecoverable disasters. I am one of the persons who reside over at Dunu area in Windberg Heights during the time of the 2017 catastrophic 7 hurricane that devastated this island. I lived there for 17 years before the solar farm was built in about 2014. We had no concerns, no harms during the hurricane season. The event of lost trees after the installations of the solar panels, we saw an incredible destruction. Intense disasters was caused by both Hurricane Irma and Maria. But for Irma, it was the worst because there was solar panels that bust my roof, and they landed all over the porch downstairs, blocked the doors, causing damages to my car. The massive, heavy panels that became like cement blocks thrown like heavy speed of hurricane themselves. These panels, solar panels formed, damaged everything in their path. Debris from Windberg to Smith Bay. No debris stretched out arm's length was in that path. There was not just simple, just bust of the roof. It turned the bust in the roof, turned the fire hydrant, turned like a fire hydrant, where water just was continuously gushing from the roof instantly into the house with me and my 5 minor children. It was an upstairs and downstairs. The bedrooms was downstairs. My kids was downstairs sleeping when the solar panels bust the roof and the water just started to gush down. We could not come out. We had to bore a hole in the windows so that the water can flow out so that it doesn't come up because it's a 2-story house. We could not escape because the solar panels, it fell on top of the roof, which is a driven area where you drive into the residence, and the solar panel came down and crushed the car, slammed into the door, so we could not have access to get out, or from the downstairs, all the panels, you could not get out, both doors, upstairs and downstairs. These damages was uncontrollable. We tried to get out and we couldn't. During that time, we had to break the window and send my son, I had to break the window and send my son through that window so that he can get out, so that he can go around to open the door so we can get out. During that time while we were living there, my kids tried to help many residents that lived around Al McBean and all those surrounding areas because of the solar panels that was there all over in front of everyone's doors. It had fiberglass from the solar panels. These fiberglass, where it got into your water system, so you could not drink the water, you could not bathe with the water, you could not do anything. Therefore, I had to consistently keep buying bottles and bottles of water for us to use. My water supply was damaged. During that time, my kids went down to help other people. There was someone they said that they saw dead down by Al McBean. Solar panels was all over. The glasses for the solar panels, they're sharp, cut my kids. They did help residents. Right now, we do have a class action suit that is right now in progress. Nothing hasn't happened from this class action suit. It's just currently right now, the homes, all those homes, nothing hasn't been done. We haven't gotten any kind of benefits for our damages that was done to our homes. Nothing at all. Now, here it is, solar panels they want to bring down to Bordeaux, which is 110,000 panels. These things are a lot of panels that will be flying into people's homes. They're like locomotives. I do understand that they said that they have the pressure to keep the solar panels from within all these, the wind and the problems of the hurricane. But nature, Mother Nature, I don't think this can be possible for Mother Nature. I'm so sorry. This has caused a major damage, and it's following me from where I am, from Windberg to Fortuna, where I reside right now. And this is following me right now down to Bordeaux. So practically right now, my choices is that I'm not for that solar panel, and I would like something to be resolved, asking the whole committee here to look into the whole situation of these solar panels. And I'm finished.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Titus. Mr. Maureen Potter, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon to all. Honorable Senate President Milton Potter, other senators of the 36th Legislature, the viewing and listening audience. My name is Maureen Potter, and I am speaking on behalf of the St. Thomas Western Alliance, representing the homeowners and residents of the West End of St. Thomas. We appear before you today to formally and unequivocally oppose the request submitted by Governor Aval Bryan Jr. for the approval of the proposed solar farm projects at parcels numbers 3B and 2 Estate Fortuna and REM 17 Estate Bovoni, numbers 1 and 2 Frenchman Bay Quarters. We have recently learned that the developer owns approximately 250 acres of land and intends to use 125 acres, half to install 110 solar panels. This is an industrial scale undertaking of enormous magnitude, one that should never have advanced without full public disclosure, transparency, and meaningful community engagement. Yet residents were neither informed nor consulted. No opportunity was provided to review or comment on the proposal. Shockingly, excavation began without notice, despite the clear and substantial excavation Excavation began without notice despite the clear and substantial potential impacts on our homes, on our environmental, and our safety. Solar installations of this scale have a documented history of becoming airborne during storms, resulting in catastrophic damage to homes and communities. To move forward with this such project without informing the very residents who stand in harm's way is unacceptable. Give me a second. We deeply disappointed that the governor would request that the legislature circumvent the coastal zone management process, a foundational safeguard that protects our land, shorelines, and the people. The illegal excavation already conducted at the site has visible impact to the coastal waters, evidenced by the ocean discoloration caused by the erosion from the disturbed soil. Given the steep, fragile topography of the property, this erosion will only continue and worsen. Residents living within 500 feet of this massive project are now terrified. Given the scale of the installation and the extreme weather events our territory regularly faces, the affairs are not hypothetical, they are justified. During Hurricanes Irma and Maria, the solar panels in the state got airborne, destroyed numerous homes, and displaced families in the Wimborne Heights community. Panels were found as far away as Smith Bay. This is a matter of historical record, not speculation. Moreover, these solar installations pose serious chemical and fire hazard. Lithium-based components present a significant danger if damaged or ignited. Our already understaffed fire service on the West End simply do not have the resources or equipment to manage a fire of this magnitude. The risks associated with these projects include, but are not limited to, the following: severe hurricane-related damages to nearby homes and properties due to the project proximity, airborne debris hazard, including shattered glass and metal fragments that threaten lives and property during storms, loss of natural landscape, cultural value, and scenic beauty, permanently altering some of the island's most cherished views, depreciation of nearby property values, a well-documented consequence of placing industrial energy infrastructure within the residential area. Soil and water contamination, risk for hazardous materials such as lithium and lead panels are damaged. Significant fire risk, especially in a rural and heavily vegetation setting where electrical faults could spark uncontrollable fires. They are not abstract concerns. These are proven, serious, and well-documented dangers, particularly in a hurricane-prone region like ours. A senator of this body also informed that there were Indian artifacts were discovered on a property during illegal excavation. Despite notification to DPNR, non-stop work order been issued. This failure to enforce preservation and environmental laws is deeply troubling and must be investigated immediately to the Historic Preservation Office. Before any significant development, the law requires that the residents be informed and educated about the project. The developer must provide notice through radio, television, press releases, or other similar channels. No such notices were issued, no signs were posted, no permits were displayed. The public learned of this project because of the governor's letter to the legislature. Upon learning of this, St. Thomas Western Alliance called an emergency meeting on November 14, 2025, to alert the residents. What makes this even more concerning is the revelations that in June 2025, a sitting senator, Carla Joseph, convened a meeting with the developer, Mr. Christian Larringer, and selected individuals, including 3 representatives of the Public Service Commission and 2 residents of Blue Water Crest. No other residents were included in those living within 500 to 1,000 feet of this project were invited. As this meeting, no outreach or information was provided to the residents of the St. Thomas Western Alliance. Then in November 13, 2025, Senator Joseph stated to our organization president that Mr. Larringer do not want to meet with the residents. Only after our community scheduled an emergency meeting did Senator Joseph issue a press release announcing a public meeting with the developer and government officials. Throughout these interactions, Senator Joseph strongly supported the developer plans despite repeated serious concerns from the resident. We respectfully and urgently call on this legislator to reject approval of this project. The residents of the West End, St. Thomas, have the right to safety, transparency, and fair consideration. These proposals present severe unacceptable risks to our community, our environment, and our heritage. We thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony and stand ready for answering questions to take part fully in any transparent and inclusive process moving forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morwin Potter. I think that concludes testimony on this matter. Mr. CEO Knight, SWAPA have a visual presentation?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. We do have a visual presentation of the 2 projects that we've built in the past 12 months on St. Croix. Christian, that's Hoggensburg, or that's Hoggensburg, right?
That's Hoggensburg.
So I guess there's no audio, but this is the Hoggensburg Solar Farm on the Mid-Island location on St. Croix. This was the construction. You saw some of the completed panels, and then you saw the construction phase of the project where the developer was putting in racks. That project, for all intents and purposes, most people drive by every day without, you see it when you fly over, but you don't necessarily see it from the road vantage point. The vegetation on the perimeter does a really good job of concealing the project, and so it's as large as it is, it hides in plain sight on the island of St. Croix. There you can see the extensive racking system as well as the completed panel system. If media could advance to the next video, we have, I think, footage of the Petronella site as well.
Media, can you move to the next video? That's the only one you have? Okay, you're saying that's the only one that they
Okay, all right.
currently have?
No, that's fine. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so thank you. No, Senator, we did it in-house, so it was free of cost.
Thank you.
I don't know why that banner sheet is obscuring the video, but it was it was an in-house production.
Yeah.
I'll assume that your system corrupted the file or something. That's what we'll assume. That's what we'll assume.
All right. So that's it for the video presentation.
Yeah, that's it. I think it's just continued aerial footage of the Hoggensburg site.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Colleagues, we're going to move on to a 4-minute round. We're going to give you an opportunity, if you have additional questions after this round, we'll reserve an additional 2 minutes if you have any additional burning questions. Clearly, it wasn't lost, Ms. Titus's presentation, really harrowing ordeal that she experienced as a result of the Duno Farm damages from the hurricane. I just wanted to ask Mr. Loranger, is it Loranger?
Loranger, perfect.
Loranger,
Yep.
okay. I just wanted to ask you what distinguishes that Duno issue, the Duno Park, the Duno technology. Why couldn't something like this happen again?
So that's a great question. So first off, I do not own the Duno project. I did not develop that project. I had nothing to do with it. First and foremost, they took an off-the-shelf racking system and they put it here in the Virgin Islands. That's not what we did. So what happens when you have a high wind speed event is that the wind doesn't just come in and blow everything away. It comes in and it starts a harmonic vibration at a certain wind speed, and you'll get that metal racking to flex 1,000 times in a minute. It shatters, and then everything blows away. So we started out, before we got involved with this, we had the engineers come in and say, what can we do to get our wind speeds up to where we need them to be? 185 miles an hour, no harmonic vibration to 200 miles an hour, and that's what we did. We dampened our system. When you look at our racking, we have a lot more posts that go into the ground. We, as Mr. Oriole said, that we do pull tests on all the legs to make sure they're not going to come out of the ground to certain poundages, certain strengths. If you have 4 bolts that hold down a panel in the continental United States, we have 8 or 10 bolts that will hold that panel down, plus a clip system on top. There's more beams, there's more steel, heavier gauge, things of that nature. So we've engineered this system through and through for the Virgin Islands, and then it was actually used in Hawaii, and now it's being used in Guam and some other places that face high wind speeds. So this was specifically engineered for the Virgin Islands. Also, there is a warranty from the manufacturer to that 185 mile an hour wind speed, so they're on the hook for that. So they want to make sure that it's going to handle 185 mile an hour wind speed. The lenders that we have want to make sure it's going to handle those wind speeds. And last but not least is our insurers that are always looking over shoulders. So it's not just us. There's a million people looking over this. The insurers that are going to carry this thing and make sure that it's going to go forward, as well as the investment tax credit purchasers, all want to make sure that this thing goes forward and that there's no issues to those wind speeds. So that is how we've created around this.
Thank you for your response. Now, what mitigation measures has the company committed to regarding runoff, erosion control, and habitat disruption on these parcels? Somebody actually sent me a video, well, a still photograph of what they attributed to runoffs from the Fortuna project in the ocean. So, I don't know if that is, but it's something that I just saw just today. Are there any mitigation measures? I don't know if that's for you or for JP Oriol.
Yes, I'll take that one, Senator. Thank you, Jean-Pierre Oriol, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. So yes, Senator, there is a number of mitigation measures. It even starts at the land clearing phase, where rather than actually clearing and bulldozing the land down to the raw earth, it's actually mulching the vegetation down, because we want that mulch to serve as the barrier between any type of oncoming rain and any loose soil. When rain droplets hit soil at a very, very fast pace, that's when you start to see displacement. That's where you start to get stormwater and rain-driven erosion. By keeping the vegetation down as mulch, and then also using the excess of it to create the berms, you are going to now not have the rain hitting the actual ground itself, raw earth. Number one. Number two, you're using the berm, you're using the vegetation to serve as filtration, so that it's holding sediment back as the water will pass through it. Number two. And then number three is that by now we're actually getting into the drier period, the drier portions of our year. And so even when this original land clearing that did take place, that took place in the December, January, February portions of the year, where it's actually drier and having less rain. We know that rainfall intensity comes at certain portions of the year. You tend to try and make your development, your land clearing, not during those times. But we have also monitored that site, particularly with the passages of the last few storms that have come through this summer, and ensuring to the maximum extent practicable that all of the measures are working. I would say that in addition to that, in the permits, the CZM committee wanted to see that some of what was recommended as temporary rock berms and barriers, that they're actually placed as permanent. Because again, the site contours where there's convergence, you can get areas of water that will now come together and then create a flow point that's more concentrated. And so the committee put in a special condition that would require some of the temporary measures to be more permanent, to break up that velocity. And then the last thing is that the impact, the major portion of the impact, is actually occurring during the land clearing phase and not the long-term phase. And the reason why I say that is because, if you have a site that is cleared and the water is coming down at a certain velocity, it hits the open earth, that creates the displacement in the soil and the erosion. At this point now, you're going to have an actual panel that the rain is going to hit off of the panel and then slide down, and it slides down at a slower velocity than it was traveling in. Think about rain hitting your windshield and how that rolls off of your windshield. So it's coming in very, very fast, hits your windshield, it slides down at a slower rate. So the panel installation is also going to mitigate the amount of runoff, because it's going to be breaking the velocity of the rain.
I appreciate the education. Mr. Knight, I'm struggling a little bit. I'll tell you why. Not that the technology that is being proposed doesn't make sense, because I think it does. It makes sense. It makes sense that WAPA would be interested in this. But I'm struggling because, as you know, you're a Virgin Islander, the people of this territory, we've been struggling with expensive, unreliable power for decades. Right? Now, we've had ribbon cuttings for the Watsillas. We've had ribbon cutting for the new batteries. We received promises of lower rates. You know, once the Watsillas kick in, we're going to see a 20%. We've gotten a lot of promises, and they never quite live up to our expectations. And I know you just came to WAPA not too long ago. I'm not putting this on you, but I'm just saying the level of trust that the people of the Virgin Islands have for these new projects that's going to lead to some promising change. It's hard for people to rally around and become warm and fuzzy about, because it never quite lives up to our expectation. Now, what is it about this project that will be different in terms of, you know, being able to deliver something tangible for the people of the territory? Something tangible like more reliable power and a reduction in their power bill.
Thank you for the question, Senator. That's the fundamental challenge that WAPA faces, is the trust. We have, you know, so I recognize that as being one of the issues. I won't go back over other projects. I'm very careful in how I represent what we're doing and the impacts of what we're doing. I don't make a lot of promises. I'm very conservative in my promises. I try to under-promise and over-deliver, because I do understand that the trust in our customers is very fragile. What gives me comfort with this project, as I point out in my testimony, is this is not the first solar farm that we're going to build. This will actually be the 5th and 6th solar farms in the territory. Each solar farm we build on the experience of the next. We did build Dunu. We saw what happened at Dunu. We didn't build it. It was built by a private developer. Lankos Energy, I think, was the name of the company at the time. And we saw the difference in the workmanship of that project versus the workmanship on the project on St. Croix. I can't stress enough that the experience that St. Thomians experienced was not the experience that Crucians had. The solar farm at Spanish Town near Clifton Hill Estate, Machuchal, stood up like a champion through both storms without losing a single panel. And that's a testament to proper workmanship. Having gone through the experience, though, I think DPNR's permitting process has been even more thorough. And the pull tests, I was there at Petronella with Mr. Lorenja when they failed some of those pull tests initially. And it was a testament to the fact that the permitting process does hold the contractor accountable, and to make sure that these systems are ultimately anchored in a way that prevents them from becoming airborne during storms. So we know that there is a permitting process that does not allow the cutting of corners. We saw them pull test every single one of those racking systems. And we have the benefit operationally now of watching the Petronella farm operate on a daily basis. It's on right now. And it allows us to, it has reduced the number of generators that we run on St. Croix. We run one of our gas turbines because during the day, the solar farm handles the load between that and our leased units. We don't need to start the second gas turbine until the sun goes down. We've seen the operational benefits of that. We've seen the ability to, when we're shedding load, we're able to avoid shedding load on feeders 2 and feeders 3 because Petronella supplies that power. And most recently, we started the same practice with feeder 8B because they're tied directly into the distribution system. We've seen the benefit of the cost reduction. A year ago, a little over a year ago, we had a fiscal state of emergency with the Water and Power Authority, and we were losing somewhere between $8 to $8.5 million a month. Almost $100 million a year. We've cut that down significantly. Right now, when I presented my budget this past August, I projected it was about $9.6 million. It's probably still in that ballpark, maybe a shade higher, but it's somewhere between $850,000 instead of $8.5 million a month, it's more like $850,000 to $1 million a month. These projects help close the gap. Like I said, we are holding out for temporary generation. We are holding out for an additional 40 megawatts of FEMA-funded generation in the Harley plant. But those are still a couple years away. Those require air permitting. These projects, I've seen them built. I've seen them built quickly. I came in, I think Petronella was underway, but Hogansburg had not yet started. In less than a year, we had an interconnection of Hogansburg and Petronella was completed. So I think my answer to your question is we have the experience of having done this. We know exactly how to model it. We can model the operational benefits. The models that we've run for Hogansburg and Bovoni, for Tuna and Bovoni, are based on the real world output from Petronella and Hogansburg. We know exactly how much solar hours we get, how much kilowatt hour production we get. All of this is baked in informed by the data that we're actually collecting. So when I say that this will cause a cost reduction, I'm pretty certain I wouldn't make the commitment if I couldn't validate it with real world data.
Thank you for your response. Senator Alma Francis Hilaire, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Good day to my colleagues, good day to the people of the territory, good day to the testifiers, those of you here in the chambers with us. My first sort of question is to the developer. You spoke a little bit about potentially getting insurance. Have you identified that insurance that is willing to take on insurance that if these 100,000 things happen to blow and destroy people's homes and lives in a Cat 5 zone, they're willing to take on that responsibility? Have you identified them already?
Christian Loranger, Electron, CBLVI, LLC. Yes, we do. So we do not have a policy in place for Fortuna or Bovoni yet because they're not built yet.
No.
But
Have you identified someone that will take on that
we do.
responsibility?
So in Petronella and Hogansburg, we have insurers that cover all of this, and that information is available in our application.
And they will cover in case any damage is done to everybody's property around.
That's correct.
Are there any type of wind exclusion, acts of God exclusions? Because I would love to see those documents, because here in the Virgin Islands, it's already so difficult at times to get insurance. And I find it very hard that a solar panel farm will get that type of insurance with such a high risk liability. So I would love to see those documents, because I don't like to take people's word for things, because people tell me things on this and it flows out their mouth. In reality, that's not the case. I also wanted to ask specifically about, I think, what are you bringing in to WAPA? You said 10.9 cents? I think that's what you said.
That's correct.
And
Plus,
I know there was another solar farm that was bringing in 15 cents. And WAPA bills it at 22 cents. So all of that savings, specifically out of St. Croix, are the residents of St. Croix realizing any of that reduction? Because if we're being billed at 22 cents, he's saying they push in 10.9. The other company pushes in 15. And I think they had the Watzillas before us. So I'm assuming St. Croix rates are cheaper than St. Croix. Than St. Thomas. St. Croix has to be cheaper than St. Thomas. No?
So we do, we have one blended rate. We don't differentiate rates by island. So every customer of the authority pays the same rate.
So who's taking out all those savings? Because clearly, WAPA is taking it. Okay, I don't have time to discuss it.
Would you want me to answer, or?
No, you
Okay.
done basically tell me. It's one rate across the board.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask about the developer. When did you start this project, and when you knew this was something you were heading into?
Yes.
Specifically on the island of St. Thomas.
Yes. Christian Loranger, Electron, CBLVI, LLC. I started this process 5 years ago.
You started 5 years ago. When did the government know about it?
Well, 5 years ago, but it took several years to gain traction and get to the point
They
of
were
power
aware
purchase
of it
agreements.
5 years ago. When did the government come on board? DPNR or WAPA could tell me.
We signed the initial power purchase agreements in May of 2023. That was when
Okay.
we actually negotiated and executed a
So
power
you've
purchase
known
agreement.
for several years. When did the people know about it? And that's,
The signing of our power purchase
that's not
agreement
for
was a
you.
public.
That's not for you.
1 minute.
When did the people in the neighborhood that are being affected was aware of this? Now, and that goes to the people of the neighborhood that could answer me. But thank you for your response, Mr. Wapa. Thank you. Go ahead, sir, and ma'am. You could tell us. When were you aware of this project?
We was aware of this project when we got a hold of the governor's request.
When was that? When was that?
This is about a week ago.
Oh, okay. So one had 5 years, one had 2 years, and one had a week. You see, this is where my problem lies. And you're asking me, when people went to the polls, they asked me to represent them. So my voice in here is for those very people that only found out about it a week. So I'm offended for them. And they're the very people that are going to be affected by this. And the conversation I keep hearing about is money.
1 minute.
Changes were made, so we have to rush the whole process. We have to bulldoze through to make sure we get money to guarantee these projects are completed. But the one thing y'all keep forgetting in this element is the very people. And that is where I will always have a problem with things like this. The same people that you're saying you're doing this for the greater good is the same people you're ignoring. So who is this really for? The people that are going to get money on the back end?
Time.
The people them that are going to run this nonprofit? Who is this really going to be for? And you can't tell me, yeah, you might get insurance. I looked all over the place trying to find how many insurance are willing to come up with this kind of money for 100,000 farms smack dead in a neighborhood. And then what about agriculture? What about that? Do you know if these things damage that place? The one area that we have set up in the Virgin Islands for farming, that means we don't care about agriculture.
Senator, your time is called. Please wrap up.
I'm going to wrap up because I support solar. I remember the last time when we had the $100 million line of credit, I wanted to put $2 million in it because the gentleman in St. Croix wasn't getting paid. So I don't have a problem with solar. I have a problem with the location. And I cannot, in good conscience, put people's lives at risk. And nobody can convince me in a category 5, you could prepare and toughen up these things all you want, but you don't control God. So I'm going to be quiet because they say my time is up, but rest assured there will be some point of information in between. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heiger. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifier. Good afternoon to the viewer and listening audience. Mr. Potter, you had a testimony there, and I want to ask you a straightforward question. Were you threatened at any time if you read this testimony in this chambers today, something will happen?
A sitting senator approached me. Good afternoon. My name is Maureen Potter, and I'm representing Western Alliance Association. A sitting senator approached me and told me they read my testimony and it's misinformation that I'm spreading, and they will take this to court. Now, I don't know what misinformation I'm spreading.
Hold on a minute. That happened when?
This happened as I sit waiting to testify.
And the senator is in this well right now as we speak?
This is an agenda from Senator Carla Joseph.
Read in your mic. Speaking in your
Okay.
mic. Speaking in the mic.
With a
Speak in the
meeting.
mic.
This is a agenda.
Who
issued-
threatened you today, Mr. Potter?
Miss Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Potter. We as members of this body will have some kind of adjustment to this here at some point. I just wanted to make sure that that's on the record here today. Because I really need to use some of my time to deal with these testifiers here. Mr. Loranger, do you have general liability insurance?
On the existing projects in St. Croix, yes, I do.
You do have that?
Yes, sir.
Is it possible that we can receive that today? Do you have someone on your team that could send that to us today?
It's part of my package, sir.
Okay, good. I want to ask you a question about your inverters. Do you have micro inverters or inverters on these panels?
I have inverters, string inverters.
How many panels is on an inverter?
On the new series, so it's different per project. So there's strings of 26 on Petronella. There's strings of 6 in Hogan's Board. There'll be strings of 6 in Fortuna and Bavoni.
Explain to my colleagues what a microinverter is versus an inverter.
I don't know the difference between a microinverter.
Excuse me?
I don't deal with microinverters, sir.
A microinverter is an inverter on every individual panel, and you're
Yeah,
installing.
I don't- no, I don't deal with those.
You can't speak over me. Don't do that. Don't do that.
One at a time, please. One at a time.
A microinverter is on each individual panel. And Mr. Knight, you're going to chime in today and tell me. A microinverter is an inverter on each individual panel.
Correct.
An inverter is a string of panels on one inverter. And if that inverter go bad, that string of panels no longer produce. Is it fair to say that?
That's correct.
So you don't know what's a microinverter still?
No, we don't use microinverters, sir. I use string inverters.
Good, thank you. All I'm saying to us here today, if you're using string inverters, what they are supposed to be selling to this government, once an inverter go bad, is not accurate sale, because he's saying he has inverter with strings of 20 panel, meaning if that inverter go out, 20 panels go out at that time. So if all of your stuff are string on 20 or more, those panels go out once the inverter go out. Go ahead, Mr. Knight, tell me where I'm wrong.
No, you're absolutely right, with the exception of we meter what comes off into our system. It doesn't matter if his inverters work or don't work. We only pay for what comes across our
So
meter.
then he cannot actually save you to what you say you are being saved.
Well,
I'm going to move on. Because time is of essence here. To Mr. Property and Procurement, DPNR, that land was cleaned without a permit. Do you have a permit number for me here today?
Jean-Pierre Oriol. So the land that was cleared, Senator, was given authorization to clear.
Do you have a permit number?
They were given a written authorization signed by me in December of 2023 to clear 16 acres of land.
So there isn't a permit number?
There is no permit number.
The director went on his own and give that. Do you have anybody that did any kind of archaeological testing there to find out if it's secret land?
Our records, Senator, the way we have our system set up is that there are locations where you would do archaeological testing if our maps say these are areas of intensity and you need to do phase 1 and phase 2 for it.
So have they not, Mr. Chair,
You may wrap up, please, Senator.
have there not been times that folks have got areas to clean and found out that they had a bunch of artifacts and stuff like that?
That's correct.
So when is that type of testing is going to happen prior to what he's saying, that they're ready to go forward putting up fencing on the property and start some light construction? When are there going to be any kind of testing there?
So the archaeological, phase 1 archaeological survey for the actual permits themselves were completed and submitted as part of the application package that was submitted to the legislature.
Did anyone come to your office and report that artifacts was found on that property?
Reported to the office? No.
None.
No.
And you have no reports or no indication
No,
of...
we've heard rumors that somebody has reported that archaeological artifacts have been thing, but nobody has actually walked into DPNR and stated, I personally saw this artifact coming off of this property.
Thank you. Senator?
Mr. Chair, we'll just close on this note. Very simple. I don't submit to anybody putting a shotgun to my head to vote on nothing. When we're going to circumvent the process that we have in place here, it doesn't get my support. It doesn't. I'm not here for this type of games. People elected me and put people in place to make decisions for safeguarding people and the property. I don't operate with shotgun. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. I get your point of information next, Senator.
No. You gave me 5.
You got about 8 minutes, Senator. You got about 8 to 10 minutes. Hold on there. Okay, I'm gonna allow Senator Blyden to have a point of information, and then I'll come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Wow, good afternoon to the testifiers. Mr. Loranger, let me ask you in respect to the last Senator line of questioning. What the difference between micro and string, and why did you choose string instead of micro for this project, this development?
Yeah, so our projects are larger, so we use string or central inverters. Central inverter would take on a lot more panels than a string inverter. I'm sorry, Christian Loranger, Vitelectron, and CBL VI LLC. So in answer to your question, we use string inverters. Number one, because central inverters, you can't get anyone to warranty them in the Virgin Islands. So we have to use strings. We break it down into a string inverter so that if there's a problem with one, we can change it out quickly. We don't need a crane. It's something that we can carry spares on, and we can change it out quickly. However, that has nothing to do with the input of the power to the grid. I only get paid for the power, and actually, I don't even get paid anymore. The nonprofit gets paid because it owns the projects. But it only gets paid for the power that is delivered to the grid through the WAPA meter that WAPA reads. So if half the project is down, we're not charging for that. Only the power that reaches the grid is getting paid for, sir. Micro inverters would not work for this. It would cost a fortune, and it would be almost impossible to manage that many micro inverters on a system this size.
Thank you for your explanation. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listeners present. Let's look at the process a bit. Commissioner, did DPNR hold town hall meetings on St. Croix for the solar panel?
No, we did not, Senator.
Okay, so it was the same way where you bypass that process, or is that?
It's not bypassing when it doesn't exist. If the project is in Tier 2, there's no requirement for a public hearing.
Okay, is it Tier 2 in St. Thomas?
In St. Thomas, the majority of the land in the Fortuna area is Tier 1. The first 13 acres that I actually issued under my signature, the clearing for, the 13 acres, that's in Tier 2. All of the 17 acres in Bavoni is in Tier 1.
Okay, so does Tier 1 have where it should have a town hall meeting?
Yes.
Okay, so the town hall meeting was eliminated, and it should have happened.
Again, Senator, if we were going through the normal process, it would have gone there.
I'm getting to that. So Tier 1, all Tier 1 should have the community
public hearing.
involvement. Good. Now, Mr. Loranger, is your business an unreliable, foreign-controlled energy solution?
My business is not, no, sir.
So, okay, so then President Donald Trump, Executive Order 14315, is pulling back the money, as was stated by the commissioner in his testimony, unreliable, foreign-controlled energy solutions. So if your business is not, why are we in such a hurry? Commissioner, you read it in your testimony.
That's the title of the bill, Senator. That's
Right.
not the rules. It's
But I'm
the
saying,
title of the bill.
Again, that's what I'm asking. Is the title of the bill, but is the title unreliable, foreign-controlled energy solutions?
That is
So-
how the president
the
characterized
information-
it. That
right,
doesn't
but-
necessarily mean
that's
that's what we
the
think it
rules
is.
So that's what I'm saying, though. But that's what I'm asking. He said no. But we are rushing to pull back the money because of what the president said in regards to that. So are we acting prematurely, or is the money being pulled back for sure?
I don't want to speak for these gentlemen, but the administration has taken an opposition to solar projects. They prefer fossil fuel. And so they characterize through that executive order what they think solar represents. But the net result is they are trying to end all of the solar projects that were in progress under the Biden administration, including these two projects.
Okay, so it's all projects is where the money is being taken from.
Yes, sir. Not just the projects in the Virgin Islands, but of course the projects in the Virgin Islands mean a whole lot more to us based on the fact that we pay a whole lot more for power than any place else in the U.S.
Okay, so then we go back to tier 1. So again, couldn't these projects have happened the same time? St. Thomas and St. Croix? To Mr. Loranger.
Could you just repeat that question? sir?
Could the simultaneous projects have taken place,
No.
St. Thomas and St. Croix?
Christian Loranger of Electron and CBL BI LLC. No, sir. They're incredibly expensive, and I can only borrow so much money at a time, and we only have so much wherewithal to build the projects at one time. I could
Right,
not
but
build all the projects at once.
It's not your money. It's money that's
No.
there.
No,
so
no,
it's
sir.
not that you have to provide this money. It's
I
you to
have to
qualify.
provide the money up front, sir. I'm only reimbursed through tax credits after the project synchronizes with the WAPA grid. I have to front all of the money.
Tax credit. So we got it. So regardless how much you spend, you're going to get all your money back.
1 minute.
No, I
Once
don't-
you spend your money.
I do not get all my money back.
You don't get all back.
No, sir.
Okay. The majority of it. Majority?
It depends on the project, but
Okay. Let me then move on quick. Commissioner, do they have silt screens at the bottom of that property?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, because I know I flew in here today and I see that the vegetation is starting to grow back on the property. And I don't think, based on the size of it, you putting up 110 solar panels there, 110,000 solar panels there, that's a direct line of where our airport is, Jets land. Because I passed in a jet right past it. And the sun reflecting off of the solar panels, I've researched, I have 17 solar panels on my roof. None move, been through all the hurricanes. But I'm saying, the reflections that they give off, they are in the direction of the aircrafts traveling. So is it FAA also looked at it and approved of this?
So, Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner DPNR, Senator. So, as a requirement, the developer is required to do something called a glint and glare study, which was completed. For the Fortuna site, it actually recommended tilting from where they were originally, where they had to do some design modifications in there. To your question about the panels themselves and the reflectivity off of it, if your panel is reflecting, it's not efficient. You want your panel to absorb as much sunlight as possible for as maximum efficiency. What the glint and the glare is actually on is the actual racking system, reflecting off of the aluminum substrate, which would cause an issue, right? But once the panels, and you want to get the panels up as quickly as possible, because you need them to absorb that sunlight in order to maximize the amount of energy production. I don't know if CEO Knight wants to answer a little bit more on the engineering side, since that's his background as well.
No, I mean, the most important point is the way solar panels work is they absorb light. They don't reflect it off. The commissioner is correct. But I also want to say we've been preparing for this moment for many years. Many years ago, as the director of the Energy Office, I led the project that put solar panels right there on the runway. We addressed those issues. The FAA had concerns, pilots had concerns, and we were able to perfect how we can install right there on our runway. We have solar panels, and that was the first pilot project. They're still there. They're still good. They don't affect air transport.
So then, just in closing, I throw all kind of things to hook one fish. Tier 1 supposed to require meetings of the community. That was not done. And both of these properties, it should have been done, and they qualify for it. They're both in Tier 1. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Commissioner, what does the executive order require that made it impossible, or maybe Mr. Loranger, what does the executive order require that made it impossible for the company to begin construction by December 31st, 2025, while complying with the CZM requirements?
yes. So after the One Big Beautiful Bill was signed by Donald Trump on July 6th or 7th, he set the Treasury Secretary, I'm sorry, Christian Loranger by Electron LLC.
Speak directly into the mic. I don't know if it's...
Christian Loranger by Electron and CBLBI LLC. After Donald Trump signed into law the One Big Beautiful Bill on July 6th or 7th, to appease the hardliners within the Senate that didn't want to sign that bill, he then set off Treasury Secretary Bissett and gave him 45 days to tighten the rules on solar. So we were all waiting. 45 days later, after the July, let's call it 7th signing of the bill, Bissett came out and said that there's going to be a number of new rules, FOEC regulations, and as the senator had pointed out, foreign entities of concern. I'm not a foreign entity of concern, but it covers technology within your equipment. It's impossible to get the equipment that we need that's 100% American made. We have certain aspects that are 100% American made, our steel, our panels, things of that nature. But as far as the technology that's within both our inverters, our batteries, things of that nature, there's a lot of Chinese materials in there. So it was China, North Korea, Iran, and Russia. If you had any materials that had any technology or equipment from those 4 countries, after December 31st, it becomes such an onerous thing to have that equipment, and you have to pay into the government on an ongoing basis and do an ungodly amount of paperwork. So it's over. If we don't start and do substantial construction before December 31st, can't go forward. So that, it wasn't that my entity was a foreign entity of concern. I'm a Virgin Islands entity here in the BRI. It was that the technology that we're using in the equipment, same thing in Petronella and Hogansburg that we've already built, we do have Chinese technology in there, absolutely.
Thank you for your response. Senator Angel Bolquez Jr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning, Central staff, and good afternoon. And of course, good afternoon to the testifying panel before us concerning this bill before us. I have not been shy about my support for green energy, alternatives, and their potential to lower costs. The fact is that this project can greatly strengthen our energy resilience in the St. Thomas and St. John district. And there are risks of funding being clawed back if no substantial progress is made, and concerns about potential hazards when it comes to our natural disasters. Colleagues, we're at a cusp, a turning point of our energy resiliency here in this district. And we must now find or strike a balance between meaningful progress and meaningful protection for the people and the resources of the Virgin Islands. I want to start off by asking, I know that some assessments have been done. I know that we are at a critical point in the process, and you're here before us today because if in fact we went through the normal process, this obviously would not happen. So let me ask, with the assessments that were done and the engineering plans that were submitted, have you worked on any additional plans, based on the meetings that the chair of the Rules and Judiciary chairwoman conducted? I heard that you were present and answered questions. Are there any different changes that you're willing to make that would not affect the current plan to try to find that balance?
So, Senator, I guess I'll take that one, Jean-Pierre Oriol. Again, as I stated in my testimony, and I too participated in the town hall meetings that took place on the Sunday. So I believe our special conditions in the permits address both mitigation as well as the concerns about safety for the residents, the long-term safety. That is why we're requiring that the insurance requirement be made in the special conditions. That's why we're requiring the mitigation efforts for stormwater runoff. That's why we're putting in there that we want to see a certain type of grass being used for the low cover in order to minimize the grass coming back, what the actual maintenance schedule will be. I believe that the developer answered about the actual fire suppression system, who, by the way, when the department has to issue a certificate of completion for the project, they do so in conjunction with the VI Fire and Emergency Management Services. So the one thing, again, that, you know, we heard in particular Ms. Titus's pleas during the town hall. And again, you know, I do not want to diminish anyone's experience because there are thousands of people that were displaced due to Hurricanes Irma and Maria.
1 minute.
I would like to think that what the department has done is learned and made sure that we included conditions that would, to the best chance possible, mitigate any negative effects again. The one piece of information that we still have to correct is that, again, the panels are made of glass, not fiberglass. And that is a distinction. Glass is something that can, in fact, be recycled property. We're talking about panels made of tempered glass like your windshield on your car. So that is a distinction, but again, I want to state that with all the experience in DPNR to make sure that any development that we are taking into consideration all of the potential impacts, we believe that the conditions that are listed in the permit do that. We do offer the right mitigation for this.
Mr. Chair, if I may, please.
Yes, you may wrap up, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I know that the concern is the hurricanes, but when judgment comes, nobody could stop it. All manner of things are going to fly around. And I want to say, for my last closing question, and this is to WAPA, does your power purchase agreement that you have, does it include any penalties if the developer underperforms? I know that there's a requisite as to how much they're supposed to produce, but if in fact this were to go forward for any reason, what protections do you have for the ratepayers in the sense of the power protection agreement, the power purchase agreement?
Thank you for the question. There is a threshold of which they're supposed to supply. We do have the typical contractual language that protects our interests in case of a breach. However, again, we don't pay for anything they don't produce. So if the project doesn't produce what it's supposed to produce, I only pay for power that they can produce. If they produce no power, I pay for no power. If the project doesn't go forward, I have no obligation to VI Electron or VIRAPSI. If they can meet the thresholds in the contract, I'll pay up to that point. If they produce more power than I contractually obligated to, I'm not obligated to pay for that. So we have a power purchase agreement that says we'll buy this much power from the farm, and that's the only obligation we have. If they don't produce, we're not on the hook. The ratepayers are not on the hook for that cost. The developer bears all of the costs of putting the project together.
Okay, very well. Thank you for your responses, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Angel Bolquez. Before I recognize Senator Carla Joseph's point of information, I wanted to ask you, Mr. Knight, what is the contracted price per kilowatt hour that WAPA will be purchasing power from the entity?
From the PV panel, from the solar farms, it's 10.9 cents a kilowatt hour.
Okay. Thank you. Senator Carla Joseph, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I really always like the saying of the Obamas, when they go low, you go high. And so I wanted to ask Commissioner Oriole a question. For the two properties in St. Croix, Hogansburg and Petronella, is there an insurance agreement, liability insurance that has been given to you to ensure the properties that the panels, if they get loose and airborne, they are able to, the property owners, they are able to go to the owner of the solar farm and get payment for damages during a storm?
Jean-Pierre Oriol, yes, Senator.
Thank you. So this is not something that is abnormal. Thank you so much for that information.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Hubert L. Frederick, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Pleasant good morning, colleagues, testifiers. Good afternoon. I don't know why we keep saying morning.
You got a late start today. That's why.
My office and central staff. This is one of those very difficult discussions we're having between technology and the use of technology and what we need to do to have affordable technology, but yet not have it imposed on our lifestyle. I mean, it's tough. I'm listening to the discussion. I spoke to some of the good people out of Fortuna, and I understand their concerns. It's warranted, and I think the more information we could provide them, the better they'll feel. At the same time, WAPA has its issues, and this project is very important to WAPA because it saves them money, gives them the power they need quickly by the summer, if I'm not mistaken, but based on your testimony, Mr. Knight. And that will get you where you need to be quickly. But the bottom line is those people who are impacted by this project, we really need to make sure they're comfortable. And Ms. Titus, my heart goes out to you because what you went through, I could only imagine. It sounds like it was really horrifying. And for your children, when you said your children, oh man, that just got me. But the other side of that is this company has nothing to do with that. So, that's the only thing, it's like bad stories, like having a bad accident and, it doesn't mean we stop driving. It was a bad accident. It's horrible. I understand. But we need to learn from it so we could improve the safety measures with cars. Mm-hmm. So you see where I'm going with this?
I understand.
I could only imagine when you move from one location to the next, now this follows you.
You are telling me
Speak into the microphone if you...
You are telling me that from my experience, I have not received anything for none of my damages, nor what has happened to me through these companies that did the solar panels. Yes, these companies are coming now to do whatever with now sustain this. They have everything down packed to windstorm, to this is not going to happen. It's still was a currency for me. And therefore, I still, for how many years now, still have not gotten anything from what was taken from me from that situation. So here it is now, I'm coming into something new and have no idea of where I'm going to be getting my next assistance in case the same thing happens, because I'm still waiting for something that hasn't even been happened yet. We have a class action suit. And if these things happened out there before and no one did anything, what is it happening now when he is gone? Because the gentleman, he definitely said that when he's finished with all of this, he's gone. Okay, he's leaving it to now a nonprofit group. So now how do we further whatever it is happening from the houses down there? What are we going to do? So this is my answer to, questions to what's going on.
And I'll leave that for them to in detail. Ms. LaRanger, you could explain to her what you've done. You talked about you have insurance, the technology that's being included now with these panels and stuff like that. You could make them feel more comfortable with this matter. I mean, I'm a mediator. I'm here to see what's in the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands in this effort. But I want to make sure the people their needs are taken care of too, and that you've done your due diligence, which I can tell you've done some, and I know DPNR they've done theirs. It's a little abbreviated because of the time constraint trying to meet this bill. What can you tell Ms. Titus that would make her feel better?
Christian Loranger, Electron, CBLVI. So my initial goal was to come in and fix WAPA, right? To come in and go on a parallel path and fix what everybody's been complaining about forever, which was the price of the power and the reliability. That's what I came in to do in a major way. With that, and maybe this will help. These are large projects that involve a lot of money and a lot of moving parts. There are so many people overlooking what it is that we're doing, both the engineering, the insurances that are carried, etc., to make sure that this is done in the best possible manner that can be done for the conditions that we can plan for.
Okay, so we have more best practices, methodology being employed now. Unfortunately, we didn't do it with the other projects, so now we're paying the price today. You see that? And then real quick, Commissioner Oriel, if you could tell me, what's the setback or easement provisions to the property, given the fact that the residents had some fire concerns? Is there any provisions in there to mitigate that?
Yes, so thank you for the question, Senator Jean-Pierre Oriol. So the property, there is actually a 75-foot buffer along the boundaries of the property before the actual the access ways driving around. So again, everything is set back 75 feet on the property, and then you start to have the infrastructure to drive around, and then the equipment is sort of on the inside of the driveways for the project.
75 feet to the east, right?
No, it
Buffer?
runs along the fringe of the property boundary itself, that there is a 75-foot buffer off of there.
Okay. Thank you very much for the response. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Hubert Frederick. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your point of information. Senator Fonseca asks first.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chair. Okay, I want to follow up on the question from the Honorable Senator from St. Croix regarding Ms. Titus and the insurance matter. Okay, via Electron, you're going to have insurance coverage, but you're going to turn it over to a 501c3 nonprofit, right? Yes?
Christian Loranger, Electron, and CBLVI. That is correct. And the nonprofit carries the insurance. That's correct.
Okay, so the
We both carry.
nonprofit will carry the same type of insurance that you would have?
And that is mandated by the investment tax credit sale. It's mandated by our lenders. So we have to carry that amount of insurance. We don't pick the amount. The amount is picked for us, and we have to cover that replacement cost and damage to the houses that are surrounding, et cetera.
And then when you turn it over, Call Knight, do you agree with that statement? The nonprofit, because you're eventually going to be paying the nonprofit, they will have the full coverage that Via Electron has.
Yes, matter of fact, that arrangement already exists on St. Croix as we speak.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Franklin Johnson. You're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much. My question is to Commissioner J.P. Oriol. What type of equipment was used to clean the property down in Bodo?
Senator, it's heavy machinery that has a, what do you call it?
Mulch head.
A mulch head. And so what it does is it goes to the top of the vegetation and it mulches the actual vegetation downwards. And then that mulch material is spread as ground cover onto the ground.
So there wasn't no heavy tractors down there at all?
So again, it's an attachment on the heavy equipment that you then mulch down on there.
We kept the root zone.
But you leave the root zone in place.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Franklin Johnson. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone, the testifiers here, my colleagues. I really am kind of stunned because I've never experienced somebody telling a lie on me under oath. So that's a new thing for me today. So I really am stunned that people would have the audacity, but I guess they're trying to out a fire. And my fire burns really hard and strong within me. So let me just give everyone a little bit of a context of how I got involved. I don't live down in the West. A constituent who is the president of the Blue Water Crest, and that's further than Fortuna. I don't know how come people in Fortuna didn't see it. Contacted my office. This was in June. I put out a press release in June asking the PSC, and the PSC was present when we formulated a meeting. My office coordinated that via Teams. And I asked them to reach out. We had a discussion with them. I sent out a letter to the PSC director. This is all public knowledge, asking her to let's conduct a town meeting, because I was blindsided. I didn't know that was happening down there. But a constituent, a taxpayer reached out to their representative, as they should. So I sent a letter to the PSC executive director, Ms. Sandra Testori. This was in June of this year that I became aware of it. And again, I don't live down there. We have testifiers who live down there, and I also issued a press release. I even, because I am the ex-officio member of the PSC, informed their point of contact. They had the Blue Water Crest, and those persons there had a point of contact. They said, contact this person. And I said, okay, you are the point of contact here because you came to me about this whole issue. And so I invited them to the PSC meeting even. PSC has a record of interacting with them. So I didn't know about this project until me, as a representative of the people reached out to me. And I don't live down there. We have a testifier here who is from this alliance. And I'll tell you, I had my meeting arranged to do this town hall right and quickly because I understood what was happening, and I reached out again to that point of contact who reached out to me and let them know this is what is being planned. My office went through the ringer down in the West to make sure that we sent out flyers and we emailed persons and got in contact. Even the president of the West End, St. Thomas West Alliance, homeowners and residents of the West End, we sent it out by foot. And so I don't know why people want to misrepresent even under oath, but that's on them. I know what transpired and I have my documentation to prove it. Everybody is entitled to the truth, but God will know the truth in the end. So I wanted to ask a question.
1 minute.
Relative to the amount of electricity, Mr. Loranger, that you will be producing at this site. At Bovoni and Fortuna. Kilowatts.
Christian Loranger, Electron LLC and CBLVI LLC. The Bovoni project will produce 13 megawatts of solar with 10 megawatts of BESS battery. The Fortuna project will produce 44 megawatts of solar and 50 megawatt hours of BESS.
Okay. Now, Mr. Knight, how much these two are going to be able, I understand, I'm not sure, in St. Croix, Are you able to put the agrecos that are in place and reduce costs with the solar? Mr. Chairman? Thank you. Right? With the solars, because the solars are operable, so are you already being able to give the agrecos a rest so you can maintain them and then use this alternative energy source as your main supply during certain hours?
Yes. It's not the agrecos we put to rest. It's our legacy heavy-duty gas turbines.
Okay.
So in St. Thomas, that would be Unit 15. It would be Unit 23, which is currently offline due to need of extensive maintenance repairs, and Unit 27. Those units we would not have, we'd be able to curtail their use, put them in standby mode during the daytime hours, and use our more efficient units. The plant has been optimized. The addition of the smaller units, the reciprocating engines that were provided by Wärtsilä, are optimized to swing throughout the day according to the solar output. And it allows us to bring up those generators in increments. And in the overnight hours when the sun goes down, we can continue to add generation to make up for the loss of the solar output. But it allows us to take off Unit 15, which has been slated for retirement for several years now.
But what about St. Croix? That's because
On St. Croix, it allows us to take off. We only have to run one of our gas turbines. We have 3, and we only have to run one at any point in time, whereas before the solar projects, we had to run at least 2 gas turbines at all times. We're now able to get away with just running 1 for most of the day.
Thank you so much. And so that is a vital savings to WAPA. It's a vital service to the people of the Virgin Islands. I haven't totally made up my mind on how I'm going to vote today, but certain comments do pull me a certain way. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you.
Through the chair, can I respond through the chair to the accusations of the senator?
No, I really want that back and forth today, but point of information, Senator Franklin Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My point of information is to Mr. Milton Potter involved. As far as the
Morwin Potter.
Morwin Potter, your group is, what's the name of your group?
The Western Alliance.
Have anybody reached out to Western Alliance in regards to meeting with Mr. Christian or any relation to do with this solar panel? Have anyone reached out to Western Alliance?
To the senator, no one reached out to us until after the fact. As a matter of fact, they didn't send any documentation or any correspondence to the Western Alliance. It was after our emergency meeting was posted. Here comes a flyer through the senator to the community as to her having a meeting at We Grow Food Inc. facility. Now I'm saying to you, Blue Water Crest is miles away from Bodo Fortuna. Why would you meet with the developer at Blue Water Crest before you meet with the Fortuna Bodo residents who are directly affected by this project?
Thank you very much. Mr. Oreo. Commissioner Oreo, whose responsibility it is to have these meetings with residents in the area of a development? Whose responsibility?
DPNR, Senator.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Franklin Johnson. Colleagues, please, I really want to limit the point of information, as we're not going to get through this day. We have 3 other significant matters to hear today. So we're going to have to, Senator Joseph, you recognize for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing my point of personal privilege. I just want to just reiterate the residents, and it's any senator's ability to call a town hall meeting as they choose to. That is a matter of fact. And also, I gave a flyer. What Mr. Potter, Morwin Potter, was showing was not a flyer. That was, in fact, an agenda The flyer was given to the president of the West End when she was here on Thursday, and that's before they even had their meeting. Okay? Thursday. And she had a flyer, Miss Myers, Sherry Myers. Thank you. I want to just make sure I clear that up so everybody is aware. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Novell Francis, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. I appreciate the discussion here today, but I always believe that the best defense is offense. We truly had more than sufficient time to be able to engage this community, the Fortuna, Bovoni, Bodo community, in being able to have this discussion, and then we would not have found ourselves in this position today where we have to be on defense. So it's what should have been a project of discussion, of really making progress. We find ourselves having a discussion about the nuances of it, more so than how this project was earmarked to be able to drive some success stories moving forward, as has been done in St. Croix. Ms. Titus, I want to apologize to you on behalf of the government of the Virgin Islands for the experience that you have had. I think that it was horrific for you and your children to have endured that experience. And again, I apologize for that happening. We have a responsibility to make sure that we're doing damage control because I could still see and hear from you that this has some psychological, traumatic impact on you and your
It is
family.
a domino effect right now.
Yeah, so I'm hoping that we are able to lend a hand in being able to bring you some relief one way, shape, or form. I also want to thank the community that came out here in support of this discussion here today because it's important. It's important that you have a seat at the table as we continue to discuss these projects moving forward. You know, after the hurricanes, the Virgin Islands engaged Hurricane Recovery Resilient Task Force. And part of that task force talk about renewable energy moving forward. Renewable energy is here to stay. We can't get away from that. Where we place it, how it's placed, what we pay for it is a whole different discussion, but we cannot get away from the fact that renewable energy is here to stay. One of the best investments I've made was to invest in solar panels. It's a costly venture, but again, you see a reduction in your electricity bills, protection from power outages, energy independence, environmentally friendly, increase your property value, low maintenance, long-term savings, disaster resilience, where you're able to stand up your system much sooner than WAPA can after a hurricane, you know, and it's quiet and clean compared to generators. So it's my prayer and my hope, my vision, that every single house in the Virgin Islands could have some form of renewable energy on their home because it's beneficial and it definitely have an impact on the quality of life for each and every one of us. I want to ask you, Commissioner Oriol, in respect to the Dono project, what about that in terms of bringing some relief in that whole discussion? What happened there, do you believe, based on the investigation inquiry, that hopefully moving forward we could mitigate and minimize in this new development?
Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, DPNR. Thank you for the question, Senator. So again, I believe that, you know, and again, the Dono project predates me being commissioner. It also was not in
1 minute.
It was not in the coastal zone, and so the coastal zone process did not follow on the Dono side. But I think that as an entity, we saw the damage, and again, we also saw that the solar farm in St. Croix survived both Irma and Maria, right? So again, what we were looking to ensure, particularly when we were permitting Hogansburg and Petronella, is that the anchoring system, to the maximum extent practicable, was going to now be able to withstand the high wind speeds that we wanted to plan for at 185 miles an hour. And so it was a, like CEO Knight mentioned, it was a requirement that we did pull tests on the racking systems.
Okay. Real quickly, we just went through the exercise of the comprehensive land and water use plan. Is there any other location that you could think of, Mr. Chair, if I'll just wrap up. Is there any other location that you could think of where such a system could be placed, such a development could be placed?
So, thank you for the question, Senator. So, particularly on St. Thomas, there are no large swaths of land that are also going to be southward facing, maximizing what the ability to absorb the energy and create, right? So you need the space to be able to create enough energy such that it is worthwhile. During the town hall meeting, there was an opinion that expressed that, why don't we use one or two of the offshore keys for that development? Well, development on the offshore keys is also much, much more costly. So while it might have some characteristics of being further away and you can use the southward facing aspects and be on there, just being able to now transmit that power back to WAPA is going to be significantly more costly, number one, and it will not be able to, particularly when we're looking at it from the investment tax credit program purposes, we know that all projects that require Corps of Engineers permitting takes years. And so they would have been just as far down the line as we are waiting for FEMA replacing for more efficient turbines at the plant and all of those things. So.
Very well, thank you for your response. And I want to say that I believe that what we're hearing from these communities is that they want to be able to have some transparency, they'll be able to have some questions answered and have a seat at the table. I don't see no reason why that can't happen in tandem or in parallel. There's no reason why we can't continue to have this discussion moving forward. I will suggest that we utilize the University of the Virgin Islands and their green energy again to help drive the conversation. They have the intellectual properties, they have done the studies, so that we could have them involved in being able to meet with these residents as well, so that we could be properly educated on renewable energy moving forward. It's here to stay and it's not going away. Mr. Christian Lorenza, thank you for what you have done in St. Croix. We certainly appreciate the fact that we don't have as many power outages and we're able to turn off generators. And I'm hoping and praying that we could see the same here in the St. Thomas, St. John district. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you very much, Senator Noel Francis. Senator Clifford A. Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the listening public, and good afternoon to everybody in the room. Good afternoon to my colleagues. I'll start with Mr. Lorenza Christian. I know you met. Did you make it to the meeting?
I've had two meetings, one back in July and one this past Sunday.
Okay. Only question I'm asking, did you or consider some kind of a wire mesh over the panels? Is that possible?
Christian Loranger by Electron LLC and CBLBI LLC. No, sir, it's not possible to do that. But we do design the racking to hold those panel downs with extra clips, etc. They're engineered to be able to handle that. If you block the sun at all from the panel, those particular cells will shut down and cause a massive decrease in the efficiency. Okay. If I may just also say, it was, we did not want to skirt the time issue of CZM. That was not the plan. It was accelerated through the canceling of the finances for these projects. I had to buy the land to get the power.
Speak into the mic.
I had to buy the land to get the power purchase agreements originally, right? I had to have the land under agreement to get the projects done. as of July of last year, of July of this year, I was under the impression that I had 10 years to do these projects, plenty of time to go through the CZM process. All of a sudden, that changed overnight. So that is why we're in the position that we're in. I'm not trying to shirk any time. I'm not trying to get around anything.
Okay, I got you.
Okay.
I got you. Commissioner Oriole, are you planning to use the personnel that you had in St. Croix to come over, at least to make sure that you're maintaining the same standard in testing these?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, good. Because I wanted to make sure that they're the same rate. I like fairness. I like balance. I personally, I too have solar in my house. And I got tenants. In the daytime, when we got sunlight, I'd offer my tenant some power. But when night come and the batteries that I have, I don't have to carry over. So my point, what I'm getting to is, when I stay at St. Croix and I'm listening to family members and friends complain about not having power, I think not having power costs you twice. I mean, Mr. Knight might be able to tell me different, but I feel after every power outage, it takes a surge of power on your meter to respond to your heater, your fridge, and anything else you have to heat up. So if you end up with consistent power, then you don't have to worry too much about the surging of power going and coming and destruction to different appliances you might have. So, I mean, this one is really tough, but listening to what we have here in the board, now that's when it comes to monies being available, because that's the pressing issue when it comes to going forward with fixing anything. So, again, I am happy to know, because I was telling every one of my colleagues, if they didn't meet with these folks from Bodo, I can't support this. But I am happy to hear that although the time was short, that you guys had a chance to express more of what you want, because it's your backyard. That's for sure, it's your backyard. It's your backyard. So overall, again, I just wanted to make sure that going forward, that, because I feel like we just take our time with everything, and then everything comes down to this, like, down your throat. You know, like everything that we're doing around here, the normally be, we go slow and then hurry up to finish. And I think that kind of hurt us, because we just continue doing the same thing, like insanity when it comes to preparing ourselves to get stuff done. This one I could see some, because if they're gonna pull back everything, then it became a rush to get it done. But I'm just saying, for the comfort of everybody here, I know ain't got much people in the board that enjoy dark nights when you're late. It's different for, let me say this, could I say this real quick and I'll close on this?
Yes, you may, Senator.
A person who raised up not having something, don't miss it. Or even if you raise up without it, and then you have to deal with not having it, it's just like after a hurricane, we know how it is to live without power. When you have a generation that coming up now that all they know is to have power, I know that's another reason most people trying to even leave, because we don't have consistent power in the board. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford A. Joseph. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm in receipt here of a hydrology report for parcel number 3B and 2 for Tuna. It says here that the site is currently being partially cleared in accordance with an approved permit letter request. I was trying to find out what was the date of that permit letter request.
Jean-Pierre Oriol, Senator, for DPNR. I believe it was December 2023.
December 2023. Okay. You know, what concerns me, right, is that while, you know, we recognize the importance of renewable energy and the benefits it can bring to our territory, it's crucial, it's important, it's mandatory that the voices of those who live near these projects are heard and adequately considered. While advancing renewable energy initiatives, it is undoubtedly important, and it must not come at the expense of due process to the community. You know, about 3 weeks ago, this legislature was in session, and we had a similar issue where we were advancing, you know, issues with a permit, and it was being considered. And we're in session again another 3 weeks, maybe 4 weeks. So it didn't take that long for the legislature to meet again. It's, you know, less than 4 weeks. But there's some circumvention of established processes. You know, the CZM process is designed to ensure through evaluation of projects that impact our environment, community, and economy. By attempting to bypass this process, you know, we're not doing good. You know, community engagement, you know, this development here, you know, it fails with the community engagement process. You know, the commissioner has given us testimony that he anticipated what the community was going to say, and he's probably correct in those areas with wind and, you know, things like that, but you still have to have community engagement. We cannot assume what the community is going to say. You know, we've delayed the public involvement. But, you know, on the agenda here today, it's also the Bovoni solar panel. So I want to ask, has there been any engagement, any meeting with the Bovoni community?
Jean-Pierre Oriol, Senator? No, Senator.
So you see that? They completely ignore Bovoni. And they now want the legislature to consider that there has been no involvement with the Bovoni. Look, the map here, right, is going to be out past the dump. You know they done got a dump in Bovoni. Now they got the solar panel. I got a map here. They got, WAPA had made a proposal, a group out of Texas, to put some wind terminals up there, out in the lagoon. I know this area well. This is pristine land. My father used to go fishing out there. I used to catch conch, wilk as a little boy. I know this area well. Wilk, conch, listen, the whole of Madame Cecile Beach, all this is pristine land. I know about this going back from time I born, after I leave Savannah. You know, so this here, right, I'm going to tell you this is a no vote for me. I cannot support this. They haven't even met with the Bovoni community, and they want the Senate to consider the Bovoni and the Fortuna. We're hearing from the Fortuna, but it's two areas, it's Bovoni and Fortuna. They ain't even come out. It's like, Bovoni, are you in important? You know? And as a matter of fact, Mr. Potter, you're a Bovoni resident. You were my neighbor in Bovoni for many years. Your house is only 5 feet from mine. You know? So this here, right, is circumventing the process. I understand the need for solar development, but we always must consider the input of our residents. This is the law. We cannot continue to circumvent the law. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues, listening, viewing public, staff, central staff. Good afternoon to the testifiers and folks in a well, and thank you so much for your testimonies. I must say, today is a very interesting day. I do understand the frustration of many of the residents of the Bovoni border area. And of course, I will also recommend that Mr. Longwager, that you do meet with the residents of Bovoni. That's very important. Because I know when I went to the meeting in Bordeaux on Friday, I told one of the representatives, one of the contractors, point blank, I could not support this legislation unless you meet with the residents, because that's very important. You know, we're talking about their quality of life. You know, we're talking about their livelihood. And at the same time, we're talking about green energy. We're talking about reliable energy. We're talking about consistent energy. So how do you balance the scale? You know, it's a very tough decision. But I will say this in respect to the bill. And the meeting I went to on Sunday, the following couple days after Sunday, I went to the meeting also. I appreciate your honesty with the residents and answering all the questions. You answered every question, every single one. And I appreciate that, because many of their concerns were my concerns also, especially what happened to Ms. Titus in the Duno area. And I really do emphasize with her situation that she went through. And I can only imagine what she and her kids went through at that time. And I know it still goes through her mind on a regular basis. And that cannot happen again. And based on your response at the meeting and here today again in terms of putting extra protection in terms of extra boats on the racks, etc., made me feel a little much easier in that respect. Because safety is number one, period. I don't care what investment we're making. If you don't have life, you don't have nothing. So I appreciate that. In respect to your investment, though, and it was said, you said it on Sunday in terms of why you chose that area in Bordeaux and that area in Bovoni. Succinctly, quickly for the listening public, why did you choose those two areas to move forward your investment and development? Quickly.
Christian Loranger, Electron LLC and CBLBI LLC. I chose the Bovoni property because it is completely surrounded by the dump and not anywhere near any homes or anything of that nature. As a matter of fact, I need to put the fires out at the dump because you can hardly go onto that property with the smoke that comes down from the dump fires. So I figured that was a pretty good place to put a solar project, and it was available for sale. It was 35 acres, and it was facing south. I spent a lot of time crawling around all of the land in St. Croix as well as all of the land in St. Thomas. And I've talked to the largest landowners in St. Thomas to try and work out a deal with properties there that was not in CZM locations. And the prices were just astronomical. You just couldn't even consider it. So I found the Bovoni property that was for sale. The only other way to tackle this project is to do it in a large way. The Fortuna property was for sale, as well as the abutting properties, and I was able to purchase that property at southern facing, and it made an affordable spot for the solar to be placed.
Okay, thank you for that. DPNR, I also was the one that spoke to in terms of a resident coming to me and telling me that they saw individual going chests of artifacts or whatever from the site. I immediately took up my pictures, I have the pictures here, of the permit and the site at the time, and I
1 minute
called the director for CZM and Malone.
Marlon Hibbert. You saw me in Home Depot, Senator. We were
Yes,
in
I
Home Depot
did.
together.
Yes, I did. Yes,
And you
I did.
showed me both pictures.
And I approached you and I told you exactly what's what and what the status, what's going on. Is there an investigation going on? What's the
So,
status?
Marlon Hibbert, CZM Director, I did pass that information to both the Commissioner and the State Historic Preservation Director, Sean Krieger. And there is a phase 1 study that was done on the site, yes. So
Okay.
there are current investigations going on.
So it's under investigation?
Yes, and I myself went to the site, walked the entire site. There were no clear indications of excavations that could have unearthed something. That I'm not saying that there wasn't something, but nothing was turned into our office based upon your report.
Okay, very well. Yes, I did walk the site also myself because I needed to know what was going on at the time. But nonetheless, I must say that
Time.
I felt a little better, not totally, but I felt a little better after both hearings and the response given to the residents. Yes, at times it's difficult to make certain decisions because, again, we're talking about consistent, reliable energy, and we're talking about economic development. Economic development in terms of individuals, businesses, staying afloat, because that kills everything in the territory right about now. Energy. You open a restaurant, you can't keep it open. I closed my restaurant myself up paying $6,000 a month. That's ridiculous. It is. So what do you do? How do you balance the scale? How do you balance the scale? And many individuals refuse to come here because the first thing they say, we don't have reliable power. Most of the hotels are off the grid. Why? No reliable or consistent power. So you have to balance the scale and see what's best for all Virgin Islanders and what it looks futuristically. So again, I want to thank everyone for being here, for taking part in this process. And thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Cordville, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We're dealing with an issue today that has been plaguing St. Thomas for a long time. And that is the issue of not having consistent electricity. And just this weekend, my power on St. Croix went twice. And Saturday and Sunday, we had a bad weekend. And as I sat with no power on Sunday, I asked my wife, I wonder how St. Thomas deal with this on a regular basis. Because I just had 2 days and I was miserable. And I said, how does St. Thomas deal with not having consistent electricity on a regular basis, weekly? Disrupting schools, disrupting businesses, impacting the economy. Hearing individuals that own Airbnb that they don't want to come back, they're getting bad reviews because electricity was gone consistently. On St. Croix, we had the installation of these solar fields, and I had the opportunity to walk both of the sites. And I saw the work, and the work was of good quality, and it has provided a benefit to the island of St. Croix. And that benefit has been passed on to St. Thomas. In actuality, St. Croix paying for St. Thomas water bill. And the one senator said it, the minority senator, but St. Croix paying for St. Thomas water bill because we're not consuming as much fuel. Our turbines work 10 times better. We are almost on 100% propane, and St. Thomas is maybe 50, 60. So St. Croix actually subsidizing part of the cost. And if it was separated, St. Croix rate would dramatically drop right now, and St. Thomas rate would go up. Right. But the mistake that was made, Mr. Loringer and everybody else, you got to engage the community. The community feel that they have been left out. They have not been informed. The concerns were not addressed. Or the concerns literally wasn't heard. We can't continue to leave those who are possibly affected out of the conversation. It is way better to confront individuals and let them know this is the plan for this area. And this is what we're going to put in place to make sure that we mitigate your concerns. I mean, we had a little discussion this morning in reference to the bill. We looked at it. We spoke to the commissioner. And we said, hey, you know, we read your testimony. We read Commissioner Oriel's testimony. And in it had in some safety mechanisms in terms of insurance. And we said, hey, that's a wonderful idea, but we're not going to allow for it to be maybe it's in or maybe it's out. We're just going to add a section 2 in the legislation that said that you must have insurance on your site. So it was added in as a safeguard for the people that we're going to put in that particular insurance. Now, the next issue is that people really don't have any faith in WAPA. And they haven't had faith in WAPA for a long time. And Mr. Knight now is trying to regain that faith. But you got a lot of work to do. Because the people have seen the propane plant come on board and the cost escalated and we spent more. They have seen the Wärtsilä units and St. Thomas come and they can't generate using propane. So the people are skeptical. And as a St. Tolman, I can see why they're skeptical. And I think we had a lot of those same concerns at St. Croix. But we have finally seen a project that have worked. And believe me, it worked because of WAPA. It worked because Laura and Joe, when WAPA didn't have the money to buy the connectivity and buy this or that, they went and they purchased it and then tell WAPA, hey, okay, you said you were going to get this, you didn't get it? We'll bill you after. So I've seen a different level of the connectivity and with the batteries and everything else. And it's a difficult decision. But at the end of the day, I've asked every St. Tolman that I have met this week in reference to this project, what do you propose to deal with this madness that's taking place in St. Thomas in reference to electricity? If not this, then what? If not this site, is there a next site in St. Thomas of 70, 80 acres facing south that you could utilize? If not, you guys are going to continue to have horrible electricity for a long period of time. So we got to make sure that the project, that DPNR, Public Works, that they do the inspections to make sure there are no shortcuts. That what they say they're going to install is actually installed to safeguard the community. But at the end of the day, colleagues, we have a difficult decision to make, but one that needs to be made. Because believe me, you're going to have a bunch of people knocking on the door want to build anything for the Virgin Islands. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Through the chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Kurt Viele.
To the chair, can I respond with a statement, please?
Maureen Potter, you may respond.
Maureen Potter, Western Alliance. The people in Western Alliance, people of Bodo, people of Bovoni, understand what's supposed to happen with reliable energy or with solar or wherever. But we've been trampled on. You come into our community, don't address us, don't say nothing, don't share a plan, don't share idea. We have children, I have 4 grandchildren the same age. What if something supposed to happen? What am I supposed, how am I supposed to respond? If one of those panels come through my house and damage it, I pay for insurance every year. I have to pay for that. I have to pay for land tax. You understand? How am I supposed to respond? It makes us feel that people just don't care. Just don't care. The developer tell you as he build, that's it. He turning it over to somebody else. He's gone. The lady here tell you it's been since Irma Maria. Not one government response. We know how government operate around here. On promises. It's difficult for us to swallow this. It's difficult. One way in, one way out. What is the emergency plan as this process goes along? Who are going to respond? Who is responsible for evacuation? These things are not considered. We just find a piece of land to put something on and promise us we're going to get a reduction 4 or 5 years from now, because we're not going to see it now. WAPA is on sinking sand. WAPA is not going to be fixed right now. Why do this to us? Why do this to the residents? Why not consult with us? 2 years from 2023. So now you're running out of time. And so we got to live with that. The government have not done its work over and over and over again. 2023, we now 2025, to force something down the resident road. Haven't even met with Bavoni. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. Mr. Loranger, is there a mechanism in place or pathway if a resident of the Fortuna area or the Bavoni area, if their home happened to be damaged and it was linked to flying, debris from the solar farm that damaged their home, similar to what happened in Ms. Titus's case, is there something in the plans where that resident will get some relief?
Christian Loranger, Vitalec LLC, and CBLI VI LLC. So the mechanism that would be in place is that insurance has been shared within our packet. That resident would be able to call that insurance company and file a claim with that insurance company. There would be an adjuster that would come out and look at that claim as if it were any other claim that would be handled. And then based on that adjuster, the claim would be paid.
Okay. Thank you. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Wow. Mr. Potter, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Actually, how you doing? Because I hear the frustration already, but I understand. Because in many neighborhoods, we've seen construction start. Nobody could tell nobody anything. You ask questions. Right going on Moravian Highway. I see 2 grocery stores going up. Nobody could say how they start, when they were going to start. But they're going up. Mr. Potter, you're representing the Western group today.
Excuse me?
You're representing
Yes.
the Western group today.
Yes, the Western Alliance.
Yes. So, in your conversations you all have been having as a group together, is it a complete hard no for the project, or if it was to be another way, with more communication, just let me finish my thought, with more communication, would have been more, you had other ideas for compromising or anything?
Morwin Potter, Western Alliance. There can't be no compromise at this point because the company is running out of time based on tax credit. So any issue that we have cannot be addressed in that time. Any issue. So we are saying no to the project simply because the government in itself is bypassing the process. At this point, we don't have trust in the government, and there's a government fault because, like one of the senators say, this happened 3 weeks ago. Here comes this 3 weeks now. Then next week is another 3 weeks again. And there would be no end to what's going on here. It would be no end. So we are saying no. Another thing is, right, the developer comes into your community, right? And what's the benefit to the community? Are he going to construct a better fire facility for us? Are he going to put up a community center that our retired residents could go to and relax themselves? What is the direct benefit to that community? They're saying that we're going to have lights when the current go off, but it's only 2 to 10 hours. You think WAPA going to respond to the West if current goes in 10 hours to bring us back up online? We have to be real. We have to be honest with ourselves. We have to look to our heart that It's a promise. That's all it is. It's a promise.
Thank you. Mr. CEO Knight.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Tell me what's the benefit of this project?
So I could put the benefit in 3 buckets. Operationally, it improves the reliability. It gives us capacity. All summer long, you heard us saying that we had outages due to generation capacity shortfalls. This resolves that. This 35 megawatts is more than Unit 23. It provides instant capacity. It certainly allows us to deal with maintenance on some of the units that are failing. Financially, it's a reduction in our costs. It's a reduction in our fuel costs. It allows us to generate a considerable savings on fuel expense that we can pass on to our customers. It also has a direct interconnection into the distribution feeders. In those areas, 6A in the case of Fortuna, 10B and 9C in the case of Bovoni, that allows us to improve the reliability of those specific distribution feeders. And of course, the cost savings is to the benefit of the entire territory because, as I said, we have one blended rate. So the reduction in costs, St. Thomas St. John District is our heaviest demand. So reducing the cost in the St. Thomas St. John District is a benefit to St. John, St. Croix, Water Island.
Time.
So you say reduction, cost reduction about 8 times. So that means you're ready for me to call the PSC so we could start a rate reduction at least by 2026.
When I invite you to cut the ribbon on this project...
No. I know you're going to invite me. No problem. But I want to know, you're ready to start saying we're going to chip off 2 cents, 3 cents by October next year?
Yeah, I'm on a mission to get that done. This helps me get there. My mission is reliable and affordable power. This project gets us there and we can have a real conversation. Right now, we're having a fictitious conversation about rate reduction. This project makes those conversations real because once we get back to the black, where we're breaking even, right now we lose money every month. We lose money on every purchase of fuel on a tanker. I lose money for the authority. This gets us out of that situation, and every savings we get after that can be passed on to our customers. So, yes, Senator, this time next year, we're having a real different conversation about rate reduction.
Thank you. Mr. Granger.
LaRanger, sir.
LaRanger, I apologize.
No,
LaRanger.
that's fine.
Let me ask this question. This project, if it's passed, when it get going, what controls the vegetation?
Yeah, so, again, we Christian LaRanger by Electron LLC and CBLVI LLC. One of the things that we do is keeping the root zone on the property. So we try and keep that root zone everywhere we can so that we're not getting any runoff. That growth is already growing back. You can already see the green coming back. In Petronella and Hogansburg, we battle the grass constantly. So we use mowers, and we also have sheep. So our
who?
Sheep. Yeah, lots of sheep. So our intention is the same thing. We'll have mowers and we'll have sheep in Hogansburg and in Fortuna and Bovoni.
So right in that same Bodo area, Bodo Fortuna area, there's a lot of agriculture. You hear people talk about it here today, agriculture and farming. Have you thought about, engaging the farmers, especially to see if you could utilize the land a little more and plant underneath the stuff? I Googled it and I saw something like that happening in Hawaii. They call it agrivoltaic.
Agrivoltaics.
Yeah.
That's a little different than the style of system. You have to plan for that with your racking system. We can't incorporate the high wind speed and the agrivoltaics in the same system. However, we don't handle the sheep ourselves. We do engage with farmers in the community that bring the sheep in. We pay them for the sheep, and they also get to graze the sheep on the land.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Senator
Point
Kenneth.
of information to the commissioner, please. Sorry. Thank you. I have a couple of notes. Coming from exactly where they clear that land, coming down to the flamboyant trees from the fire station coming down to Bordeaux. It was a family of dares that was always there every night around 12 o'clock. And now you don't see the family of dares anymore. In the mornings, all 10:30, 11 o'clock through the morning, you're seeing the dares when you never used to see the dares before. So it's like, it's a question because now this is after, because I'm living there since I'm 16, but as an adult, I moved, my parents stayed down to the house that I purchased for my mom, but I was living in Wimberg for 17 years. So I knew the land with the dares and what's around me, and now you're seeing the dares more often. They're actually coming out because it's like during the time of the day you never used to see them before. So those is questions. Then my next question, because I found out that they're doing it in Bovoni, the dump site, the dump is always on fire, and we have methane gas underneath there. So I, who have not knowledge like WAPA, is trying to figure out what is the concept or what would be happening, because now I have no knowledge of what's going on out there with that. Then you have where our farmland is going to be disrupted now because of this. I would prefer that not doing it in Border, period. I'm so sorry. Take it someplace else. You have Water Island, you have Peterburg, you have Cockroach Island, you have St. John, you have other places. Is there other places that they can do it besides a residential area? You have ocean current that we can use instead. So it's like trying to see other means that we can do, but I'm just saying right now, that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Titus. Senator Kenneth Gittins, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Talking about your back up against the wall. Here I am again. But I'm trying to weigh both sides. And I just had a conversation too with one of the pages. And I said, how you feel about this? Because I see that they're listening so intently. And she was like, you know, I understand both sides. I really understand both sides. But man, I'm ready for my fan to work constantly rather than keep going off. But I do understand the folks that live down in the West. And just before that, I was listening downstairs as well and listening keenly to some responses more than the others and some senators more than the others. And I was saying, we have two, not one, but two. And we got about 2.5 former fire directors in this room. And that's where I was also looking at, because I don't like for us to be in reactive mode all the time. We know when there's a natural disaster, hurricane and whatnot, I mean, we can't help for what comes after. But we must have the planning in place. And if you know me, I always talk about the 5 Ps. Prior planning prevents poor performance. That said, I wanted to ask Mr. Please pronounce your name, because I've been calling you the Lone Ranger.
Yeah, I get that a lot. It's Loranger.
Loranger.
Loranger, yes, sir.
Will these solar projects include battery energy storage systems?
Yes, sir.
So have you provided our fire service with the specific battery chemistry, containment design, and emergency shutdown procedures at both sites? Have you had any conversations with our Virgin Islands Fire EMS department?
Christian Laranger, Vilectron LLC, CBLVI LLC. So I put a lot of thought into this, and when I was out shopping for battery manufacturers.
Okay, I don't want you to eat the time. Have you had any conversation?
They're part of the package. They're part of the process, part of the application process. Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, I think you're evading the question. Have you had any conversation with the VI Fire Service?
Personally, no.
Okay. DPNR or WAPA, have we had any conversations with the VI Fire Service?
Not at this time, Senator. It's
Okay.
part of the process, but not at this time.
So at what time are we going to do this? Because we're asking the legislature to make a decision today. So at what time will be the right time for us to have this conversation with the fire service?
So as part of the permitting process for the electrical and the structural piece of this, my office does work with the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Services. It will not get a certificate of occupancy or completion without the sign-off of VI FEMS.
So do you know whether or not the VI Fire Service in itself can handle any catastrophe if there should be one, a fire? Or would we need a whole hazmat unit?
So, Senator, one of the things, and again, Jean-Pierre Oriol, DPNR, one of the things that the government has is an entity called the Local Emergency Planning Commission. And through the LEPC, what we do is we have a record of all types of chemical contaminants and other hazardous situations, Mr. Chair, if I may. So
Yes, you may.
that commission meets monthly, and each facility is required to submit an inventory of whatever the chemicals stored, whatever material that they have throughout the territory, and the LEPC meets on a monthly basis, discusses response plans, those types of things. So,
who's head of the LEPC that you're talking about?
Director Jashin for Vitima, and then the vice chair is Director Stevens of FEMS.
So, given the scale of this proposed project, 110,000 panels it is?
Yes, for Fortuna.
In a populated area, has there been given any consideration for an emergency evacuation plan?
What would be the emergency?
So, independently, Senator, so under what type of emergency? There are multiple types of emergency.
Well, so we only saw that after a hurricane that the winds blew the stuff out on the east here in St. Thomas. But I just specifically asked about our fire service. I specifically asked about the battery capacity and whatnot. So that's a potential for fire. I am just sitting here thinking 110,000 solar panels.
But there are not 100,000 batteries, though.
Yeah, they're not the panels themselves are not flammable.
I understood. I didn't tell you 110,000 batteries. Let's not mix apples with oranges. If there's a fire, I want to make sure that our fire department is able to safely address the problem and that there's an emergency evacuation plan in place ahead of time, not when something happened, then we all running like fowls with our head. So obviously, we're just thinking based on, I guess, with the president shutting down this thing with the tax credit and we have to get this through right now, we're not looking at those other components, but I really think that as a government, we need to look at that as well. So again, I'm like between a rock and a hard place because I want residents to be able to get some relief and reliable power. But we haven't seen that proof, even in the District of St. Croix. And while I want to do this, I would like to make sure that I have a commitment from those of you to look into what I'm asking.
Certainly, Senator. Absolutely.
Wapa?
Oh, yes, certainly. Certainly, we will do our best to make sure the community's interest is protected.
Developer?
Absolutely. I will follow any instruction that is given to me by Commissioner Oriole, DPNR, or WAPA in that regard.
When will there be a conversation with the Virgin Islands Fire Department?
I'll begin that process, Senator, myself tomorrow with Director Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Mr. Loranger, I think that not engaging the community, not engaging the Fortuna community, not engaging the Bavoni community early on was a recipe for, I don't know if disaster is the term, but it really wasn't in your best interest to not engage the community early on. I think that just from the perspective of our territory and our people, just sort of waking up one day and seeing in the neighborhood, you know, everything, trees are now cut down, the ecology of the area is just so totally different. You have to admit that that really isn't the way to approach an initiative like this. It just encourages bad will, and but it's like, you know, community walking up to somebody that you haven't seen all day and not saying good morning. That's something that, you know, people feel a way about. It's hard for me to say that the status quo is acceptable when it comes to our situation with the Water and Power Authority. And I think that's what we will be saying if we decide to vote against this initiative. It's, to me, it's unsettling, it's frustrating, it's difficult when you have parents at home leaving town, going home, seeing the stoplights out, anticipating that when I get home in my house, power might be out. That's one of the telltale signs that when you get home, power is out. Starts with the street lights being out, then you look in your area, you see the street lights out. There's a feeling of anxiety. When I get home, I am going to have to deal with the challenges of not having electricity. It's a frustrating process. Now, like I mentioned earlier to Mr. Knight, people in the Virgin Islands have a level of mistrust when it comes to the Water and Power Authority. You know, we want to believe that things are going to change, that we're going to realize a reduction in our power bill. That's what people really want. They want a reduction in the power, they want reliable power. Those are the two things that people want. You know, consistent, reliable power. You're saying to us that this is the beginning, this could be a game changer for the people of the Virgin Islands. Absolutely. You know, I'm hopeful that we've learned some valuable lessons so that people like Ms. Titus won't have to experience the same thing that she experienced. That's real. They say who feels it knows it. You know, we hope, and I know that's not your project, but we're hoping that the technology that you're utilizing for this new generation type system is going to be much more reliable. You know, we don't end up with those types of situations. We hope that the insurance that you say you have in place that will provide relief for people who may experience, God forbid, you know, you have an emergency, crazy things happen. After Hurricane Marilyn, the whole roof of my neighbor's house was in my yard. I couldn't move for 48 hours. These things happen because it's called an emergency. So it's really hard. This is a tough one for me because I empathize with the people of Fortuna. My brother lives in Fortuna. My nieces and nephews live in Fortuna. So I understand the anxiety that they have. But it's hard for me right now to close the door to this opportunity for the Virgin Islands to have this major solar initiative, which will be a part of WAPA's, turnaround plan for us. It's hard for me to close the door to it. And so at the appropriate time, I'll be voting accordingly. Senator Francis Heidegger, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you. I just wanted to take the time to put this on the record. Again, I do support solar projects. I am very much concerned about the location and the fact that the public was not fully aware of all what was transpiring. I've been a member of this institution for 5 years, and I've gotten to the point where I'm sick and tired of these things being dropped in our laps last minute. And as a representative of the people, I think it's unfair to the public. And I understand that it's about making sure that we get monies. But when it comes to people's lives, their neighborhoods, we have to sometimes put people before money. And I think that's where my greatest concern is today. I definitely want to see our rates be reduced. But, you know, we have Watsilas, they're not reduced. St. Croix is a little cheaper, they're not seeing savings. What's the guarantee that we're going to see these savings for a next year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years? You know, at some point, you can't keep trampling on the people of this territory and say it's for their good. And that's where, as a representative, I have a problem. Because I don't have a problem with us having discussions. I don't have a problem with us learning about things. Y'all should have reached out to this community way before. Instead of it happening in a week. It's wrong. And then you asking me as their representative to co-sign on it. It's difficult for people like me. And I'm gonna wrap up, but at the end of the day, money is not everything. Respect the people of this territory, the very people that you're asking and saying you're doing it for their benefit. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. I wanted to ask Mr. Loringer, exactly where is the Bavoni site located for this initiative?
So our Christian Loranger by Electron LLC and CBLBI LLC. So the Bavoni property is directly behind the dump mound. Our entrance is through the dump, through the scale area, up the dump hill where all the trucks go, and you will run the smack dab into our property. It's that 35 acres. There's a cell phone tower that kind of abuts us. It goes down to where they dump the sargassum from one end, all the way back to the asphalt area.
Where is it in relation to the range? You know, there's the, I don't know if you know that there's a gun range out there.
That's further towards the Trailer Road, isn't it?
That's further east.
It's further. The trail.
So Senator, the site 17B, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, again, Bavoni, as you approach coming in, you go up the hill, all the mountainous area that's pretty much made of trash, and then you start to go down the hill. So it's the entire south side facing down the hill portion facing directly south, not north. Well, there's a little portion on the crest right, that is at the very top of the crest of the hill. The majority of this is facing
On the
directly to the ocean, down the slope, and then a little bit, when you get towards Stolly Point, it's facing a little bit towards the east.
I got
So it is, if St. Thomas had a true industrial area like St. Croix does, the South Shore Industrial Complex of St. Croix, this is the South Shore Industrial Complex of St. Thomas.
Gotcha. Understood. I wanted to ask also about if there are any thoughts about, regards to this massive project, about any sort of apprenticeship initiatives or how many local Virgin Islanders are going to be hired for this project? Will we have apprenticeship opportunities for young people who, may be interested in this type of technology and exposure? Has there been any considerations, any thoughts about that? Maybe having any sort of initiatives for the residents of the area who may buy into the concept a little more if there was some conversation about something in Bordeaux that the community may be interested in, some partnerships. I think it shows that this is a partnership. This isn't just somebody coming, imposing their will because they can, I'm just saying that is probably something that would go a long way towards, getting, the residents in the area to be more comfortable with the people who are doing the project. That's just a thought.
Christian Laranger, Vilectron LLC, CB, LBI, LLC. Two parts of this, and I guess we didn't get into it today, but the reason that everything is getting transferred into the nonprofit, and I've heard people say that I'm taking off afterwards, I'm not going anywhere. The reason they're going into the nonprofit is because they're going to be handed over to the Virgin Islands. So the Virgin Islands is going to own these projects through the nonprofit. And I can get into the minutiae of it with you, but it's going to take a lot of time.
That's fair.
But that is why I'm doing these projects. I am not going to own these projects, and what people are saying I'm taking off, I'm not taking off. When the last project is done, it will be placed into the nonprofit. We will then have a meeting and decide whether those projects get transferred over to WAPA or whether we form a new special government entity that takes care of these projects. I will very much be involved. I've had to sacrifice a lot to do these projects, and I don't want to see them go into disrepair. I trust Mr. Knight completely, but there's a chance that he won't be the CEO there someday, and the next CEO might not take care of these projects in the manner that he would. So these projects are going to the Virgin Islands. That's what people are talking about when they say I'm leaving. However, I will be here, and I will be making sure that everything is being maintained and that the Virgin Islanders are getting the maximum benefit from these projects.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And as far as the apprenticeship programs, we've been trying to set it up for the last 2 years. We haven't even been able to get a return phone call from the authority that handles that.
Regarding the apprenticeship, you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll be in contact. My office will be in contact with you. Maybe we can facilitate something. Senator Franklin Johnson, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I hear so much a commitment here today. I wish that when these commitments do come like this, they do be fulfilled. I need to ask Mr. Christian, do you know a gentleman by the name of David Stanley?
Yes, I do.
And what role did he have in your project on the island of St. Croix?
David Stanley owns a company called Solar Express, and he is in charge. He is the head foreman in charge of construction. And he subcontracts all of our labor for us.
And the reason I asked this question, I had a lot of friends that work in that plant on St. Croix. And I could tell you the stories about them not being paid for a very long time. I could tell you the story about the individual who went and light the plant on fire because he didn't get paid in time for his child to get school uniform. And when he lit it on fire, he got $3,000 in account the night. And these are some of the stories that people might not hear, but I know. And my last friend that worked on that plant when I argued for his to be paid, when he got paid the next week, he wasn't doing electrical work no more. He was given a machete to chop bush. I could tell you the stories then, because some of the people that worked on that plant in St. Croix are my very good friends. And it didn't go well with the people that worked there. It should not have reached that someone had to commit a crime for them to be paid. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We're going to wrap this up. We've exhausted our line of questioning, ladies and gentlemen. No, we're going to just... Who had a point of... You had a point of information? Point of information, Senator Hubert Frederick. That'll be our last point of information. We'll close this out and prepare for the next block.
Hello. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. Lerminger, real quick, these nonprofit that you're setting up, can you share with us the process of selecting members to be on them? And how do you differentiate between the islands? Who's going to sit on the board?
Christian Loranger of Electron LLC, CBLVI LLC. There's only one nonprofit, and it was created for the to reduce the burden on government. It was created separately, and again, there's only one, and it will take on all of the projects. It's already taken on the 2 in St. Croix. It will take ownership of all of the projects. Once that happens, one of two things can happen. No one owns an LLC, so it can be taken over, the board of directors can be taken over by the WAPA board, or it can be taken over by a special government entity that will take operational control of the nonprofit.
How are you selecting the current board?
So I don't select the current members. One current member that took control was Dwayne Benjamin, and he chose the remainder of the board members.
He's the chair.
All right.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we're going to wrap up this block. I'm going to ask the testifiers to give us a 30-second closing statement, beginning with Ms. Titus and moving to my left.
Well, all I have to say is...
Speaking to Mike, Ms. Titus.
All I would like to say is that I would really like to see it move someplace else because of the farmland down there and the residents that's living there. If we can take it someplace else, I don't have no problems with that, but to be right down there, that's my problem for my personal. So I'm just asking for everyone to look into that, in the sense of that's one of the residents, and that's how they feel about that, having it down there. Period. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Titus. Mr. Potter?
Good afternoon again. I believe I need more than 30 seconds, but I'm going to say this. We want to thank you for holding this meeting because of the circumstances. I want to thank the folks from Bodo, Bovoni, and the community for sharing our feelings and experience. We don't feel that any of this has been addressed properly. Some people have already made up their mind that they're going in favor, which is telling me that they don't give a damn. And so I have served this government for close to 32 years in many different capacities. I know government. I've served the military. I'm now a senior citizen, and I like to feel comfortable in my own home. I like to see my grandchildren grow up as good residents and citizens of these Virgin Islands. I don't want to be cut short by somebody coming, and we appreciate the effort, but you come in and then you're going. And this happens over and over. Government, when you say government, you say people. And you're supposed to help people along the way. If you're not going to help people, don't run for office and don't take up no government position. Government is people. You're here to help. If you ain't gonna help and solve issues and problems, stay out of the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potter. Mr. Knight?
Yeah, Carl Knight, CEO of Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify. I sat here and I bear witness to all of the unkind things said about our performance as an authority. And I can't mount a defense because a lot of those things were true. I am on a mission to make those things untrue. I am on a mission to make sure that we can generate reliable and affordable power for the people of St. Thomas and St. John, as well as St. Croix. This project goes a long way in providing reliable and affordable power, and I'm laser focused on that mission. The Senate is here to make tough decisions. If it were easy decisions, we wouldn't be here. We knew from the time that we wanted to make a impact on the St. Thomas St. John grid with renewables, that was going to be a difficult decision. There's no place within St. Thomas, and we ain't even reached St. John yet, that we can do this without somebody being impacted in some fashion. It is our mission to make sure as a community-owned utility that we mitigate that to the greatest extent possible. But if we are to really turn around our power company, these sort of measures are necessary. Again, we have the experience of what works. We even have the experience in the state do know of what didn't work. I think we can build on those experiences and deliver. We're not stuck in the sand. We are moving forward. We are making things happen. And certainly this project goes a long way in that regards. I really want to thank investors like Mr. Lorinja that has fronted the resources to get this done. Senator Viale is absolutely correct. There were times when we just didn't have the resources to put in the infrastructure that we're responsible for, and he has stepped up to the plate and put in the infrastructure on behalf of the community. So we're very grateful to that. It's very unfortunate that the Trump administration, because of the moves and the machinations of that administration, has us here really kind of rushing through a process that if we were able to do the process the way it was designed, a lot of the town hall meetings, the public input, the public information, all of that would have played out the way it's supposed to. We're only here today because external forces beyond our control have forced our hand to try to move a little faster than we had planned to move. That is unfortunate. We shouldn't blame each other. We should blame the White House for putting us in a predicament. We know these projects make sense. We have to do what we have to do based on the hand that was dealt to us by the administration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO Knight. Commissioner Oyo.
Christian Loranger, by Electron LLC, CBLVI LLC. As a member of this community, as a resident of the Virgin Islands and getting here, I honestly wanted to do the most good that I could for the entire population. I had heard of a problem over and over and over. I'd witnessed the problem firsthand. Do I have enough fuel in my generator to make the night? You know, I've got the same problems everybody else has. I wanted to use the tools that I have and the speed at which I operate to come in and solve that problem in a major way across all three islands. And I think that we're accomplishing that in short order. I apologize if I have hurt anybody by not reaching out to them. This isn't my only business. I have 24 projects that I need to build within the confines of these changed rules. Okay, so I'm a busy guy, and raising money to build these projects in the Virgin Islands with C++ credit rating from WAPA is not an easy thing to do. It takes an enormous amount of time, and I've had to put an enormous amount at risk to do this. I appreciate the ability to testify today, and I thank everyone for being here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Loranger. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to start out by acknowledging the position that the 36th legislature is in based on the request. And also for the 36th legislature to understand that every time the department has to make a decision, these are the things that are weighed, right? That every time the CZM committee or commission is making a determination, there are things, the confines of living on such small islands, but yet trying to foster the economic development of the territory while protecting the natural resources, while considering the cultural and historical importances of our everyday way of life. I wish we had, I really, really wish that we had a 30-mile industrial South Shore where we could have placed this on, and I know the committee members do too, so that we could say this is optimal conditions. But on a 32 square mile island, we're faced with these very, very difficult decisions about weighing things that are a matter of right versus saying that you cannot have them because how does that impact the overall development of our communities? What I would like the 36th legislature to fully understand that I do not, and I'm stressing this, it was not the intention of anyone testifying here before you today to try and skirt the process, right? From the time the rules came down and created this in August, when these rules were created with this December 31st deadline, you have the investor who thought he had 10 years to develop, was working on the plans, had to now engage his engineering firms to put things together much, much more quickly in order for us to be able to realize at the end of the day the benefit, right? A lot has been made about the reduction in the rate. I can tell you right now, JP, the Virgin Islander, the St. Thomian, he hoping to not have power interruptions for 3, 4, 6, 7 hours. That's what he's hoping for. I know the rate's not going to go down right away. WAPA has a lot of debt that they got to deal with. They need to be in the black for a little bit, right? But when we think about our energy profile and our energy portfolio, it is not a one-size-fits-all thing. Everything has to come together for it to work completely. This is one major piece of that. One major piece. And for some people in Washington, D.C., to go and pull the rug out from law that was established that gave 10 years, why shouldn't we give the Virgin Islands a fighting chance to make sure that our people get an overall benefit, right? So again, it was not the intention of anyone here today to skirt the process. I would say that if we went through the full process, from what I've heard over Sunday and today, the sentiments would not have changed, right? We still believe, the folks that have testified today still believe that this is not the right location, even though we're able to spell out what some of the protections, controls, mitigations are on there that we have incorporated to make sure that we minimize any impact to life and property. And so it is a difficult decision. And I want to thank the CZM Commission members who actually had to vote last week to even send this to the legislature requesting your assistance for this. Because again, these projects do not normally come before the legislature. It was because we cannot afford to say that we'd missed the opportunity simply because there were specific procedures that we couldn't get around. This project has been thoroughly reviewed by very, very capable people. This project was issued for a recommendation to the people of this community that are in charge of making that decision. The St. Thomas Committee of the Virgin Islands Coastal Zone Management Commission, and they voted to send it to you all in support of this development. So again, I know we did not go through the full process. And again, I understand that in every single thing that we do, particularly developments, right, we are talking about risk. And storms here have to be considered when you consider risk, but life also has to move forward. We plan for that risk. We make the necessary accommodations to respond to those risks. And so just like Senator Gittens mentioned, if he's not comfortable with what we've done, particularly on the fire side, we will get on that, absolutely. But I have to say that the conditions that are placed in what we are asking for the legislature to vote on is the maximum extent practicable in there to protect life and property for this development that is allowed as a matter of right. If the development was not allowed as a matter of right, Mr. Larange would not have even purchased the property in the first place. So I appreciate the circumstances in which you must consider. And again, I am just asking on behalf of the administration that we give ourselves a fighting chance to be able to turn the ship around as it relates to reliable sources of power here for our community, and then longer term, a better rate for everybody. Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your 30-second presentation. I appreciate that. Mr. Hibbert, I don't know, you're good. Yield to it.
I can't follow that.
One thing that you mentioned, the CCM, St. Thomas CCM board did send a letter to us basically supporting the initiative. So we didn't read it into the record. I think before we vote on it in session, I'll have our Madam Clerk read it into the record so you'll see the rationale of the CCM Commission. The Committee of the Whole stands in recess for 15 minutes. Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, colleagues, testifiers. The committee of the whole is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda for Block 2 into the record?
Block 2, Bill number 36-0138, an act to transfer certain parcels of real property in Subbase to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for the Crown Bay District Redevelopment Project. Invited testifiers, Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, VI Department of Property and Procurement, Mr. Carlton Dow, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Port Authority, Mr. Kevin Goldstein, Head of Development, Cruise Terminals International, Ms. Lisa Morales, Senior Director of Destination Development, Americas and Caribbean, Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines. This concludes the reading of Block 2, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Testifiers, welcome once again. Just as a mic check, I'd like you to state your name and who you're associated with, beginning from my far right and moving to my left. Just put your name on the record and who you're associated with.
All right, good afternoon. Jamin Descartes, Port Authority, Senior Engineering Project Manager.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Preston Byer, Director of Engineering for the Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Good afternoon. Larry Belinsky, Frask & Associates, Financial Consultant to VIPA.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Carlton Dow, Executive Director of Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Vincent Richards, Department of Property and Procurement.
Melissa Morales, Royal Caribbean Group, Senior Director, Destination Development, overseeing the Caribbean and Americas.
Good afternoon. Kevin Goldstein, Head of Development for the Americas for Cruise Terminals International, LLC. Good afternoon. Kevin Goldstein, Head of Development for the Americas for Cruise Terminals International, LLC.
Duncan Caird, Financial Advisor, Cruise Terminals International.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll ask y'all to speak one level up. We were having a little trouble hearing you clearly, some of you. So raise the volume just a little bit. We're going to start with our testimony. Executive Director Dow, are you prepared to start your testimony?
Yes, Mr. President.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Senate President Milton Potter, Chairman of the Committee of the Whole, and all senators of the 36th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands present, along with the legislative staff and the listening and viewing audience. I am Carlton Dow, the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony regarding Bill number 36-0138, which will transfer certain parcels of land in the Subbase area from the government of the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement to the Virgin Islands Port Authority. With me today are Mr. Preston Byer, Director of Engineering, Ms. Ava Penn, Director of Finance and Acting Property Manager, and Mr. Jamin Descartes, Senior Engineering and Project Manager. I'm also accompanied by Mr. Larry Belinsky of Frask & Associates, VIPA's financial consultant. We are pleased to have Mr. Kevin Goldstein of Cruise Terminals International, Ms. Melissa Morales, Senior Director of Destination Development for the Americas and the Caribbean, or Royal Caribbean, who are the development partners of the Crown Bay District Project. Bill number 36-0138 has significant potential to positively impact cruise tourism and the overall economic development in the Virgin Islands. Allow me to provide some historical background on the properties under discussion. In 1967, the United States of America deeded to the government of the United States Virgin Islands 197 acres of real property at number 35 Estate Nisky, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas. At that time, number 35 Estate Nisky, number 6 Southside Quarter in St. Thomas was primarily the location of the former submarine base area. The estate was later renamed from Nisky to Estate Submarine Base. In December of 1968, the 9th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands created the Virgin Islands Port Authority by Act number 2375. In Act number 2405, the legislature approved the appendix list of real properties that were transferred to the Port Authority by Act number 2375. This appendix list included 197 acres of property at number 35 Estate Nisky and number 6 South Quarter, known as Subbase, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas. In 1970, by Act number 3075, the legislature directed any property that was transferred to the Virgin Islands Port Authority and was not needed for marine or aviation activities should be returned to the government of the Virgin Islands. The legislation required that the retransfer of property be documented with appropriate deeds of conveyance. However, these deeds were never recorded, so the records maintained by the Recorder of Deeds still show all 197 acres of property as belonging to the Port Authority. Over the years, the Virgin Islands Port Authority transferred certain plots in the subbase to the Department of Property and Procurement for commercial purposes. Therefore, any title search in subbase will indicate that Viper is the record owner of these properties, even though the Department of Property and Procurement has been managing them as part of their commercial land inventory. When the legislature established the Port Authority and turned over the subbase properties to Viper, it was with a vision that the properties would be used to develop a second port for cruise ships in St. Thomas. The intent was to augment the cruise ship berth in the ports of St. Thomas and to have a cruise ship dock owned by the people of the Virgin Islands, and not to have the Danish West Indies have exclusive control of the cruise ship market. Shortly after properties were transferred to the Virgin Islands Port Authority, Viper renovated and converted 2 berths built by the U.S. military to civilian use as a cruise ship dock facility at Subbase. That was adequate for the time to allow St. Thomas to remain competitive in the Caribbean cruise ship industry. In 1987, Viper constructed a current cruise ship dock to replace the old facility that was built by the U.S. military. In 2006, Viper completed the expansion of the existing cruise ship pier and the construction of the Crombie Center. With this new dock and the shopping center built, the aspiration was to accommodate the modern Quantum-class cruise ships. Once again, that action was taken by our predecessors to maintain St. Thomas' competitive edge in the market. Crombie Redevelopment Project. We have now reached a pivotal moment in which we must decide whether St. Thomas will remain the leading cruise ship port in the Caribbean. It is essential that we meet the challenges of accommodating the Icon-class ships and the next generation of cruise ships that will sail the Caribbean and the Atlantic seas. The passage of Bill number 36-0138 will be transformative because it allows us to transform the former submarine base and industrial enclave into a modern cruise ship destination, built under other wonderful attributes offered by St. Thomas. This was a dream of the leaders on whose shoulders we stand, and we now have the right partners to help us achieve this dream. This planned project will solidify St. Thomas in a cruise ship industry for generations to come. Bill number 36-0138 aims to transfer specific parcels of property from the Department of Property and Procurement to the Port Authority, thereby establishing the Virgin Islands Port Authority as the official record owner. Given that we are about to engage in a transaction involving hundreds of millions of dollars, it is crucial that a chain of titles be accurately recorded with the Recorder of Deeds. This attention to detail is in the best interest of all parties involved in a project. While we may embrace the idea of one government, those making the investment need a clear understanding of the property ownership. All the properties in Bill number 36-0138 are in the subbase area, is in the subbase Crombie area. Viper has requested these parcels primarily for incorporation into the Crombie Redevelopment Project. This bill identifies 3 groups of properties. First, there are parcels that are undeniably owned by the Virgin Islands Port Authority. However, since 1969, these parcels have been divided into separate lots, and we need to confirm that Viper owns each individual property. With the passage of Act number 3075, which authorized the transfer of certain properties to the central government, the Recorder of Deeds should document that all properties involved in Crombie District redevelopment project are property owned by Viper. The second group of parcels comprise properties that have been under the control and jurisdiction of the Department of Property and Procurement by virtue of Act number 3075. The third group of parcels consists of filled land under the current Crombie Center and the submerged land seaward of it. This group also includes the submerged land occupied by the existing dock and the submerged land to the south, of which the third berth will be built. We aim to develop these properties together as a single project, transforming the subbase area into an exciting new tourist attraction. The redevelopment will include a new Crombie Village at the Austin Bay Monsanto Marine Facility, a day resort for cruise passengers, other visitors to the islands, and the public, as well as, most importantly, a third berth for cruise ships arriving to St. Thomas. This new attraction will help position the Port of St. Thomas as the premier cruise ship destination in the Caribbean, offering fresh activities for passengers. Additionally, this development will create new overnight guest experiences in St. Thomas. Our goal is to transform the subbase area from a decaying industrial zone into a modern, vibrant visitor attraction center. In 2019, the Virgin Islands Port Authority received a proposal from Royal Caribbean Cruise Limited, thereafter Royal Caribbean Group, to develop the Austin Bay Monsanto Marine Terminal and Crombie Center into an upgraded modern facility focused on tourism. This proposal included plans for a new water-based day resort and the construction of a third berth for cruise ships at the Austin Bay Marine Terminal. Viper's Board of Directors reviewed the proposal and authorized me as the Executive Director to initiate negotiations with Royal Caribbean Group regarding the project. Since 2020, we have been actively negotiating the redevelopment of Crombie. Carl Knight just gone. Wow. Timing.
You may continue, Executive Director Dow.
Oh, wow. All right. The Viper's Board of Governors reviewed the proposal and authorized me as the Executive Director to initiate negotiations with Royal Caribbean Group regarding this project. Since 2020, we have been actively negotiating the redevelopment of Crombie. Over the past 5 years, Royal Caribbean has consistently maintained its interest in the project. Several partners have been presented alongside Royal Caribbean, and the specific development activities have been reiterated multiple times. Ultimately, Royal Caribbean has remained a committed partner throughout this process, and the changes we have encountered have been a result of the extended duration of our negotiations. In 2023, we were introduced to Icon Infrastructure, an international company specializing in infrastructure financing and development. Icon is now partnering with Royal Caribbean Group to develop several projects in the United States, Europe, and the Caribbean, including Viper's Crombie Development Project. Icon has played a pivotal role in the ongoing negotiations through its joint venture, Cruise Terminals International. We have been in discussions with CTI since 2023, and the negotiations have been lengthy and detailed. As these discussions are still in progress, I am unable to share specific details of the agreement at this time. However, we anticipate that an agreement will be finalized before the end of this year. The passage of this bill number 36-0138 is crucial to completing the agreement and initiating this project. The parcels to be transferred. Directly across the street from Crombie Center in Subbase, several parcels of land are owned, controlled by the Virgin Islands Port Authority. This includes the VI Police Department Academy, which does not generate revenues for Viper. The buildings that once housed island laundries are located on parcels 164, 165, 163, and 116. These parcels have been under the control of the Department of Property and Procurement. To the west of the former laundries to the west of the former laundries, to the laundries building is parcel number 86, home to Import Supply, a business that sells generators and generator parts. Parcel 86 has also been under control of the government of the Virgin Islands. There is a metal building in this area that is owned and managed by Viper. Over the years, it has been leased to various automotive-related businesses, building supply companies, and cabinet manufacturers. Viper has engaged in discussion with the owners of these businesses and has offered financial assistance upon their vacating the premises. We intend to provide financial support to tenants in good standing and have also offered relocation opportunities to some of them. Viper owns parcel number 36, Estate Niski, where we plan to construct a warehouse facility to accommodate the tenants of E-Building in Sobeys. We are currently in the design phase of the project and expect the new warehouse to be ready for occupancy before demolition of E-Building begins. That's commonly referred to as the mechanic shops. The next parcel heading south of parcel 70A Sobeys, which is under the control of the government of the Virgin Islands. Until recently, this parcel was leased by Bryan's Electric Inc., but they have since surrendered the lease. This property is located at a corner across from the school lunch program warehouse. Adjacent to Bryan's Electric are several other parcels, 70B remainder, 70B-1, 70B-2, and 70B-4. These parcels extend eastward to the Virgin Islands Port Authority fence line in front of the Department of Property and Procurement. By transferring these properties to the Virgin Islands Port Authority, we can integrate them into our project and effectively enclose the project area from the sea to the highway. This transfer presents a natural and logical reconnection of the properties. As part of our discussion with Department of Property and Procurement, we have committed to designating an exclusive parking area for the Department of Property and Procurement and other agencies located in their building. This parking area will be separated from the project's general parking area. Parcel 181 is situated south of Crombie Center and is currently occupied by Island Tricorp, doing business as Sobeys Dry Dock, Inc. Sobeys Dry Dock holds leases for areas from both the Virgin Islands Port Authority and the Department of Property and Procurement. We plan to consolidate these two separate parcels to develop a third berth for docking cruise ships. Viper acknowledges that the services provided by Sobeys Dry Dock are essential to the marine industry in the Virgin Islands and in the region. Therefore, once the transfer is completed in accordance with this bill, Viper intends to make the necessary accommodations for the relocation of that business. Section 3A and 3B of the bill transfer the field lands and submerged lands. The field lands are the parcels of land under the Crombie Center and some of the land under the Supreme Court and the building west of the court. According to the surveyors, when those parcels were filled in, some areas were not assigned a designated officer, lieutenant governor, or Department of Public Works number. Therefore, the bill refers to those parcels as unmapped properties. The process of registering those parcels with the OLG number has begun, and they will be considered map properties at that time. Furthermore, the area where the third berth will be built is also an unmapped properties area. That area will also have to be registered and with the request of the OLG number. The area is currently unmapped because it is in the waters. After consulting with the financial lawyers, it was decided that the original description of the unmapped parcels needed greater precision. Therefore, when it comes to the description of the unmapped areas, we have used more precise language with assistance from surveyor preparing surveys for these areas. In Section 3A and B, Section 3B transfers the unfilled lands under the Crombie Center and the submerged area eastward of the shoreline. These parcels were a portion of Parcel 161 submarine base. Viper received CZM permits to fill and occupy Parcel 161, which enabled a registration of individual parcels covering the Crown Bay Center. These parcels with OLG numbers are included in Section 1 of the bill, but they are considered filled land. Viper has a lease to occupy those parcels from the Department of Property and Procurement. Upon passing this bill, Section 3 will render the lease null and void. Section 3 transfers the submerged land in the unmapped area where the third berth will be located. This language was tightened up with the input from the project surveyor. These two provisions with this precise language are particularly important to the bankability of this project. The properties identified in Bill number 36-0138 will all be included in this project. When we started discussion with Royal Caribbean, we considered leasing those properties for the project from the Department of Property and Procurement. But as negotiations progressed and a title status was discovered, the complication of having two different owners of the project properties became increasingly apparent. The project financiers expressed concern that the need for owners' assurance and necessary subordinations will become difficult if Viper cannot speak and make decisions regarding the entire project properties, which will affect financing the project operations. Thus, we request the consolidation of the properties identified in the bill, as this will make negotiations more effective and the project financing more bankable. The third group of parcels in the bill consists of filled and submerged lands under the Crown Bay Center, the existing docks, and the area eastward. While these lands and mapped lands are covered by a commercial lease agreement approved by the legislature in 1985 and the CZM permits that authorize the filling and occupying of the submerged land, it is necessary for us to change the relationship to get the project financed. In the bill, we request that the filled land and submerged land be transferred to the Virgin Islands Port Authority in fee simple. That will make Viper the owner of the filled and submerged land. Be reminded that Viper is an instrumentality of the government of the Virgin Islands and subject to the legislature and the governor, the land restrictions. In other words, even with this transfer, all these properties will remain properties of the government of the Virgin Islands. As a result, no rental or annual fees will be needed to be paid for the use of the filled and submerged land covered by this project, because the project is in the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands and will be an economic benefit to the U.S. Virgin Islands for the term of the project, which is 40 years. The usual fees will be waived for the term of the project. In exchange for the waiver of the fees and the release of the commercial lease, the Virgin Islands Port Authority, together with its partners, will pay $7 million into the St. Thomas Capital Improvement Fund. This money will be paid to the government once the deeds are all prepared and ready for recording. This request to transfer these properties is in keeping with the spirit and the vision of the previous legislatures when Viper was created. In Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, subsection 561, the legislature indicated that from time to time, as the need arises, the government should convey property to Viper to assist Viper to conduct the purposes for which it was created. Section 561 says, for the purpose of aiding the authority in carrying out the purposes of this chapter, the governor of the Virgin Islands, with the approval of the legislature, may at the request of the authority and upon such terms as shall be determined, convey or lease any interest of government of the government in any property or grant easements, licenses, or any rights or privilege therein to the authority. This is what we are asking to have done by this bill number 36-0138. This project is crucial to the U.S. Virgin Islands economy and to our sustainability for the future tourism market. It assures this territory a preeminent place in the tourism and cruise ship industry for the years to come. We consider this a generational shift that makes this territory from lagging behind the industry and keep us at the forefront as a desirable destination. We cannot do this without transferring these underperforming properties to Viper for inclusion in this project. I am confident that everyone here understands the vital role that tourism, especially cruise tourism, plays in the Virgin Islands economy. It is important to note that tourism accounts for more than 80% of the territory's GDP, directly or indirectly, which is quite significant. We must take the necessary steps to preserve our competitive edge in this sector. Since 2017, Royal Caribbean has brought almost 1 million passengers to the U.S. Virgin Islands. Over the past 5 years, they have increased the numbers of passengers visiting St. Croix. 5 years ago was about 40,000. Today is 240,000 being brought to St. Croix based on the relationship the Port Authority have established with Royal Caribbean. Royal Caribbean is committed to continue this trend by bringing even more visitors to our shores, particularly to St. Croix. In St. Thomas, Royal Caribbean has brought more passengers to our port than the top 3 cruise lines combined. Let me say that again. Based on this relationship, in St. Thomas, Royal Caribbean has brought more passengers to our port than the top 3 other cruise lines combined. This highlights that Royal Caribbean is a valuable partner for the Virgin Islands Port Authority and by extension to the territory. The project in Crown Bay has a budget of over $200 million designated for this development. We anticipate a corresponding increase in the number of passengers arriving in St. Thomas. We are guided by the principle that when the tide rises, all boat rises with it. Therefore, we are committed to ensuring that our residents benefit from the economic opportunities the project generates. We have negotiated protections for existing tenants at Crown Bay Center, ensuring that leases will be honored for their full terms. Additionally, we have made provisions for future opportunities for new vendors to access the redeveloped Crown Bay Village, as well as other business opportunities for various products and services. We have been sensitive to the businesses that may be disrupted by this project, and those in good standing have been offered financial assistance for relocation and/or retirement of their businesses. Moreover, we expect CTI and its operational partners to fully provide job opportunities for residents as required by law. Before concluding, I would like to reemphasize how important this development is, not only for the Port Authority or for the government of the Virgin Islands. Most importantly, it will benefit the residents of our community and those directly affected by the cruise industry, including our tour operators, over 40 plus of them, our excursion companies. That's your native son that run the tours to St. John and so forth. They operate from our facility on a regular basis. Hundreds of taxi drivers and the owners and employees of the restaurants and merchants whose livelihood depend on our decisions. Adding the 3rd cruise ship berth will increase our cruise passenger numbers from 1 million to approximately 1.5 million annually. This significant increase will enhance our economy's revenue. The tourism industry is advancing rapidly, and we cannot afford to delay. The Caribbean and the rest of the world are not waiting for the United States Virgin Islands. The time to us to act and propel ourselves into the future is now. Mr. Chairman, I thank you again for this opportunity to testify. My staff and I will be available to answer any questions. I really want to thank this body for your participation, your engagement throughout all our discussions we've had. And more than that, I also like to thank Governor Brian, the Brian Roach administration for the input, the folks at Property and Procurement, and all the DPNR, and all the people that came together. And most importantly, those residents and those tenants that the authority met with time and time and time with. I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Executive Director Dow, for your presentation. Assistant Commissioner Vince Richards, are you prepared to provide a testimony?
Yes, Senator.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair and Senate President Milton E. Potter, Vice Chair Kenneth L. Gittins, and members of the 36th Legislature, Central and Legislative staff, fellow testifiers, visitors present in the chambers, and the members of the viewing and listening audience. I am Vincent Richards, Assistant Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement. I appear today on behalf of Commissioner Lisa M. Alejandro to offer testimony on Bill number 36-0138. Chairman and members of the 36th Legislature, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you on behalf of the Department of Property and Procurement to express support for Bill number 36-0138. This legislation authorizes the transfer of designated government-owned parcels and subbase, including filled and submerged lands, to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for the Crown Bay District Redevelopment Project. The Department of Property and Procurement has reviewed the proposed conveyance and confirms that they are appropriate, legally permissible, and in the best interest of the Virgin Islands. The Crown Bay District Redevelopment Project represents a significant public investment opportunity. It is designed to transform a long-deteriorated industrial area into a modern cruise destination, expand berthing capacity, strengthen the territory's competitiveness in the tourism sector, and catalyze substantial private sector development. The anticipated economic benefits: enhanced commercial activity, increased employment, and improved public infrastructure justify the consolidation of these properties under the Virgin Islands Port Authority, the entity charged with managing and operating the territory's marine facilities. The bill also places responsibility of environmental remediation, abatement, and demolition on the Virgin Islands Port Authority, relieving the government of substantial costs associated with preparing these properties for productive use. Additionally, the legislation ensures that the Department of Property and Procurement and other government agencies will retain a beneficial and dedicated parking area within the redevelopment footprint, therefore preserving essential operational capacity. Financially, the requirement for the Virgin Islands Port Authority is to remit $7 million to the government of the Virgin Islands. Upon transfer, provides immediate benefit to the St. Thomas Capital Improvement Fund. The waiver of certain submerged land fees for 50 years is limited in scope and justifies the scale of the investment and the long-term economic return expected from the project. The bill further authorizes necessary roadway improvements and mandates annual reporting to the legislature, ensuring transparency, accountability, and continued legislative oversight. In summary, Bill number 36-0138 advances a major public benefit project, ensures optimal use of government property, and provides both immediate and long-term economic advantages to the territory. For these reasons, the Department of Property and Procurement respectfully supports its adoption. Thank you for your consideration. I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Richards, for your testimony. Now we're going to ask Mr. Kevin Goldstein. Are you prepared to offer your testimony?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kevin Goldstein with Cruise Terminals International, LLC. Honorable Senate President Milton Potter, Vice Chair Gittins, Senate Secretary Lewis, all senators of the 36th legislature of the United States Virgin Islands present, legislative staff, and the listening and viewing audience. Again, my name is Kevin Goldstein, Head of Development for the Americas for Cruise Terminals International. I am joined today by my colleagues, Melissa Morales from Royal Caribbean Group, Duncan Caird from Cruise Terminals International, and also behind me in the audience, Andres Vidal, Cruise Terminals International's General Counsel, and our out-of-house legal counselors, Adrian Dudley with Dudley Rich and Sorel Negro with Brown Rudnick. My firm, CTI, respectfully submits these remarks today in support of Bill number 36-0138. By way of introduction, CTI is a developer, owner, and operator of cruise terminals and associated infrastructure on a global basis. Our shareholders include Royal Caribbean Group and Icon Infrastructure. Across the world, we currently manage cruise port projects with an investment value totaling almost $1.3 billion. These include our flagship MCTA Terminal A that we own and operate in Miami, and 3 projects under development. We have a project in Ravenna, Italy, that is a home port that is closed on the capital markets, under construction, and scheduled for delivery next year. A terminal in Barcelona, Spain, again closed on the capital markets, under construction, and scheduled for delivery in 2027. And a project in Rome, in Fiumicino, just outside of Rome, that is a combination between a cruise port and a marina that is under development. In addition, CTI is actively working on a pipeline of projects representing over $2 billion of capital expenditure, including our prospective relationship we've been discussing with VIPA regarding the redevelopment of Crown Bay. CTI strongly endorses this bill, which will provide VIPA with fee simple title to the lands and a portion of the seabed within the existing Austin Bay Monsanto Marine Terminal, Crown Bay Village, and surrounds. Clear title will enable VIPA to have the ability to enter into a long-term lease with my firm for implementation of a comprehensive redevelopment plan for Crown Bay that has been collaboratively devised by VIPA, Royal Caribbean, and CTI. This redevelopment plan is intended to promote the economy and welfare of St. Thomas by accomplishing the following goals. 1, revitalize the Crown Bay area, supporting the sustainable futures of existing businesses and creating new entrepreneurial opportunities. 2, increase the ability of St. Thomas to safely welcome and entertain additional cruise guests. 3, enhance revenue opportunities for the territory and generate new economic activity associated with increased tourism-focused visitation. 4, support the environmentally sustainable present and future use of an important coastal property. And 5, create an authentic and welcoming destination, which will in turn elevate the overall visitor and resident experience. CTI and Royal Caribbean are collectively preparing to invest over $200 million in the redevelopment project over an approximate 5-year time frame, resulting in a rejuvenated Crown Bay Village with improved guest comfort, expanded parking and ground transportation area, and construction of a new pier to support additional cruise vessel calls. The project will enhance the current retail village while also providing new offerings, including additional shops, interactive outdoor spaces, spaces to host live events, both small and large, and expanded food and beverage options. We fully expect that the Crown Bay will be open for business on both ship days and non-ship days, with expanded use and enjoyment by both residents and overnight guests. This redevelopment will transform Crown Bay into a vibrant waterfront destination for residents and tourists alike, serving as both a cultural attraction and an economic engine for the territory. The project is being specifically designed to respect Crown Bay's historic naval heritage, with interpretive and educational elements that will convey and memorialize the storied past of the site. The aesthetic design is intended to complement the existing village and surrounds, while welcoming visitors and the community to an authentic St. Thomas destination. We are also delighted that the project will create significant new employment opportunities, both within the long-term operation of the expanded Crown Bay Center and during the construction build-out of the project. We want to thank all of you for allowing us the opportunity to vocalize our support for this legislation, as well as the opportunity to invest in the U.S. Virgin Islands and join our colleagues at Royal Caribbean and our prospective partners at VIPA as long-term stakeholders in the St. Thomas community. We are, of course, available to respond to any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goldstein, for your testimony. Ms. Melissa Morales, are you prepared to move forward with your testimony?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Senate President Potter, Vice President Gittins, Senate Secretary Lewis, Majority Leader VLA, and distinguished members of the legislature and the listening and viewing audience. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on a legislation that is vital to the economic growth and global positioning of the U.S. Virgin Islands. My name is Melissa Morales, and I oversee port development and destination development for the Americas and Caribbean for the full Royal Caribbean Group. I am proud to be here today alongside our long-term partners of VIPA and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Our partnership dates back to the early 2000s and was strengthened significantly after Hurricanes Irma and Maria in 2017, where we worked tirelessly side by side to help the territory recover and thrive, including restoring our beloved Magens Bay to its pristine state. And just like we did that for the U.S. Virgin Islands, we are currently in the same partnership with the devastation that Hurricane Melissa did to Jamaica. Today, we express our full support for Bill number 36-0138, which is critical to advancing the Crown Bay redevelopment project. This legislation will enable the Virgin Islands Port Authority to secure fee simple title to the property required for development. Without this step, the project simply cannot move forward. RCG is the largest user of the Austin Bay Monsanto Marine Terminal and the leading cruise line in terms of guest volume and spend in the USVI, nearly twice that of the closest competitor. As a result of our collective partnership with VIPA and the government of the USVI, since 2017, we've practically doubled our guest volume to St. Thomas to over 800,000 passengers and increased visits fivefold to St. Croix to over 200,000 passengers from less than 40,000 passengers, currently accounting for nearly 1 million passengers in 2025. These numbers reflect our commitment to the U.S. Virgin Islands and the significant economic impact and positive contribution that the Royal Caribbean Group brings to local businesses and communities, estimated at an annual $150 million in spend within the territory. The cruise industry is evolving. Ships are getting larger, and guests are seeking more immersive experiences and enhanced product offerings. To keep St. Thomas competitive as a marquee destination, investment in larger, more modern, and resilient infrastructure is essential. Cruise destinations in the direct competitive Eastern Caribbean region have up to 6 berths and counting. With only 5 berths, and it's important to note that only 3 are capable of berthing the largest and most modern cruise ships in the world, St. Thomas runs a risk of being completely bypassed as a destination. The Crown Bay redevelopment project is fundamental to the future of the cruise industry in St. Thomas and to the broader economic success of the territory by increasing berthing capacity and modernizing the existing facilities. RCG and our partners at Cruise Terminals International are prepared to invest over $200 million in this project. And our commitment to the territory doesn't stop in St. Thomas. Our commitment to the territory is further demonstrated by a direct investment in approximately $700,000 to enable our partners, VIPA, to perform the necessary feasibility studies for the expansion of the St. Croix Pier, in order to enable the safe berthing of the most modern cruise ships in the industry. RCG has also agreed to support an industry-wide increase of over 300% in passenger cruise fees to St. Croix over the last 2 years since 2017, aiding growth in the territory. And that's going from $5 in 2023 to a contemplating $15 upon the finalization of the Crown Bay redevelopment transaction. We urge you to pass Bill number 36-0138 and join us in maintaining the momentum established over the past decade to share a stronger, more resilient future for the cruise industry and for the U.S. Virgin Islands. The future success of cruise in the USVI, including job creation, financial investment, and positioning as a global travel leader, is closely tied to this legislation, and we look forward to continuing this partnership and building the future together. I thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Morales. That concludes our testifiers, right? Thank you. We're going to proceed with a 4-minute round. I want to just start by asking you, Executive Director Dow, is this development a 6-month sort of a business operation that's going to be thriving during the tourist season for 6 months, 5 or 6 months, and then after the tourist season, it just becomes,
No, that's exactly why we're discussing a facility that would be able to operate basically 24/7, whether cruise ships are here or not here. It still would be open up for the residents based on the amenities, more food and beverage, more entertainment, and just like I was indicated, some of the largest concerts in St. Thomas was held on the Crown Bay property. We expect to continue to do those kind of things. So it will be open up all the time. And I think Ms. Morales spoke about the situation of the if we do this water adventure, that will be open up to the local residents. And we want that to happen coming whether from the British Virgin Islands and coming down and enjoying it, and even the passengers or the other overnight guests that is at the hotels right now. Do we expect a 24/7 kind of vibrant operation like what we would see if you want to go to Miami tomorrow?
Okay. So you don't anticipate a major drop-off in business after the tourist season, which is kind of what happens in these types of business structures.
Well, that is why we also supported the fact that DPNR would remain down there. They have that building alone have probably close to about 75 people working there. And this, on the flip side, DPNR have a building down there that they expect to make their headquarters. Another probably 200 people. You know, Chef John is local. People come from up by Niski all about to participate in that. So Speedy Redemption is down here if you want some veggie. They're all in the center. So we want to make sure it's a facility that incorporates all these things at all time.
Okay. You mentioned that negotiations are still ongoing. What are some of the key terms that are still being negotiated? I think you said at the end of the year you anticipate this being pretty much concluded. What are some of the key terms that still remain in negotiation?
Well, there's quite a bit of things we're talking about. For example, this property issue have to be resolved. But of course, we're talking the finances, how much cars they're going to make, how much people they're going to bring. I mean, we put 1.5 million still to be for us to kind of go through. Would be not just on the ship days, how we're going to operate. We're still talking about what the Port Authority's percentages are. Let me be frank. We expect to car share in some of what is coming in. Okay. So all of that is the discussion that we had. I don't want to give them a heads up what we're asking them for.
Understood.
But in fact, that's the discussion that we're having.
Understood. Now, you said that the $7 million payment to the St. Thomas Capital Improvement Fund, that's a one-time payment in exchange for 40 years of waived CZM fees.
Correct.
Right? What would the total CZM fees have been over a 40-year period without the waiver?
Well,
I'm sure you've done that calculation.
Yeah, couple of things, and that's why Larry here. But anyhow, here's the part that we want to, I want us to gravitate on. Annually, the Port Authority right now have a fee. That fee is about $70,000. It's been in place for a while. We know that was going to go up. So that annual fee, every year you go back and renew a permit and you pay, let's say, $75,000. We believe that for what we're trying to do, we wanted to say, hey, we're willing to do a major upfront payment of that amount after discussion with DPNR and the administration, upfront payment, and so that every year we don't, whether it's 75,000, it would be more than that, clearly, because there's more property involved now, frankly. But we thought it was, when we look at what submerged land fees were, and at the same time that the government, participated in that. So upfront, the payment upfront, which would now allow us not every year to have to make this payment. That's a payment would be made from the authority, as we're paying right now.
You're very skilled, you're very skilled, because you didn't really disclose that figure, that question I asked you. What would that amount have been in the waiver of the CZM fees over 40 years?
Okay,
I even forgot to ask you the question. You dazzled me with it.
So the financial advice would have been under $3 million over the time.
Okay. Thank you for your response. Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory, to the testifiers, as well as those here in the chambers and staff. I wanted to ask about the current businesses that are there. If this project goes through, one of the things that we notice while people are doing upgrades and building around current businesses, for example, when they were doing Main Street, we heard a lot of businesses say they lost business. How are you going to accommodate or work with the businesses there to make sure that there's not a huge amount of loss business-wise while you're building out?
We had a discussion. Allow Mr. Goldstein. I think you should answer that. Speak loud.
Thank you, Senator. Kevin Goldstein, Cruise Terminals International, LLC. We intend to honor all the existing leases for the tenants in good standing within the village. So it's part of the overall intent of the project. We have good tenants in there. They've been there for a long time with VIPA as the landlord. We want them to stay. We also want to keep the village open during construction, and we will keep the village open during construction. This will be a phased project so that cruise vessels can continue to call and the tenants can continue to operate. There will be some nuisance to them over the course. It is a construction project, but the goal is really this is a project that can actually uplift the village through, over time as we conclude, the uplift in passengers actually visiting the village. So the tenant should have a net positive benefit by the increased passengers, residents, overnight guests all visiting this upgraded village.
More than likely at the end of the project. So what happens during the project? How do you help mitigate potential loss because of the increased construction?
Okay, one of the things that we're taking into consideration is exactly that. Those people that have to relocate right within our center, we have a couple vacant areas. We didn't lease them out for that very same purpose. And while we have to relocate them, we already discussed that whether it's some financial compensation, because it depends on the location they were in, they might have been making more money. We will take that into account. So it'll be by a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
The center will be open. We'll make accommodations for the folks right in the same center. We have some vacancies that we continue to keep in our buildings.
Okay, that's more along the lines of what I was trying to get to. Thank you. I want to ask about benefits as it relates to the construction. This is going to be a major undertaking. What safeguards, or when it comes to construction management, even making sure that some local contractors, explain to me a little bit about the participation of local businesses in this project, because I have witnessed at times where they would bring in quite a bit and sometimes the local businesses don't really get to participate. Tell me what your strategy is with that.
Thank you, Senator. So the project will actually occur really in 3 phases. Okay. The first phase is the village itself, which is basically, as we were just discussing, the existing retail outlets within Crown Bay Village.
1 minute.
The second phase will be the civil works in the surround. So that will basically be moving the existing parking area and creating additional parking, ground transportation area, and tourism-focused opportunities. The third phase will be the new pier, and the pier will be after the first 2 phases because of the Army Corps of Engineer permit. So there's a lead time for that permit, so we'll need to apply, secure the permit, and then build the pier. The concept is we, of course, want to use local contractors to the greatest extent possible. They're here. We've actually already been in conversations with multiple local groups for this project. So we will go through a competitive bid process, and we would be more than willing and, in fact, excited to use as much local labor and contractors as possible.
For me, I like to make sure that while I do like this project, I think it could benefit the territory in the long run once it's completed. But I also have to make sure our locals are okay. And I remember in discussion there were 2 parcels in question. Is all of that resolved now? Because that once I could hear that part is okay, I'm okay. Because I got to make sure my locals are okay. Anybody has any thoughts and updates on that?
Well, the 2 buildings that that we had discussed, both buildings were actually on lease. They were not owned by the folks. Those are owned by the government.
Okay.
So when you go on Map Geo, you might see one thing, but no. They were leased, and those leases have since expired quite some time. They're vacant as we speak tonight.
Okay, excellent. And that I appreciate. I think I heard them call my time.
Yes.
I think you've answered as much as I can within my compound time. So I appreciate the responses.
Thanks.
And I look forward to further discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Ahmed Francis Heiliger. You mentioned financial assistance and relocation opportunities for displaced tenants. Is there a specific dollar amount, specific terms that have been offered?
No, I mean, we had sent out some communications, for example, to the mechanics. Most of them want relocation. In other words, we want the money to leave. We want some place to go. So which, as we speak, the CTI folks, in our discussion, they are currently have engaged a company to design the base that the mechanic is going to use and property we already purchased. But I want us to be clear with one thing. We recognize that we live in a small community and it's a proper thing to do. But the mechanics that's on our property, everybody on our property, because we know we wanted to do this project, none of them have a long-term lease that's on our property. They're on a month-to-month, but again, in all fairness, we have said that we in this community, let's create as much harmony in terms of helping them to relocate. The Port Authority paid a couple $2 million for over 3 acres of land, and that's what we expect to do. The Director of Engineering, that we know the square footage, we went through the whole process. So we will help and assist in the relocation.
Got you. Nothing in writing, it's just a gentleman's agreement between you and these mechanics.
Well, we send them some communication in writing telling them that if you leave, we could pay you XYZ and so forth.
You can conclude your statement.
And so forth. So that's what we committed to do. We committed to helping the folks to relocate.
Thank you. Point of information, Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Director Dow.
Good afternoon.
The 3 acres of land you bought, where is it located?
It's between the Moravian Church. As a matter of fact, WAPA have the pole them and they right now what they ain't paying for. But you see where all them WAPA poles are when you're going up by Victor's?
Yeah.
That entire from the bottom of the road there, and the left would be, facing on the left would be the Moravian Church, and the right would be the cemetery. So our property runs from the road to the top road above if you're going by Victor. So it's over like 3 acres.
So it's not too far from where they are. So it's an easy transition in terms of their customers, etc.
Exactly. It's not far at all, and it's already set up for that. There used to be mechanics there before. There used to be body shops there before.
Another area. Okay,
Yes.
thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good evening to all. I'm still on that line of questioning. So your intent to build a warehouse for these mechanic shops that are now down in sub-base in that piece of property you're talking about?
Preston, please.
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering for the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Senator Johnson, yes, the intent is to issue a solicitation package for a request for proposal on a design build basis for a new warehouse facility that could be utilized for car mechanics and the like.
What's the estimated cost for this structure?
Because that's going to be going out in a public procurement, we're not at the position to disclose the amount, but it is a significant investment. It's a facility that's going to be around 6,500 square feet. And as we've testified previously on what we've seen for the square footage costs in the territory right now of similar structures, it is a significant investment to facilitate that relocation.
Thank you very much. And with sub-base being a former marine base industry, what kind of environmental remediation will be needed? And if it's going to be done, who's going to foot the cost?
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. We have done extensive Phase 1 and Phase 2 environmental assessments of the entire properties that were the formerly utilized subbase. There is significant remediation that needs to occur. We've seen hydrocarbons as well as additional heavy metals. We are working currently with CTI right now on a remediation action plan to take care of that facility and all of the areas to ensure that we can have a clean and sustainable development. Under the terms of our agreement, as is typical with brownfield redevelopments, the property owner, us as the Virgin Islands, is responsible for those remediation costs and handing over a clean site to the developer.
All right, I don't have a lot of questions. I just definitely want to say thank you to Royal Caribbean Group, because I've been seeing a lot of double barrel ships on the island of St. Croix, which is something that we haven't seen in a long, long, long time. So just with what you're doing now, I expect to see bigger and greater things. So at the appropriate time, I definitely want to see this project, how it's going to come along, and hope that we have a smooth transition, which I know we have some little hiccups in between it, because some of the businesses that are down there now have some different contention, and I hope that we could manage to come to a good settlement, a good agreement, so that this project can move forward to make sure that the capital stay on top in the Caribbean when it comes to the tourist industry, and hopefully St. Croix will start picking up the pace.
1
to be
minute.
second in line. So I really want to say thanks to Royal Caribbean for all what you have already been doing on the big island of St. Croix when you see the numbers increasing drastically. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. The $7 million, I was curious as to how you arrived at that figure, how you were able to negotiate that figure. Is it based on the appraised value of the property that's being transferred over?
A lot of it was based on, well, we have the property one way, but we had the submerged land that is on a, Crombie Center sits on submerged land submerged land. So the authority was always, well, should have been always paying submerged land fees to DPNR, which we do. So when they look at, other properties and so forth, what is submerged land fees, for example, if we go by Yacht Haven, they pay submerged land fees. We know what those numbers were, and we kind of negotiated it. As a matter of fact, in all fairness, you're pressing me, so I must tell you that we went up a little higher in what we paid what we agreed to pay the government of the Virgin Islands, and that's $7 million, just so that we wanted to get upfront. That they wanted a payment upfront, and we agreed to do that. So the government would not be sitting back and waiting every year. Let's say even if it was $300,000, they would not sit back and wait each year for a payment. They'll get an upfront that enable them to do whatever they choose to do.
Okay. So that property hasn't been appraised. There hasn't been like a objective appraisal of the property to determine what the value, the current market value is for it. The submerged lands as well as all of the other property that's in the pot that's being considered.
No, we sat down and negotiated. But remember, there were some couple of purchases that happened before, down in the area. But we got, property and procurement ourselves. We sat down, we discussed what we believe to be in the best interest of the project. Because remember, and let me be frank, part of the discussion was not just what the payment would have been, but what benefit it is to the population altogether. But we know from what we had seen with a couple of the submerged land fees payment right now that we were in a good place. And truthfully speaking, they were able to kind of ask for a little higher payment, which we obliged.
Okay. Thank you very much. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes. Good strategy, though. Good strategy.
Well, okay, good. Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Royal Caribbean, thank you. I want to say thank you for real. I too wanted to find out about the $5 million additional, because the bill says $2 million. I was told there's an amendment to add 5. So I wanted to see what that amendment said as to what the reasoning was to add 5. And I guess you touched on some of it here, but they said the amendment is still being worked on. But the bill says $2 million. So that's what I wanted to know. So I guess when I come, I'll read what he said, and then we go from there. Now, Subbase, the area that we in question, the majority of it is filled land. Where the village is all filled in land. I remember when it was the ocean there. Would that require any additional infrastructure hardening to add another pier and different things that we're looking to build out? overall?
Okay, let me allow the engineer to answer that, but where the pay going is not the same here. Go ahead, Preston.
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering for VIPA. Senator DeGraff, there is additional geotechnical investigations that have been taken into account. All of that due diligence has already been completed, both in the uplands, so in that filled land area, as well as the submerged land area. So all of that is factored into the upcoming design documents that will be utilized to ensure the longevity of the infrastructure.
And that would be our responsibility.
No, that is taken care of through the developer and their proposed developments.
Okay, I just wanted to make that part clear. The developer would take part of shoring up the whole facility.
Correct.
Good. That's good to hear. Royal Caribbean, when my time is up and you're on the chair's time, I'd just like you to answer or to state that Royal Caribbean is just not a cruise line. It's an industry. And what you have in mind for the people of the Virgin Islands, the local people in regards to going forward. So you can hold your answer on the chair's time when I turn it back over. Now for the ratio of local Virgin Islanders, I know we can't particularly say, but we're going to introduce an entire facility where Virgin Islanders can obtain jobs. And what are we looking at for our Virgin Islanders going forward in upward mobility for our Virgin Islanders and the ratio of bringing in your staff and stuff to the territory also to carry on your mandates. But what opportunities are we looking for Virgin Islanders?
Before he starts, let me just say one thing unequivocally. What the authority has made abundantly clear to our friends is that whoever is currently employed at our facility will remain employed. Now, Kevin, you could.
Kevin Goldstein, Cruise Terminals International, LLC. Senator, I think I can say with great emphasis, this will be a locally operated port. We anticipate over 150 construction jobs and nearly 100 operational positions, including some directly working with us in the management of the port, others in the shops, the retails, the day resort, other F&B opportunities. So we see these as good, sound, well-paying, good benefit jobs in the tourism community, whether managing the port or in the customer-facing side of it.
Okay, it also in the contract that you'll be getting to, I know those terms haven't been negotiated. What type of authority does Royal Caribbean have in the Virgin Islands versus Port Authority? So can they go ahead and fence off the whole property that, hey, we can't enter unless they say and have the... No. I just, because I say these are things that have been said in the past. Royal Caribbean takes over and they own the place and nobody... So I want it to be put here in public as to what authority they are given over in the territory. They're making a significant investment.
It is a government facility. It is a public facility and will be continued to. But remember, it's just like any other facility that we have. There are times when there's let's say if for whatever the reason might be, we have a facility and it closes at a certain time. It closes at time for everybody. But from a security standpoint, but at the same time, it's open up to the public. It's a
okay. So like I said, I like Royal Caribbean to just mention, but before they do that, Director Dow, I'd like to just you mentioned the kind of notification that you gave to the businesses in the sub-base area. If you did at all, how many years? The kind of notification you give that we're just not bullying them in to get out of the way to make room for this. You speak at that, and it could close out with Royal Caribbean and the chair side. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we, the authority, this is several years of discussion. I know several of you feel called. The reason some of you asking about the mechanics is because they've been calling you. So we live in a small community, and that's part of it. But we've been communicating with our tenants for years now. No tenant of the Port Authority in that area could say, well, we know we wasn't aware for years now.
Thank you, Senator, for the question, and thank you for the allotted time.
Sure.
Melissa Morales from Royal Caribbean. So I think what is being thought of, or when you hear that, I think it maybe has to do with any private destination, but this investment is through our cruise partners, Cruise Terminals International, and we are a minority owner in that entity. We bring the volume, we bring the ships, and we empower the local community. But I think more importantly is this will be a locally run with a GM on the ground. Royal Caribbean, let's call it crew, will have no, I mean, other than getting down and enjoying the facilities, they won't have any employment in the territory or in the project in general. So, you know, I think it is important to note that this is open not only to Royal Caribbean and Royal Caribbean's guests, but just like sometimes, you know, Disney or any other cruise line, MSC calls at Crown Bay, they are also able to use the facility as well as anybody coming out to grab a bite to eat and even use the day resort that we so highly recommend and want and I think need for our guests and the guests of other cruise lines as well as overnight visitors and just the community in general. Pretty cool to have something like that so close to home. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask you about the third berth. Is that third berth restricted to Royal, or is that open to other cruise lines?
That third berth would be open to any other cruise line because remember what happens right now. We have 5 berths, for example.
Mm-hmm.
So it means on any given cruise ship day, some time ago we had 2 cruise ships in St. Croix. We had 2 Crown Bay, 3 up to Waiko, and one in St. John. It was a great day for the territory. So on any given time, you have maybe a line or 2 bypassing the territory anyhow. And so, for example, currently Waiko can only hold 2 real large vessels up there. So if that third vessel comes into Waiko, although they were assigned to go to Waiko, that same vessel now will end up down to Crown Bay. We have had to send maybe a small Royal ship, not often, but up there. So from time to time, things like that would happen. The third berth would be open up for anyone that wants to call. But it would give the territory flexibility in being able, instead of another vessel just bypassing or what have you, something like being able to stop if they have to, another vessel there.
Okay, one final question before I move on. How many businesses currently operate on those properties that are being transferred to Viper now? Do we have a handle on how many specific businesses?
You talking about, okay, you talking about the areas that we transferring people?
Yes. No. The parcels that are being transferred right now to the authority, how many businesses currently function on those parcels?
Probably about 10.
About 10.
Several of those buildings now are vacant, broken down, nobody's there. So about 10.
Okay. So maybe about 10 people and obviously their employees. And
Yeah, a lot of them is like maybe have 2 employees, 3 employees, that kind of thing. It's not huge.
Okay. Senator Anya Bolkes Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, colleagues, central staff, and the testifying panel for Bill 360138 for the transfer of certain parcels in subbase for the Crown Bay District.
I'm not hearing you too clearly, Senator. I don't know if it's...
If I could restart my time. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, listening and viewing audience, central staff, and the testifying panel before us for 36-0138. Question to the panel. Has any independent firm, appraisal, or a competitive market analysis for the Crown Bay sub-base properties been conducted for this project?
You want to speak to that person? No.
No. Okay. So we
well,
don't.
let me just, again, I said it before, but let me be clear. Currently, there's submerged land fees being paid in the territory. As a good example, as a matter of fact, the Port Authority is getting ready to take on the dredging for the private company up to Yacht Haven. So they pay submerged land fees now. We know what they pay. in terms of that. So we were able to look at what they were paying and know what ballpark we were in.
Well, I asked the question because I need to verify whether the valuation reflects the current market value of the properties. I think it's a fair question to ask. I would have liked to have had information about the appraisal or the competitive market analysis on what the valuation of the property is in relation to what is being proposed with the 7 million. I'm not saying it's a bad project, but I would have liked to know that information. Question concerning liability. Who bears the liability if challenges occur after the transfer, whether it's financing or the construction phases? Who carries the legal and financial liability?
Well, the agreement that we're working out would speak to all those kind of things during the construction phase, what phase we might be in. That's the agreement part of what we are working out. But the liability, for example, of the remediation, the Port Authority, and when you're talking about fees or whether something is fairly being compensated, remember there will be remediation, environmental remediation, which would have been those properties that the central government owned, which would have been on the central government to do. The Port Authority in this whole transaction has taken on the responsibility of giving the developers a clean site. So regardless of what that cost is for the remediation, even on those properties that the central government owned, that's been borne by the Port Authority.
Okay, very well. And let me ask, why is a fee simple ownership of submerged land necessary instead of a long-term lease?
Because as people go, and if I could, but as people go to do the financial transaction, we're talking about millions of dollars, and the folks that are dealing with the lending institution, a part of the requirement is, hey, we want to know that you, the Port Authority, have the legal ownership of those submerged land. But I still want to also say that part of what we must recognize, whether it's the port or property and procurement, these properties are still entrusted to the people, and by extension, the ownership is still the government of the Virgin Islands.
Okay, so a fee simple ownership does not carry any risks for the government of the Virgin Islands?
No.
Okay. Okay, well, thanks for putting that on the record. And are you aware of any federal concerns regarding permanent divestment of any submerged lands in that area?
No, I'm not aware of any.
Okay, very well. Mr. Chair, I know my time was called, but if I may have one wrap-up.
You may wrap up, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. If there are any defaults in the development obligations for whatever reason, what enforcements do we have as a government to retain or halt or reclaim the land?
Well, it's not about reclaiming the land. The land continues to be owned. The city, I know, Royal is owning anything there. Even the buildings was being built, they don't own it. Who owns this property is the government of the Virgin Islands, the Port Authority, and by extension, the government. But in terms of, if, let's say they start construction, and something happens, whatever happens, then we would have had some improvement on a property, and that's it. I mean, but the nitty-gritty as to what those transactions are is part of what we are finalizing in the terms of our agreement.
Okay, very well. I just wanted those things to be placed on the record.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. What happens to the property after the term is up?
After it reverts to the Virgin Islands Port Authority, and we see that all the time. We lease a building for whatever purpose to somebody. That term of their lease expired. The Port Authority now owns the building. We're free to do two things: extend a lease for those same folks, or go out and shop the building, and now, but at a higher rate. In other words, whatever is value at that point, that's what we will be leasing again for based on the value.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Senator Hubert L. Frederick, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. A pleasant good afternoon, all my colleagues, testifiers, the listening and viewing audience, my office, and our wonderful staff at the central staff of the legislature of the United States Virgin Islands. I have to give credit to everybody. Gentlemen and ladies, thank you all for coming. My question, I want to clean up one thing. Bill number 36-0138. We're talking about transferring property from property and procurement to Port Authority.
Correct.
For a sum of $7 million for submerged land. All right. The $7 million came up because of what would the CZM fees be?
I could tell you what we're paying currently. The Port Authority right now, and again, just for the Crown Bay area, the center that we have, we pay about $70,000 annually. But remember now what we're talking, that's not only the Crown Bay Center now. We're talking about the waters under the dock. Correct. And the third pair, the submerged land out there. So that's part of what.
And that was one of my questions, how we came up with the $7 million from that. And I'm going to ask Assistant Commissioner Richards if he could help me out how we came up with that number, since they're the one that
Vincent Richards, Department of Property and Procurement. Senator, I know the question was asked before whether or not we did a appraisal. We didn't find it necessary. It's merely transferring the property from the central government to a sister agency or extension of government. So it just wasn't necessary.
So why are we charging?
Pardon?
Why are we charging? And why is it going to the St. Thomas Infrastructure Fee, Transportation Fund? Why? It's my time. So that's I'm trying to follow the money here.
Okay,
sorry.
well,
If it was no monies, I wouldn't mind. But monies are transferring. I need to know why, why we came up with that amount, and why is it going where it's going? That's only fair.
In our discussions, because all of us sat and had a discussion about the properties transferring and moving where they're going to move. The property and procurement, they leases buildings from time to time. Some of those same buildings was leased at some point by property and procurement. They indicated to us, hey, we're going to transfer all this property. This is money, income we're not going to no longer get.
1 minute.
So I have to pay us something for it. That's part of the discussion.
And
the second part came with the submerged land fees. And although it's one government, as we sat and had a discussion even with the commissioner of DPNR, they were like, well, we too need, for example, one of the discussions centered around DPNR, the building that they have currently that they want to build, they indicated, hey, the submerged land fees were only $75,000. That have to raise tremendous, astronomically. But in raising those fees, we at the same time have needs as well at DPNR. Since it's submerged land fees, we have needs at DPNR, and that was what the discussion came about. Now, that number in terms of 7 million, between what we talk about with property and procurement and the submerged land fees, we also, like I said earlier, we have a copy of what the submerged land fees that Yacht Haven, which is a private entity, pays to the government. Right. So we also looked at that number and say, well, it's not bad, but we know that based on what all these fees are, we went ahead and agreed to a number that we know was still a little bit in excess of what any of that had said.
But Executive Director Dow, I'm just saying that seems quite rich to me, to be that generous for something like this. How do you know you're not overdoing it? You're overpaying.
Well,
that's all.
I hate to be here with this discussion only because at the end of the day, we have our partners here, and our partners are part of this. So,
Well, yeah, your partners need to know this is how we think.
Oh.
We think dollars and cents like they do. I know they're not doing this for free. So everything is money, and I just want to make sure we're above the board on everything, within the government, outside the government. This is going to be ran like a mall, correct?
Sorry?
This project is going to be ran like a mall?
Like a
where
mall?
you have, retail stores, a general manager. Am I understanding that's the way it's?
Basically, I don't know if any.
Are we going to have common, CAM charges, common area maintenance charges attached to it? So it's.
That's what we do right now. Yes.
Right. So that's the way it's going to be run. And how many stores, retail stores, are you anticipating?
We don't know, but that's all going to be in the design.
Okay.
But it will be increased stores, food and beverage, different amenities. There'll be more stores.
A lot of single owner businesses in there.
I don't know. That would be up to the
Typically,
developer.
what did you anticipate?
Well, I can tell you what we expect.
So I'm going to ask you to wrap up.
We expect more
your
food and
conversation.
beverage. We expect outdoor areas. We expect areas for entertainment and experiences just generally.
Thank you very much for your responses. My time has been called. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Senator.
Thanks for your leniency.
Thank you very much, Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And a pleasant good day to everyone. Welcome to the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers, if you have not been here before. I just wanted to really say I do have some concerns, and my concerns, I'm going to just start from the back, is for the current tenants of the Crown Bay. I know in your discussion, Executive Director Dow, you mentioned that the owners, the developers will honor those existing leases until they expire, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So my question is, will they be given an opportunity to renew those leases? Because you have thriving businesses there, and that's what I am concerned about. Those businesses are existing and are thriving in your Crown Bay area. How are they going to be treated?
Mr. Goldstein?
Mr. Goldstein?
Senator Kevin Goldstein, Cruz Terminals International LLC. Those tenants that are there that are thriving businesses are exactly what we want to remain in the village. So to answer the prior question from Senator Frederick, we envision a mixture of stores, retail. So right now in the village, we have some outlets that sell T-shirts. We have some outlets that sell diamonds. We have vendor kiosks. We see that tenant mix continuing over time. This is not the goal of the project is not to take all the existing tenants and replace them. It's to ensure that the good tenants that are there, that are viable businesses, remain in place, and we augment those businesses with additional similar businesses going forward.
Now, we have a lot of businesses here, and by certain standards, Small Business Administration, they will be considered disadvantaged businesses, women-owned businesses, veteran-owned businesses. Would those businesses be giving any type of preferential treatment or any type of discounted costs and the like to remain there, especially if they are locally owned, disadvantaged, veteran businesses, and also women-owned businesses?
Thank you, Senator. I think in terms of the locally owned, yes, that is exactly what we want. And in fact, we've had conversations with VIPA about having something like a locals-only portion of the village with locally manufactured goods, local food products. So that is very much part and parcel with where we see the village going. In terms of other potential benefits for tenants, we're still in the process of devising our management scheme. The other senator is right. This is kind of like, it's really two projects in one. It's almost like a shopping center, but it's also a cruise port.
Right.
So we're managing both the marine side and the land side. So as we devise our land-based management regime, and we actually meet all of the existing tenants, so we're scheduled to meet with them this Thursday.
Okay.
To start the conversations. But we see this as a very much evolving conversation over the next, let's say 6 or 7 months as we get ready to take over operation of the village.
Okay, I was very, very concerned for those existing tenants. Some of us go there frequently, and they have been contributing to our economy. I don't want to see them disappear in any way or fashion. That wouldn't be a good thing. Now, Executive Director, how many parcels are you looking to transfer?
How much of them?
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. We attached to our testimony the survey maps that are inclusive of all of the areas in subbase that make up the original 197 acres, as well as the submerged lands.
Okay.
As we testified earlier, the explicit number of parcels is inclusive of recertifying the parcels that VIPA already owns.
Right, by the deed. That was not, it was transferred back to the Virgin Islands government. I followed that. But how many, but the recorder of deeds didn't record it. And so it's still recorded as VIPA property. I have a piece of document here is stating about 37 parcels. That's what I'm trying to get. How many parcels we're looking at? 35, or is it, Mr. Chairman?
You may conclude,
Thank
Madam.
you.
So just based on a quick takeoff from that map, there's approximately 10 parcels that are currently under the control of the Department of Property and Procurement that we're looking to transfer to VIPA. And then there are some of the unmapped areas in the submerged land and filled lands that would currently be under the control of our lease with the Department of Property and Procurement through the Department of Property and Planning and Natural Resources.
I just want to put on the record, since you mentioned submerged land, I do have an issue with the submerged land being owned by VIPA. I understand VIPA is part of the government, but I'm still doing my research to find out which entity, government entity, has owned submerged land outside of the GVI in general. I know they normally lease. Or the like, but I haven't been able to identify, because I know typically and by statute, you know, the submerged lands are owned by the government of the Virgin Islands. Thank you so much, Mr.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
But you could correct me.
Yeah, up to Waiko, the submerged land there at the dock is owned by Waiko. It's not owned.
But it isn't owned by the GVI. It's owned by WICO.
Correct.
And WICO is a public, depends on what date it is. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Listen,
thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon or good evening to everyone. It's been certainly a long day. I want to say that I first of all want to extend my commendation to the team here, the team effort. Certainly VIPA, CTI, Department of Property and Procurement, Royal Caribbean. Thank you for your partnership in bringing this proposal before us. It's commendable that St. Thomas continue, and I can't get past the discussion that St. Thomas is the leading cruise ship port in the Caribbean and continue to endeavor to do that. You know, for a very long time, we had the issue where we were the leading port and we had those individuals from the Caribbean islands, our neighbors and friends from the Caribbean islands that came here and look and see all of the things that we were doing great and went back and implemented some of those things and provided some competition to us. So now there's an opportunity for us to renew, refresh, refine, and refocus. And I think that this is a wonderful opportunity for us to be able to do that and get this done. So I'm looking forward to the work to be done here in getting that going. Mr. Carlton Dow, again, this seems like a home run. You continue to, you're juggling a lot of balls. You got the airport improvement, the St. Thomas and St. Croix, you have the Charlotte Amalie harbor dredging, you have the Crown Bay development going, you got the work that's being done in St. John, you got a lot going on. When do you sleep?
Sleep there. I know when Juve comes, they say sleep is for the week.
Sleep is for the week. You want to sleep on the other side?
Yeah, thanks.
We got a lot of rest on the other side, but thank you for the work that you continue to put forth here. I wanted to ask Royal Caribbean, in respect to the $150, $200 million that's being discussed here, are you taking into consideration the possibility of the cost overrun? Or perhaps industry increases may occur. How are you handling or how are you contemplating additional funding that may be required on this project?
Sure. So Melissa Morales, Royal Caribbean. So the $150 million that I referred to is the spend that our guests have, or I guess our guests spend when they get off the ship.
Yes.
In St. Thomas, we have about 87% of our guests get off, and it's pretty interesting that 91% of our guests get off the ship in St. Croix. When they get off, our guests spend an average of $166 a guest. So we looked at it as an average of, if we're sending about 1 million guests times about 80 some odd percent.
1 minute.
And basically times 166, that's on average. But on the investment side, it's about 200 million, and that's a combination of development costs and all of the other additional project costs associated with that.
So is there any consideration that this may go over $200 million, is my question. I mean,
The cost or the guest spend?
the cost of the project, the investment.
Hello, Senator Duncan Caird, CTI. The project finance approach we've got is driven around significant cost evaluation. So just on the off chance there is a cost overrun, that would be covered by equity, or we'll do that with debt. We think we've got a robust financial structure. Obviously, that's subject to getting final terms with our arrangements with Viper, and this is one of the key areas. But our background in terms of approaching this is managing contractors, managing cost overruns, and thinking about how we're going to manage the risk.
And another question is in respect to I know that my colleague made reference to the season, which could be 6 months. Is there any consideration of this facility being utilized as an entertainment center, for example, that again could draw individuals to that site in an off-season? Any consideration there?
Senator, thank you. Kevin Goldstein, Cruise Terminals International, LLC. VIPA has actually vocalized that explicitly to us. In fact, Executive Director Dow invited me to Bujumbura. I unfortunately had to fly back that evening, but I know the potential of Crown Bay, and that's in the testimony, Senator. I mentioned events live and small. We're going to have a very expanded parking area that's capable of accommodating concerts. We'll have improved restroom facilities, improved F&B, improved retail. So all that can cater to the guests, showing up to events. So we think it will be able to accommodate also small events, weddings, receptions. We understand the island is lacking event space, so we're planning all that as part of our master plan process.
Okay. Any low point, anything that you consider could be a hindrance or barrier in you being able to complete this development?
I think Senator, the approach that we need to take with a project like this, it's not a single building, right? Sometimes you build a shopping mall, sometimes you build an airport. This is a marine project, it's a land project, it's a civil works project. I think the key, in my opinion, is really, as my colleague, Mr. Caird said, really understanding the financial risk, right? So we have it priced into our model. Being able to control construction of diverse trades going simultaneously, being able to work within an operating village. I think that's a very big concern. Having neighbors next to the village in terms of DPP, DPNR. I think these are the items that we need to manage as we move forward. And I think as long as we approach these with eyes wide open and factor these into the implementation approach, we'll be able to succeed.
Thank you, Mr. Dow.
Yeah, one of the things I would like all of us to recognize as well, and I think based on what you alluded to, Senator, is that any risk, most of this risk we're discussing is transferred from the government of the Virgin Islands to the developer in terms of what they must do. And at the same time, the only way the developer, and like I tell them, we always have this conversation, don't be afraid to say you want to make a profit. That's part of doing business, except though, the developer, in order for them to make money, they've got to bring people. So if it's a 6 months period, and that's why you see even summer, Royal Caribbean will come in here during the summer. I mean, things might slow down. So in order for them to make money and recover the investment, they must bring people, and a lot of people, to recover their investment.
Very well, thank you. My time has been called. Again, I think it's just ironic that we're having this discussion about expanding the Crown Bay area. Again, we know that during World War II, this was turned into a marine, submarine base. And coincidentally, we have the same type of thing now. We have where the military are back to our shores, both here and on St. Croix. So it's just ironic that we're having this discussion at the same time. So they'll have a lot of places to go once we're able to develop this site. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Senator Clifford A. Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the listening public. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to anyone else in the chambers. First question, I guess either Mr. Dow or Mr. Goldstein could answer. So what portion are we planning to start? Like the berth, we plan to start on the berth, is planning to start on the building?
Question?
Senator Kevin Goldstein, Cruise Terminals International LLC. We're going to be embarking on the project in 3 phases. The first phase is within the village itself, so within Crown Bay Village and the retail tenants, the improvement, the beautification, the expansion of the village. The second phase will be going beyond the wrought iron fence into the civil works, and that's after VIPA has relocated the tenants. We'll be able to expand the project. The third phase will be the marine works, and those will include the new pier and improvements to the existing pier. And the delay in the marine works is the time that we need to spend waiting for the Army Corps permitting process.
Good. So this question will be for Director Dow. With the dredging that needs to be done, I know you always stated you would like it hopefully to fall in place that when you start up here, you're able to start this end and work it down, and by the time you're ready to get back down this side, is around timing for the berthing. So is this still part of your plans going forward?
That's our plan, but Preston, you...
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering for VIPA. Senator Joseph, yes, that is the intent. We are preparing the permit applications to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and Coastal Zone Management Commission as we speak. Our intent is to have those permit applications submitted by January. At the latest for all of the necessary improvements. With the fact that the Charlotte Amalia Harbor dredging project is currently in procurement and an active solicitation on the street, our schedule is intended to have that dredging start in the summer of next year with a 365-day period of performance. We anticipate, given the 18-month permit timelines we've seen from the Army Corps of Engineers, that following permit receipt, we would be able to solicit those dredging services while Charlotte Amalia Harbor is still ongoing.
Okay, this one is from Melissa. Good afternoon, how are you doing? You spoke about St. Croix, so how much of an extension you say you want to make sure that the larger ships could go over there as well? So what's the timeline on that?
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering for VIPA. We've been working alongside our marine architectural and engineering consultants to put together a dredge plan and a mooring improvement to facilitate the most modern and larger cruise vessels than what currently calls the St. Croix today. A part of that has been discussion with Royal Caribbean Group, their captains, as it relates to the necessary improvements, all of those items that would facilitate the ability to take larger vessels there. So that's something that we're currently in the feasibility study stage with. We have a geotechnical investigation of the entire area around the existing berth is ongoing as of last week. And the intent is that we'll continue to advance those plans and bring those plans for submission to both the Army Corps of Engineers as well as the Coastal Zone Management Commission.
Okay, thank you for your response. Last question would be, as far as the tenants, so you guys don't have already a rotation in place, like if you start a portion of the building where you're going to be moving this one tenant in the meanwhile, that's all in place or part of your plan?
Yeah, Senator Kevin Goldstein, Cruise Terminals International LLC. As we embark on the actual architecture and engineering design of the project, that's going to be part of that effort. So we're going to be meeting with the tenants, understanding who's in what space, trying to fill the vacant spaces. There are retail outlets with no tenants in them. So that'll be part of the conversation, but this will be very much part of our detailed design effort, which is going to, is started already and will continue over the next probably 6 to 9 months to find the right home for all the tenants.
Thank you guys for your response. Thank you for your partnership and coming here. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Edie Dow.
The Senator Joseph asked, when he asked about the time period and what's happening with the St. Croix, I want all of us to recognize as well that Royal Caribbean and ourselves agreed that their passengers would pay additional $5 going into St. Croix. That's how we able to get the $700,000 to do the feasibility study for St. Croix being able to take larger ships. So I just want, again, the public and all of us to recognize their continuous working with us, because the port, we tell them plain out, we have 700 sitting down. They agree that additional $5 would be paid for that purpose.
Thank you. That's good information. Senator Mary C. James, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, everyone in and outside the room. Testifiers, colleagues, staff, visitors. I really don't have any questions. I really don't, because I'll tell you why. Today, my colleague, the former Senate President, took me on a tour of Subbase, because St. Thomas does a really great job of hiding what Subbase looks like in terms of the derelict buildings.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not lying, right?
No.
You know that.
Yeah.
And the Crucians might get mad with me, but I was on a cruise ship coming into St. Thomas long time ago. Maybe if I wouldn't have one now, it might be different, but I was young. And it was the most beautiful. And only because he and I are both veterans, I'm going to let him get away with that. It still is. It still is. That's right. I was coming in to the harbor. I was on a cruise ship. Hello? It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. So, I was sitting here asking, well, why does Royal Caribbean want to expand beyond what I just said about the beauty of the islands? What else was there to draw you to this particular partnership with the Port Authority? And I'm going to continue before I run out of time. And then I was on my computer looking up Crown Bay, because someone talked about the naval heritage, and I thought, I love history. But then I found a comment that I didn't like, and I'm going to read it. And I'm going to ask if you're going to address this issue. It says, if your cruise ship docks at the Crown Bay, walking to Charlotte Amalie is quite a stretch, over 2 miles, and not particularly pleasant until you get close to town. Why is that? And I want the director to answer that particular question, but I want the others to answer, why St. Thomas, besides what I said?
I really like that question, Senator. And here's why, and that's what all of us really should take note of. We are selling a product, and this is our home. And when we travel all over the place, we commend people how good places are. But we have a problem home. And sometimes, and I'm a frank-speaking person. One of the reasons when you was coming in on a ship before and you're going to Crown Bay, there was a big burnt-out building for years. The Port Authority, myself, and worked with the governor at the time, and we purchased it from Housing Finance Authority. That's how that big structure that you see empty, we purchased it because we didn't like it. We must care about how our home look first. And as you're walking up the side roads, the reason why a lot of them look like that, because they're not ours. And part of what we hear today is so that the Port Authority could have control over those properties so that we could really clean it up. And if somebody walking up, it don't look despicable in this place. So I'm really glad you asked us that. And sometimes when, we hear the little talk here and there, we must care enough.
That's right.
And that's why, and you guys have to commend yourself. And here is why. When you come down, when you come off the dock, all the Port Authority own in Frederickstead is the dock. Once you come off, we don't own that anymore. And that's why I really applaud all of you. As a matter of fact, led by, Senator Gittins, I call his name now. Senator Gittins, when we were at Sea Trade and you guys in St. Croix met with Royal Caribbean, let them know. When we met with Royal Caribbean, there was a discussion of how in Frederickstead we could clean up the upland. And that's where the $5 million came about by the senators that care. Because after you reach the dock, we can look at how it looked. But I could tell you that our Director of Engineering, we have now started the design for and talking to Public Works and everybody, because we took on the project based on what you guys did. So that $5 million, we are actively working it to make sure when you come off the dock, it starts to look like something that all of us could be proud of. Because what Melissa didn't say to you guys is that St. Croix have great appeal right now. Okay? St. Croix have great appeal. But after the great appeal, and we come off, then what? So that's what all of us collectively must work on.
I agree.
Exactly, thanks.
I wanted, Mr. Chair.
You may wrap up.
Well, it's not really about wrapping up. I wanted to find out from the visitors why St. Thomas. I mean, I already told you, and I am from here. St. Croix. And St. Croix is just as beautiful coming in, but I will tell you, St. Thomas is spectacular. I am not going to lie about that, but what beyond that view attracts you to the island of St. Thomas, and hopefully more engaged with St. Croix in the future?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. It's Melissa Morales, Royal Caribbean Group. And I was actually looking at my phone because I was looking at this earlier. And the #1 appeal score in the Eastern Caribbean region is actually St. John. And then you have St. Croix, and then St. Thomas. So the USVI are high up there. And actually, St. Thomas is the lowest rated on appeal. But also in guest satisfaction, and this is from a Royal Caribbean standpoint. And again, our guests have a high appeal rating. And what is appeal? They want to go there. They see the name, they've seen photos, and they're like, wow, this place is sexy, this place is gorgeous, I want to go visit. But then they get here and they get off, and they kind of get off, and something doesn't look too nice, or there's not enough things to do. And that's where our guests, the overall rating, which is actually still great, not as great as the appeal. And that's what we're trying to bridge with this project. It's bridging the gap between what the appeal is and what that vision they have when they get here. And when they actually get here, they're like, you know what? It's beautiful, but.
Yeah.
That's the but that we're trying to rectify. Because what I see when I get here is pure beauty.
Right.
And, we come here quite often and we have great meals and great food. And at this point, I really feel that the team it's part of, I still have to try the fungi.
She said it right this time. Because I'm tired of her saying fungi. Okay, so you're right.
I'm telling you, I'm almost a resident at this point. But really, it's beautiful, and seeing, there's still times, despite the number of times we've been here, that we'll see St. Thomas from a different angle. And we'll stop. Yesterday, coming out of VIPA's office, we stopped to take a picture of the hills from VIPA's office. So I do think we're going to bridge the appeal and the satisfaction, but it's rolling hills of just lush greenery, and I can go on, but I know I don't have a lot of time.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
No problem.
Thank you. I just want to say that some days I wish that every single person who is from here can feel exactly like you just did in how you said it. And hopefully one day that will happen. Thank you. Thank you for what you just said.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to colleagues. our distinguished panel of testifiers, all the viewing audience tune in. Okay, so I want to continue that line of questioning, starting with the finance chair, where you hit a home run, and now the Madam Chairwoman here, my colleague, go way back. Okay, so we have now come. I'm gonna read from your testimony, Director Dow. We have now come to the point where we get to decide if St. Thomas will continue to be the #1 cruise ship port in the Caribbean. And the passage of this bill will be transformative because it allows us to change the former submarine base and industrial enclave to a modern cruise ship destination. So I want to ask, right, what other infrastructure that Royal Caribbean will require? Because the budget chair mentioned that I think our numbers are slightly higher than San Juan or a little bit less. Melissa, what are our numbers?
From the spend?
No, arrivals, passenger arrivals.
I'd have to look at it. I don't know it off the top.
Speak into the mic.
Excuse me, Melissa Morales, Royal Caribbean. I'd have to look at it. I don't know the San Juan numbers off the top of my head. But after the redevelopment of the port, I know that there's been a significant drop in volume. And if you give me a few minutes, I can actually look at that. And right now, we're at almost 1 million passengers between St. Croix and St. Thomas.
Okay, I think their numbers was about 1.1. So it's a little bit more. But they have a berthing capacity of eight ships now, right? That's what it is? And so with this, the St. Thomas would have 6. So, I can see the day, I can envision the day where home porting is a reality in St. Thomas. And of course, one of the most important things to home port, I checked it out, would be to have a major airport close by. And we do that. We do have a major airport close by, but the runway is a little short. So, we're gonna come with a resolution to petition the Congress to do a study to expand the Cyril E. King Airport. Because we have to look into the future. And if you're saying that they spend $166 and 83% come off, just imagine how much more they would spend because, we'd have to get the hotel stay to get on and then another hotel stay. It's just an incredible amount of money. So let me ask you now specifically to this bill.
1 minute.
What would be the shore power in megawatts? Are you going to need additional power? And Director Dow, would you rely on WAPA? And also water. How do you get the water? Would you be using WAPA water or would you have your own water?
Well, the authority, right now, there are vessels that take water from us right now.
Okay.
So we have that ability, but the shore power is a discussion we've been having and the reliability of such. So that's a discussion that we look into. The power plant is not far from us, so trying to get power to the Crown Bay facility, that's something that WAPA and our folks have been talking about. We've had a discussion along with our partners as well. It makes a lot of sense if we can do that.
Okay, so I want to ask
Preston Byer, through the chair, if I may. Preston Byer, Director of Engineering for VIPA. Senator Fonseca, we commissioned a full shore power master plan study that encompassed the cruise berths as well as the cargo berths in St. Thomas, as well as at the Wilfred Bomba Alec container port in St. Croix. So we do have the sound planning that was then used as the basis of an application to the Environmental Protection Agency under the Clean Ports grant program. We were unfortunately unsuccessful, but the commitment and the financial component of that is in the excess of $100 million to support all of those facilities.
Awesome. And so, while we're here, Mr. Chair, can I just, So, while we're here, this is a business deal, and so I got to ask a tough question. So, two tough questions. So, what is the minimum passenger volume that Royal Caribbean is now going to guarantee to the Port Authority?
Melissa Morales, Royal Caribbean Group. So the transaction is changing. It's no longer, now that CTI will run, or let's call it, oversee the operations in hand with VIPA, the guarantee will flow through what we're calling a call commitment. So it's something different, but it is basically saying that we need to bring more volume here than we do to our competitor in the region, or at least the same.
Okay.
And then for St. Croix, there will be a guarantee.
Okay, and suppose you don't meet that guarantee, there's less passengers. What are the consequences?
Dollars.
Dollars.
Plain and simple.
Thank you. That's a home
They
run.
don't hit the capacity. Dollars.
That's a grand slam. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, Senator Fonseca. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good evening to my colleagues, listening, viewing, public staff, central staff. Good evening to the testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimony. You know, I'm here sitting and listening to the conversation all day, and earlier today we had a developer in terms of a solar farm. Two of them, as a matter of fact, in this district, a $200 million investment. One they get through with a permit and everything else goes well. Then we have another $200 million investment in our port. And they can marry each other because you do need that steady capacity when it comes to energy to assist in your endeavor. So it makes sense, and we can see the wider picture. To my colleagues, those that don't see the full picture, it's all intertwined. And it's important to economic development here in our territory, particularly in this district. I must say also that in terms of us being competitive in a space, and you're talking about futuristic investment in terms of birthing and dealing with our, I would say, one of our greatest GDP tourism product. And I must say, in terms of positioning ourselves to be in the right place at the right time, this investment is worth every return of the investment. I must say, though, that there are going to be growing pains. Of course, some folks might be displaced, but I'm happy to know that you are working with all of those individuals, especially those who have been paying their rent on time. Those who are not up to par, you're still working with them and bending over backward to work with them, and that goes to show that you're willing to look out for your people, and that's important to me. This is a no-brainer for me. Economic development is a great thing for the territory, and I was listening to when my colleague, the female veteran from St. Croix, spoke to her going to Subbase and really taking a walk through with the next veteran and actually seeing it from within. And you're correct. You know, as you deep dive, you see a true picture, and that is the reason why this investment makes so much sense. It makes so much sense because as a result of this investment, it's going to be a whole paradigm, a whole new look, a whole upgrade in terms of another level to be competitive in a space, because when we go to other places, it's real nice throughout, but the people that love St. Thomas, I mean, this place is America's paradise, as a matter of fact. And you're correct. When you come in on a plane and boat, it's one of the most beautiful places in the world, in my opinion. Not because I was born here. In my opinion. It is what it is. It's beautiful. It is. Listen, every time I come in, I'm like, look at this. And we don't even enjoy it like we should. We really don't. You know, but I must say, I would like everyone to enjoy what we see and what we know we can be, and invest in the territory and do everything possible to assure that we do what must be done in terms of our power grid, number one, in order to bring more development and investment here in the territory. It starts right there, number one. Number two, with our ports, airports and seaports. And number three, with our businesses, small businesses and the larger one alike. And energy is number one. We need to remember that. That's very important. Okay? So at the end of the day, yes, there's going to be some pains and challenges, but we have to look at the bigger picture for all Virgin Islanders, and that's the bottom line. So it's very important that we support economic development, we support small businesses, we support our people, our community, because with these investments we can assist and do more for our people as a whole. Again, Mr. Chair, I read on the questions. Keep on doing what you're doing, and I look forward to seeing this most important, significant investment move forward in a positive light. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time. And thank you for your testimonies.
Thank you very much, Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Well said. Senator Cord Violet, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am from the beautiful island of St. Croix. I'm glad to be on this beautiful island of St. Thomas. And we can't forget, the Virgin Islands is just overall a beautiful place. Every single island. And they're all different. In reference to this development, and I've had this discussion with the executive director, you drive down to the sub-base area, it's a derelict, deplorable. You can't get away from it. You drive any of those back roads, you want to know what is really going on right next to this beautiful cruise port. How can we allow this place to be so unkept? And I drove there. I mean, if you take the back road to go by the airport, it's a really bad condition. And Mr. Richard's part of that is on your shoulders. We have been horrible custodian, property and procurement of those properties. So now this is an opportunity to clean the whole area up and create a real product for the cruise industry in sub-base. You can have a partial product. Got the surrounding areas and the walk, as somebody said, to tongue, it's really not good because we haven't done a good job of maintaining that. But what I've noticed is that St. Thomas have become comfortable with the cruise ship product. And I'm not talking about port, I'm talking about everything else. Have become very comfortable with the cruise ship product. And every single island is moving full speed ahead and trying to outdo St. Thomas. Because when you go to these conferences, you hear them all the time. We got to go to St. Thomas. This is the main port in the Caribbean. We got to go. So literally, every ship wants to come to St. Thomas. But you have limited berths. And there are islands that are moving full speed ahead in expanding the number of berths that they have. And unfortunately, all the crews are leaving on the same day and a Sunday, and all of them want to go to the same island on a Wednesday or Thursday. So you have limited spots to park ships, especially if an ICANN vessel comes to port. If an ICANN vessel comes to port to Waiko, you reduce how many ships can come in. You reduce it, which is a large one.
ICANN don't go up to, can't go up to Waiko.
Okay. My point, you're saying, no, I was like, wait, what is he saying? It limits, and even with the dredging, okay, the length of the ICANN ship is going to limit how much ships could dock at Waiko from 3 to 2. So the addition of a port is going to give us a minimum of 5 ships to include to ICANN, correct?
Correct.
So this is very important. But now, along with this, the mindset needs to change. The same product over and over, over and over. And this is a repeat destination. So we got to change. So I'm hoping this Crown Bay development is not a replica of Main Street. That is going to be totally different. You just can't have jewelry store. You got to have a product in which they're going to be able to experience the Virgin Islands. That is unique to this territory. Where they could sample the food and the local products and everything else, because that's what cruise ship passengers want. Those days of just going and spending $1,000 on a Rolex is gone.
1 minute.
They're cruising for an experience now. And you have to be able to, are you committed to embedding the experience in this new port to include local vendors and local products, local arts and craft? Is that one of the objectives that you plan to meet?
Senator Kevin Goldstein, Cruise Terminals International. Locals only was actually the concept raised for a portion of the retail. So not only is that embedded, it's something we want to feature in the product. We think it's going to resonate not only with Royal Caribbean's guests as the opportunity to participate and partake in something local and authentic, but also being very beneficial for the community as well.
What's your name, sir?
Kevin Goldstein with Cruise Terminals International.
See, your dog train you how to answer to make me feel.
That was my own, Senator.
That was your own? So maybe some coaching, but I will close by saying this is a beautiful destination. Because St. Thomians live here, a lot of time you don't realize what you have. This is a beautiful destination that we need to enhance. We need to promote. We are already doing well in St. Thomas. We get in there in St. Croix. We got some way to go. We hope that the government... You get a $5 million yet from OMB?
Not yet. We meet with PFA next week on that same issue.
We need a $5 million to be released for St. Croix so that we can get the Annie Renson port going. But this is a wonderful opportunity today for St. Thomas. It's a wonderful opportunity to expand and enhance the product that we're presently offering. And I'm supporting it. And key is, they don't own it, Royal Caribbean don't own it. We own it, the people of the Virgin Islands. So this isn't like other islands that sold their port to a foreign entity or a cruise ship company. We own this. So what all they do is ours. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Violet. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Testifiers. Mr. Dow, good evening.
Good evening, Senator.
Yes. Earlier we were talking about the roads and so forth in the sub-base area. You assuming those roads, or were those roads going to be under Viper now?
I got it there.
Preston, you go ahead.
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering with VIPA. We've been working with the Department of Public Works in terms of implementing a project on their behalf, and then they would maintain the roads in perpetuity as a part of their obligation under the Federal Highway Administration.
Good, because I was wondering if Port going to start paving the roads down there too. But, you know, going back to what my previous colleague was talking about a pristine look and so forth as well. When I was administrator, I used to try to keep that hill cut coming from Emerald Beach and so forth, and really try to keep the grass lower than the guardrail, so that when people driving over the hill, they could see the beauty of, you know, of what we have to offer. You know, we had the $1 million contract where we started to move those old vessels out of Crown Bay and so forth. So, you know, progress have started, but not at the speed, not at the Dow speed, but it working. But, Mr. Dow, you said that pretty soon these Royal Caribbean going to be the managing partner at the facility down Crown Bay.
No, it'll be CTI.
CTI.
Yep.
Thank you for the correction. The current tenants, you say, going to remain there until we start construction?
No, well, the facility will be always open, even when construction starts, and that's why we have a few vacancies now. We didn't refill them because we want to be able to move folks around in the facility, but it's going to be operational all year round still.
And that goes for the, I know right now we have, I think, I don't want to misquote, but I think we have about 2 government agencies on there.
Yeah, we have two?
DPP, DPW.
Yeah, we have 2 government agencies. We also have, because we believe in family, we also have a Head Start down there.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just going to tell you, don't put yourself out and don't put the government out, please.
If they pay.
All right. One of my questions was talked about building a relationship with WAPA about buying water and power, and I really respected that answer. Thank you. Thank you for that. Now, so one of the things let me ask Royal Caribbean this question.
1 minute.
Miss Melissa, I know you're into the cruise ship business. But a lot of times with this investment you're making, we do good with overnight passengers too. You're thinking about, making any kind of attraction, entertainment, anything there to. The executive director says it's about business. We need to make money. You have any ideas about that?
Thank you, Senator. So the Royal Caribbean Group is always looking at every destination to see how we can not only expand the exposure of our guests to the destination, but also create a profit, right, in terms of ticket revenue. So it's something that we are always looking at. For the most part, 7-night Caribbean guests, especially Eastern Caribbean, they want to hit as many places as possible. The cruise guests do want to see multiple cruise destinations on a 7-night itinerary, mostly between 3 and 4 ports of call. So overnighting on a 7-night itinerary is very difficult, but it is something that we continue to explore because we periodically do have to test the waters, so to speak, to see if our guests have a change in sentiment. We can't be stuck in the same cycle forever, right? Even though our guests are happy with the existing product, there is something to be said about testing, especially with a new and revitalized destination, testing an overnight product.
So I know my time is limited, but I want to make this statement here. When construction begins, and even while we're going through this process, because I know you're going to be successful, I really want to look into when you start buying your materials and so forth, as much as we could do locally as well, concrete, asphalt, a little bit of lumber, whatever. As much as we could do locally, let's shop locally as well too,
Time.
Instead of having to bring in everything. And then in the future, be pretty sure by the time you get up and running, we'll have a technical college here in the Virgin Islands, and I'd like you to participate in it and sponsor a couple cohorts for the different workforce you'll need here in the Virgin Islands, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Senator Carla Joseph, you recognize.
No objection needed, my good Moravian brother. I have a question to the executive director regarding your employees who are currently working at the Crown Bay. What will happen to them after this venture and this development is completed? Do you have current employees working at the Crown Bay? What will happen to them? I'm very concerned about them.
There's basically two options. Those who want to remain working at the center will work at the center. We made it abundantly clear that nobody goes home, not in our regime. But at the same time, somebody might say, I really trust Kevin. I want to stay with the port. We'll make the accommodation as well. So it's about the bigger picture. It's not about the employees to the extent everybody will have some form of employment.
Okay, because I really was concerned about our people here. I am okay with that response because I think that's the same thing the position you've taken for the airport as well, that type of posture. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Kenneth Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had to take this 4 minutes. I really had to. But let me start. Good evening to all. Let me start to where the majority leader spoke about being comfortable. I totally agree with him. And we can't get too comfortable because I always see when people get too comfortable, that means we get complacent. And when we get complacent, we lose our spot. I think I heard earlier the executive director spoke about us being the leading cruise port in the Caribbean. I think we fell back to another jurisdiction. But this is why they're here pushing for this right about now, because today's travelers are looking for authenticity. And no one can offer it more genuinely than us here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Our people, our culture, our culinary arts. You heard Melissa got it now, the fungi.
She understands. It's unmatched to any other jurisdiction. So we have to do what we have to do to stay in the game and be a major, major player. So thank you, Melissa, for putting it on the record to the passenger experience, because you all get the feedback from the passengers. And we are often reminded by these cruise captains that St. Croix, and it's part of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I'm making this a St. Thomas St. Croix thing, but I'm just showing how St. Croix could also add to this. But they speak to St. Croix being the best port to pull into all the time. Beautiful as you pull into that port. I haven't seen anything like it at other Caribbean cruise destinations. When you get off, it's something else. But I'm talking about when you pull into the harbor, what you're seeing flanked on both sides. And I must say, before I put this mic down, one of the things that I want to remind, and we had an agency here earlier, I'll address them at the appropriate time, but property and procurement, you must properly manage and execute leases of government-owned properties with diligence and accountability that the public expects. And we want to see that across the board so that when things like this is coming to our desk for us to make a decision on, that we don't have other things coming up through the cracks, causing some attention to the other side. So I'm just asking that we do our due diligence and stay on top of what we're supposed to stay on top of. And I think you know what I'm talking about, so I don't need to go directly there. But I'm looking forward to supporting this. This is our opportunity to showcase the U.S. Virgin Islands on a whole. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Point of information, you recognize Senator Dwayne DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Executive Director Dow. Okay, I just received the amendment, 7 pages long. From the original bill, 2 pages. The properties are significantly different in one bill to the next. Now, I know we had a issue in terms of some properties that were mentioned before. We had a meeting in regards to them, and I believe the laundry in Sobeys area. Are these properties in the amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Were they resolved? Were those issues because we were supposed to get copies of the deeds at the time? I haven't received them. I don't know if anyone else has.
Yeah, well, like I mentioned earlier, there is no deed because those properties are still is owned by property and procurement. What you are seeing on the map geo as them being as owners, some of those folks went to do a transaction with an institution and they showed it as if they own it. But those 2 businesses in particular have been closed for years now. There's nothing there, nobody there, leases expire long time. So there's nothing there.
Okay. Assistant Commissioner Richards, in regards to the same properties, again, I just wanted to put on a record the clarification in regards to these properties of, like I said, there were issues with them in the beginning. Now, as the director mentioned, they have been straightened out. Is that the deal?
Vincent Richards. Senator, I haven't seen the amendment, but I haven't seen the amendment as yet, so I can't speak to the amendment.
Okay, so then, Director, then you could explain to him those particular properties so he could be aware, then he could answer that. And we could just clear that up. Because like I say, if they were cleared up, there's no issue. But I'm just saying now the amendment in the nature of a substitute, 7 pages long, over 30 properties versus 5 pages that were in the original bill. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Any comments on that, Edie Dow, regarding the 30-plus properties?
Yeah.
No, everything is good. The property mix in the original bill and the amendment, nothing has changed.
Okay, thank you very much. Any thoughts on home porting? Is that something that we should be pursuing? Is that just something that is not realistic?
What I'll say, Senator, it's always a good thing to have a discussion on, except that when we met with the lines outside of the territory, we've had a discussion. There's two things, and let's be frank and well, sir, Papa, but I have to say the truth. that we were discussing home porting for St. Croix. And here's the reason. St. Croix have a 10,000 feet runway.
Mm-hmm.
The issue still comes back to when you see a home porting operation, Puerto Rico has home porting now. When you see a home porting operation, it's plane landing, buses taking them to a hotel, they're overnight there. But the other good attribute about St. Croix at the time was the ability for them to take on fuel. That was a big piece of it.
Okay.
The fuel and the runway that St. Croix have. And that's why we were discussing St. Croix for home porting. The challenge would be the amount of people coming in to be able to go in a hotel.
Okay, so that's really not a priority pursuit right now in the overall scheme of things.
Let me be straight up with you, Senator. It would have to be a real influx of real hotel rooms.
Okay.
Because again, when you have it's thousands of people, hundreds of people flying in, they have to be put up overnight. And then to take the cruise the next day. But the two strong parts they already have, which is a long runway, and also they have the fuel. You could have gotten it cheaper than some other places could have done it. So
Understood.
The third piece is the hotel. Work on that.
Yeah, that's the big piece. What's the projected construction timeline for this agreement? I mean, from execution to completion of the third berth and the Crown Bay Village. What sort of timeline are we talking about?
I brought one of our newest engineers, and he's been here all day. We've been paying him a lot of money, so I think you have to say something.
Time for us to produce.
Mr. Descartes, Mr. Descartes.
Good evening, everyone. Jamin Descartes, Senior Engineering Project Manager with Viper. The construction timeline, so as they mentioned, working on getting the lease signed, and then the 3 phases that Kevin mentioned, starting with the Crown Bay Village itself, and then the next phase including outside of the fencing, the rest of that sub-base property, and then the third phase being the dredging. So some of that timeline and some of the things that are pushing out that timeline, as much as we're trying to work on things subsequently and at the same time, there's the dredging permits and stuff that are being done, different permits with the Army Corps of Engineers and CZM. But overall, the project timeline is ranging from about 5 to 7 years after the signing of that lease.
Document. Okay.
And Mr. Chair, Preston Byer, Director of Engineering at VIPA, we are also working with CTI to come up with potential acceleration ability with that. We've also held discussions with the Army Corps of Engineers about having a dedicated project manager funded by the authority to help expedite our permitting timeline with them. All things that are currently envisioned to try to bring this project online as quickly as possible.
Okay. Latest 7 years, but possibly accelerated to maybe 3 or 4 years.
I have to look at Kevin too long.
Okay.
But Mr. Chairman, just permit me, I don't need no closing. I just want to this public, and I always feel good when we could have young people like this, and I'm saying young, come and represent us, and very eloquent and articulate. And so
I would have been surprised if you didn't say that. Because
I have to
that's what
say
you-
it. I have to say it. So when they talk about all what happening with young people, we just know and we're proud that we continue to cultivate and bring them in our fold, here and in St. Croix.
Okay. I got 2 more questions, really. What is the day resort concept? And what are the admission fees anticipated? And will residents have access at discounted rates?
Mr. Chairman, Kevin Goldstein, Cruise Terminals International, LLC. The day resort concept is basically an on-site shore excursion for cruise guests, but it will also be open to the community. The concept that we're currently working with is a water park, so it would have water elements, lazy river, pools, slides, F&B components, and the concept is guests, whether they're cruise guests, residents, overnight guests, would be able to pay a per diem entrance fee. That will be subject to the operator, but we are at this point contemplating a sub $100 entrance fee with discount rates for residents.
Okay. How will this concept, because the focus is keeping people there in Crown Bay, I would assume. What sort of impact will it have on taxi drivers and tour operators?
Well, it's not so much, remember...
Any thoughts on that?
Yes, the facility only could accommodate, remember when these ships come in, it's about 4,000 to 5,000 people coming in. The day resort only can accommodate, let's say, 600-700 people. So you still want to find places, the taxi driver's still going to be good, the water tour operator's still going to be fine. But the key thing about that, though, having such an attraction, they're not going to be at the day resort all day. So what we have is a lot of repeat guests who don't even come off the ship. This is another reason to get them off the ship and then now taking a taxi, taking a water tour, because they're not going to be in that facility all day. It'll be whether 500-600 people coming in, going out, and the Port Authority have had a very small water park down there by Crown Bay, very small, and we could not even continue to keep the amount of people who want to utilize it. So we know, and as we've said to CTI and Royal, that it must be available, which they have indicated, to the residents so that if they want a special function, whatever they may want to do, that they have the opportunity to utilize it as well.
Yeah, and if I may, Mr. Chairman,
Sure.
one of the ideas that we've also looked at with the day resort developer is having half-day tickets and combining those with one of the existing ShoreX providers to be able to bundle that. So you spend half the day there and then half the day within the island. And that would
Understood.
come also at about, some sort of a discount.
Excellent. Final question. We're talking about the walk from Crown Bay to downtown not being a very pleasant experience once you get beyond the Crown Bay area, and not until you actually get to downtown. Now, the Conquine School. Is Conquine in your control? The
yes,
Port Authority? I know that's not a very attractive...
Well, we're going to do something about that soon. So.
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering. We currently have a contract executed with custom builders to do the demolition, as well as the hazardous material abatement of the majority of that facility. There are still buildings that are being operated and occupied by the Department of Education. We're working with them on future planning as it relates to that. We are intending to utilize that location as the dredge spoils temporary staging area.
Right.
And then there's, we're undertaking longer term planning for the development of that and inclusion into the commercial cargo port in that area.
So in short order, it's no longer going to be an eyesore it's no longer going to be an eyesore. Basically, you're saying you're demolishing it and...
Correct.
you have plans
The majority, I believe there's approximately 16 buildings there. I think 13 of them are scheduled to come down within the next 12 months.
12 months, okay. Excellent. Colleagues, we have exhausted a round of questioning. We still have a long day ahead of us, believe it or not. We have a long evening ahead of us. So I'm going to ask the presenters, thank you very much for taking the time to be here today. I'm going to ask you to give a 30-second closeout.
You want to close out?
Oh, you do.
Yeah, no, they say they want to give a closeout, so I'll take their 30.
Okay.
Anyhow, no, seriously, I just want to thank each and every one of you because all the input only strengthen us, make us do things a little better, a little differently. And so we appreciate all the input, even the public at large who would call from time to time or what have you. And I'm reminded that December 3rd will be our holiday fest at Crown Bay. And we will be bringing over from the Big Island, Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights.
Wow.
So come and have the Christmas celebration with us. And then in St. Croix at Frederick Pier, will be doing the very same thing on December 6th. So all of you invited and to come out and have a good time with us. So that's the Holiday Fest. But all in all our operators, the tour operators, the taxi drivers, even our tenants, we really want to thank each and every one of them. We're asking for the full support. While I'm here sitting, I just glanced on my phone, keep buzzing, and I looked down and I had a text. I wouldn't read it in its entirety. But this text came from a young lady from this territory. Said to me that she's on the ICANN currently, listening to this discussion. And I'm stopping to Rotan or someplace. She said, we stop in. And as we pull up there is a nice bar that you swim up to. We need to have something like that. And she appreciates what she's hearing tonight. And according to her, that's what we should be doing collectively. I really appreciate that. I mean, somebody on a cruise ship could take the time to listen and send a text. So Melissa, thank you on behalf of the territory, what Royal Caribbean have meant to us. Kevin, you are the new kid on the block, but we really appreciate the partnership. And of course, Graham and the team here. Our financial advisor didn't get to say much. And you, that's good? Yeah. He didn't say much these days. He's a New York Giants. And you'll have a good night.
My sympathies, my sympathies, my sympathies. Thank you. I don't know if you want to close out.
Mr. Chair, I'll be brief.
Sure.
I didn't get a chance to answer Senator James's question about why St. Thomas, right? So I think Senator James, I didn't get a chance to answer your question about why St. Thomas. So Royal answered, Melissa answered from Royal's perspective. I think from our perspective, right, it makes our customer and shareholder Royal Caribbean very happy, right? This is a strategically important destination for them. Yes, it's got the harbors, it's got the Green Mountains. I started my career in Caribbean development about 20 years ago. I worked for a firm called Coastal Systems that I know you're probably familiar with, Harvey Sasso. I've done Caribbean development for all 20 of those subsequent years, Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, Jamaica, DR, Haiti, Anguilla, St. Lucia. So I've been around to a number of destinations. I think one thing that I can't overstate for St. Thomas, the people here. Why is it important for us? It's a port that with investment, I think can become a world-class leading regional port and perhaps a world-class port just in the entire world. But the people I've met from my first visit, I met Larry Belinsky and Ava Penn on my first visit here probably 16 months ago. I met E.D. Dow in front of the Hampton Inn, which was under construction at the time. Since then, we've been able to cultivate relationships with our team members, with VIPA, with the community, with our consultants, beginning relationships with all of you. And I think that's kind of the magical ingredient. Why is this destination important? It's the ability to build a port, but it's also the welcoming that we know Royal and other cruise guests will receive when they come here. That is what gives us confidence to invest in St. Thomas and USVI. Thank you.
Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Melissa?
Melissa Morales, Royal Caribbean Group. I really just want to thank you all for taking the time. I know it's been a really long day, and I don't want to take any more of your time, but really, really wanted to express my gratitude.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. You are officially released from this session, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks. Thanks, sir. Good night.
Committee of the whole stands in recess for 5 minutes. Good evening, everyone. We started this meeting, I was saying good morning. Now it's actually evening. So good evening, everybody. A session, committee of the whole meeting is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda for Block 3?
Block 3, Bill Request Number 25-0894, an act amending the Hotel Development Act. Invited testifiers, Honorable Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner, VI Department of Finance, Mr. Nathan Simmons, Director of Administration and Finance, VI Public Finance Authority, Mr. David Hammerman, Real Estate Equity Business at Fortress Investment Group, Mr. Ali Elam, Fortress Investment Group, Mr. Bradley Lagner, Fortress Investment Group, Marjorie Roberts Esquire, Local Counsel, Fortress Investment Group. This concludes the reading of Block 3's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Testifiers, welcome. Thank you for being here. I know it's been a long day for you also. We're going to start by doing a mic check, beginning from my far right. I'm going to move all the way down to my far left. Just tell me your name and who you are and who you're associated with. Speak into the mic.
Good evening, Senator. This is Ali Elam, Managing Director of Fortress Investment Group.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Senator Brad Langner, Piper Sandler.
Good evening, Senator. David Hammerman, Fortress Investment Group.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Senator Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner of the Department of Finance.
Welcome, Commissioner.
Good evening, Key Walker, General Counsel, Public Finance Authority.
Welcome. Good evening.
Good evening, Senator Miles Plaskett, Bond Counsel.
Good evening, Counsel.
Good evening, Mr. President. David Paul, Financial Advisor to the PFA, Fiscal Strategies Group.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Paul. Commissioner McCarty, you're prepared to provide a testimony? Which one? Okay. You may proceed with your testimony. Oh, we have two people online. Okay. Hold until, let's introduce the people online. D.R. Raymer. I think you're muted, Attorney Raymer.
Can you hear me now?
Hearing you clearly.
Okay. Denise Reimer, Staff Counsel, PFA.
Thank you. Welcome.
Jerry Wallace Cole, PFA Bond Proceeds Manager.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Cole. Okay, Commissioner McCarty, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good evening, Senator Potter. Good evening, Senate President Potter, Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole, all other senators in attendance, those listening and viewing. I am Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner of the Department of Finance and Executive Director of the Public Finance Authority. With me today, Key Walker Esquire of the Walker Legal, General Counsel to the PFA, Miles Plaskett Esquire, partner at Dwayne Morris LLP, Bond Counsel to the PFA, and David Paul, President of the Fiscal Strategies Group, Financial Advisor to the PFA. We're also joined by a representative of Fortress Investment Group, the owners of Frenchman's Reef, including David Hammerman, COO, Global Real Estate Equity, and Ali Ellen, Managing Director, and by Brad Langer, Managing Director of Piper Sadler, underwriters for the bond transaction. And participating virtually is Attorney Reimer, PFA Staff Counsel, and Denise Wallace Cole, PFA Bond Proceeds Manager. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an overview of the proposed amendment to the Hotel Development Program submitted by Governor Albert Bryan Jr. You will recall that earlier this year, pursuant to Act Number 8949, the PFA issued Garvey bonds through a wholly owned subsidiary called the Virgin Islands Transportation and Infrastructure Corporation. The purpose of the legislation before you today is to allow for a creation of a similar wholly owned subsidiary in the case of the Virgin Islands Hotel Development Financing Corporation, the PFA Hotel Finance Subsidiary. The need to create subsidiaries for the issuance of bonds has grown out of the changes in the regulations governing the issuance of municipal securities over the years since the 2008 financial collapse. The issuance of municipal securities used to be unregulated, but over the past decade or so,
the rules have been tightened. In particular, pursuant to a 1995 amendment to Rule 15C212, the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission requires that issuers of municipal securities enter into an agreement called a continuing disclosure undertaking to provide certain information about the securities to the investor universe on an ongoing basis. These type of information, the type of information issuers agree to provide on a regular basis include annual financial information, audited financial statements, notice of failure to provide annual financial information on or before the date agreed to by the state or local government. Other continuing disclosures provide notification of specific events, including those that may have an effect on repayment of a bond. The problem here is that the PFA has been unable to provide audited financial statements on the government on a timely basis, as it has agreed to do in its CDU, dating back to more than a decade. If an issuer is substantially out of compliance with its CDU, as the PFA has been, the underwriters are limited in their ability to market the issuer's bond. In particular, underwriters must adhere to the following restrictions: offering bonds to not more than 35 investors, which applies to individual account holders, not fund complexes. Investors must all be sophisticated investors. Investors must not be purchasing with the intent to distribute to other investors. Bond must be in minimum denominations of 100,000 or higher. As long as the PFA is not able to provide audited financial statements of the government, it remains out of compliance with its existing continuing disclosure requirements. The consequences is that the PFA bond issues can only be sold subject to these limitations, the most onerous of which is the 35 investor limitation. For smaller bond issues, these limitations are not particularly problematic, but for larger issues, the limitation both result in a higher interest rate estimated to be as much as 0.5%, or in the worst instance, make the bonds non-marketable. The solution to this problem has been to issue bonds through a newly created subsidiary of the PFA, as was done in the case of the Garvey bond, creating a new issuer with its own identity, including its own governing board, clean financial statements, and a new continuing disclosure undertaking that does not include a promise to provide audited financial statements of the government solves the problem. The bond underwriters are not constrained by the 35 investor limitation, and bond counsel is able to give a legal opinion unconstrained by the CDU issues facing the bond issued directly by the PFA. That was the reason the Garvey bonds were issued through the PFA Garvey subsidiary, and the reason we are requesting similar authorization to allow the PFA to create a hotel development finance subsidiary. This subsidiary would first be utilized for pending issuance of the bonds for the Frenchman's Reef Resort. That pending bond issue, by way of information, does not entail the pledge of any governmental revenues or other credit support. These bonds will be a corporate financing, similar to the financings that the PFA did for Hovenza over the years, where Hovenza was solely responsible for paying the bond debt. The pending bonds for the Frenchman's Reef will similarly be secured solely by the operating revenues and assets of the Frenchman's Reef Resort, and would not involve the commitment or pledge of any government revenues or asset, but with the particular benefit to the territory that upon final repayment of the 30-year bond issue, the title to the Frenchman's Reef Resort will revert to the government of the Virgin Islands. Why is this solution good for the Virgin Islands? In addition to addressing the issue surrounding the 35 investor limitation, the proposed legislation also includes a provision to protect the long-term interests of the people of the Virgin Islands with respect to hotel projects similar to that being undertaken by the owners of the Frenchman's Reef Resort. Those provisions provide that the hotel in question shall be maintained in good repair, first-class condition throughout the term of the bonds, and that in the event of a casualty, its insurance proceeds shall be utilized for the repair or rebuild of the hotel. These are significant protections that have been negotiated as a central requirement in the Frenchman's Reef financing, along with the requirements for the accumulation of significant reserves to make those protections a reality. Once all bonds have been repaid, the hotel will be released to the government, with the government having a paid cash consideration. Without the government having a paid cash consideration, a conservative estimate of the value of the hotel at the anticipated time of its transfer to the government is $840 million. The government would then have myriad options available to it, to include selling the hotel, entering into a partnership with a flagship brand to continue operation of the hotel, or operating it to generate an ongoing, continuing revenue stream. Other tangible financial benefits to the territory include the issuance fee at the time of closing of the transaction and the annual fee payable over the life of the bond. Senators, the Hotel Development Act was enacted for the purpose of leveraging the territory's hospitality offerings to create economic opportunity and to foster economic growth for the benefit of the people of the Virgin Islands. The solution we will discuss today achieves that purpose. We appreciate your time and consideration, and our team stand ready and available to answer any question you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner McCurdy. Next testifier.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, David Hammerman.
Good evening. Senate President Milton Potter, Chairperson of the Committee of the Whole, and all other senators in attendance today, all those seated in the Senate chambers, and those in the listening and viewing audience. I am David Hammerman, the Chief Operating Officer of the real estate equity business at Fortress Investment Group. By way of background, Fortress is a global investment management group, and investment funds managed by affiliates of Fortress are the ultimate beneficial owner of what is referred to as CREF3 USVI Hotel Owner, Inc., the legal name of the entity that owns Frenchman's Reef Resort. I am joined today by my colleague, Mr. Ali Alam, a managing director at Fortress, Mr. Bradley Langner, a managing director at Piper Sandler, an investment banking firm with extensive experience in hotel financing, and the underwriter of the pending transaction, and Mrs. Marjorie Roberts, the named partner of Marjorie Rawls Roberts PC, Fortress's local counsel. We are honored to have been invited to testify in support of bill request number 25-0894, which will provide for an amendment to the hotel development program. On behalf of Fortress, I will provide a high-level overview of the pending transaction that has, in part, led to the proposed changes set forth in the proposed legislation. Following this statement, I, Mr. Alam, Mr. Langner, and Attorney Roberts are prepared to answer any questions that the Committee of the Whole may have. Fortress, through a managed fund, has been the owner of Frenchman's Reef since 2021, when Fortress Managed Funds bought a shell of a hotel that had been ravaged by the twin hurricanes of Irma and Maria in 2017. Over 2 years, Fortress restored the property, and the hotel is now one of the most prominent assets in the Caribbean and the second largest employer in the U.S. Virgin Islands. I would like to provide some details on Fortress. Fortress has been an investment advisor and fund manager for 25 years. Fortress is not a monolithic corporation, but instead has discrete strategies and funds where Fortress acts as a fiduciary on behalf of our investors. A significant part of the Fortress investor base consists of U.S.-based pension plans, and Fortress takes its mission of supporting retirees in the United States and abroad very seriously. As a fiduciary, the investors in Fortress's real estate equity funds task Fortress with acquiring assets, improving the physical condition and operations, and generating a financial return on their behalf. With respect to Frenchman's Reef, we at Fortress are excited about the prospect of generating a strong financial return for our investors, but also generating a material, tangible public good for the people of the Virgin Islands, an ultimate transfer of the hotel to the U.S. Virgin Islands government without risk or capital investment on the government's part. The proposed legislation before the Senate is relatively narrow. It facilitates the pending transaction by granting the Public Finance Authority statutory authority to create a new subsidiary entity issuer within the PFA for this and other potential Hotel Development Act financing transactions, while also providing important protections for the residents of the Virgin Islands. As Commissioner McCurdy has just testified, this legislation is necessary because the underwriters are currently restricted from offering bonds issued directly by the PFA to no more than 35 investors. It is important to note each individual account holder within an institution counts as an individual investor. This limitation impacts the PFA's ability to broadly market the new issuance. As the Commissioner just suggested, this is an issue that you've dealt with previously, as prior legislation allowed for the creation of a subsidiary of the PFA for the issuance and management of the Garvey bonds issued earlier this year. The 35 investor limitation would have material impact on the pending transaction. With the limitation, we believe the bonds would need to be offered at a materially higher interest rate than without the limitation. All else being equal, a lower interest rate on the bonds would result in the hotel being transferred to the government on a faster pace, as there would be less interest paid over the life of the bonds and more cash flow from the property would be available to repay them. The proposed transaction contemplates a fund managed by Fortress, transferring owner of CREF 3, the owner of Frenchman's Reef, to an entity owned by a public benefit nonprofit 501c3 corporation. This sale would be funded by bonds issued by the PFA subsidiary, created under the auspices of the proposed legislation. Importantly, these bonds are secured only by the operations of the hotel and will not be a general obligation of the government. Upon the repayment of the bonds, which is anticipated to occur several years earlier than their stated maturity date of approximately 30 years, ownership of the hotel will transfer from the new owner to the government without any encumbrances or restrictions and at no cost to the government. After the transfer of ownership, the government will be free to do with the hotel what it wishes, including selling or leasing it to a third party, or continuing with existing management agreements with the franchise operator with all the financial benefits that now accrue to funds managed by Fortress, instead flowing to the government. LWHA, a leading appraiser engaged on the pending transaction, conducted an appraisal valuing the hotel at $600 million in 2029. Using a conservative inflation rate of 2% to that appraised valuation implies an $840 million valuation at the anticipated transfer date. Mr. Langner can respond to questions about the proposed structure, which has been previously used in the United States as a public-private financing tool for existing hotels, most recently at the Grand Hyatt in San Antonio. We believe that there are a number of benefits to the Virgin Islands that will be enabled by passage of the proposed legislation. First, as I mentioned, the government will come into ownership as the most iconic real estate asset on the U.S. Virgin Islands without having invested any capital or taken any risk. Second, through the requirement in Section 3.A2 of the proposed legislation to maintain the hotel in good repair and first-class condition throughout the term of the bonds, and as a covenant contained in the bond documents, the government and the people of the Virgin Island will be assured that the hotel will be maintained in excellent condition, owing to Marriott's stringent brand standards and the robust capital improvement reserves built into the financing structure and legal provisions of the bonds. Third, the issuance could spur added investor interest in the U.S. Virgin Islands, particularly with hotel investors. It is important to note that the investors in the new bonds to be issued are putting capital at risk in the territory for up to 30 years. And this project will raise the awareness of the Virgin Islands within the municipal bond market in ways that the territory has not previously experienced. The proposed structure can be used on other transactions to finance new developments. These developments would generate both occupancy taxes and tourist volume, resulting in more revenue for businesses that the tourists use through ancillary spending. Fourth, and perhaps most importantly, the asset is being sold to a nonprofit corporation and will be managed by a leading third-party asset manager. We believe a private owner would be more likely to look for labor savings over time or starve the asset of capital to generate a profit, while the nonprofit is ultimately managing it for the benefit of the bondholders and the U.S. Virgin Islands government. The proposed legislation and the bonds require setting aside substantial funds for the reinvestment in the hotel, and that all excess cash flow is used to retire the bonds early, which results in the hotel transferring its ownership to the government on a faster timeline. It should also be noted that the proposed legislation requires the new owner to covenant to use insurance proceeds to repair the hotel in the event of a casualty event, for example, a hurricane, whereas a private owner could always elect to take insurance proceeds and not rebuild. Senators, we are appreciative of your time and consideration. Thank you for inviting us to testify today, and our team is ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hammerman. Point of order, Senator Dwayne DeGraff.
We don't have an amendment. We don't have a.
Please speak into the microphone, Senator DeGraff. I'm not hearing you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm still looking for the bill, the BR, what it is we had having testimony on. Nothing is before us. So I think going forward, we need to wait until we have something. So that's my point of order. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Graff, for your recommendation. We are finalizing some aspects of the final bill.
Yeah, point of order.
But we will provide you with the draft. We'll provide you with a draft of it. I understand what you're saying.
Objection.
We will provide you with the draft of it. We're gonna recess for 5 minutes. Committee stands in recess for 5 minutes.
Thank you.